Hello everyone and welcome to our Grand Archive Regionals here at the Haven Games in Castleberry / Orlando, Florida. Just want to give you guys a quick heads up. The player meeting is just about to begin. Almost everyone's in.
Yeah, just about. Just waiting on a few last people, and then we'll get the little speech going.
This is Adventure Co Gaming. You may have seen us on the Recollection podcast, and we're really excited to bring some live gameplay straight out of Orlando, Florida, kind of a hot spot for the game. And if you can, sound off in chat today, share the stream around. Let's get a lot of people watching, a lot of people chatting. It's going to be a fun time. We're probably looking at how many rounds today, you think?
7 rounds.
Probably looking at 7 rounds and a cut to top 8.
To top 8, yeah.
And so lots of fun Grand Archive stuff going on. Maybe we'll open some supporter packs on stream or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do something like that, some fun stuff, see if we can get some cool pulls out of there. Weebs of the Shore was definitely very nice to send the Haven some supporter packs for the players to buy, and I know as a content creator for kind of sort of sponsored by the Haven, I will be probably purchasing at least one of those boxes and kind of showing it on stream. We'll open it, we'll have some fun. There is a lunch meeting at some point today where we'll take a break, and maybe that is when
it's like a good time for it. After round 3 we're gonna do this.
And so that all being said, we're gonna throw it to the Be Right Back screen one more time until that player meeting begins. We just want to give you an update, kind of not leave you hanging, and just let you know kind of what's going on. So that being said, let's hear about it. Let's see some chat.
Yeah.
See what's going on. And actually, James, why don't you real quick introduce yourself in the Haven?
No, I'm James Lockwood. I'm one of the owners of. Since since before when the Kickstarter first came out, and we were doing the print and plays, and we made it all the way to getting a regional. Thanks, Solidar. And yeah, we're just excited to get started. I don't know if you can hear it in this room, but it's getting very loud out there, and everyone's pretty hype, especially for the supporter packs that we're going to do, as AJ mentioned, and all the prizing. So I'm just looking forward to seeing the matchups starting probably
another 15 minutes or so.
20 minutes, yeah.
So sorry about the delay, but yeah, that's when you have these big events, you got to get everyone seated and sorted. So that's going on right now, and we will be right back. Hello again, everyone. I just want to give you another quick update. So the pairings are being posted right now as we speak. There is one player who's playing a pretty interesting Xander Tamer list. So it goes like Xander into something. So we're gonna put him on stream first and see whoever he's playing against. Just really excited to have you all here. We are just moments away from getting round 1 started. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you all so much. We're going to get into some really fun gameplay today. So going to try to find some interesting matchups for rounds like 1 and 2. Maybe even round 3, and then when we get to like rounds 4, 5, and 6, and of course 7, we'll find some winning in, some desperation, some people who like really have stakes on the line, who want to get in that top cut. So that being said, I am working on the meta breakdown. It's a little interesting. You can see my little tallies here. Not that I'm gonna have you guys actually look at that, but we have about 15 or so deck lists to go through still, and it's looking really heavy into no surprises. We have about, with about 15 lists to go, we already have 16 Fire Rise, 11 Fire Lorraines, 5 Wind Lorraines. So I expected to see a lot of that. Now, what I didn't expect to see was how little Water Xander is actually showing up. So I actually only have 2 Water Xander lists currently with about 15 to go. So there maybe some more will poke their heads out, but yeah, only 2 Water Xander. I just really expected more for some reason. I thought that deck was kind of showing some life in this meta, but we'll have to see. Maybe one of those Water Xanders can convert. We have a Lost Lorraine, so that's just a Lorraine playing the Lost Spirit, so interesting there. And then of course, we have a 1 Wind Allen. Like the deck is definitely playing Allen as its win condition. A couple Fire Sylvies, things like that. So in just a moment, I will have that posted probably on the Grand Archive Discord, the actual full breakdown, once I'm done with it. But that being said, we are going to go to the Be Right Back screen one more time. It's only going to be for a moment this time until we can jump right into the first game. So definitely excited about that, and definitely glad to have you guys here, and very happy to get started. We'll be right back. Welcome to round number 1. We have Tim and Jennifer. I think should go with Jennifer. I can change that later if we find out. But yeah, Tim and Jen coming to you for round number 1 here at the regionals here at the Haven Games in Castleberry / Orlando, Florida. Looks like we got Limelight. Looks like we got Resurrect 843. Glad to have you guys here. Limelight, awesome to have you here, man. Really excited to bring this to you guys. And it's super awesome. So this is going to be a pretty fun matchup here. I know Tim is on a pretty crazy Tamer brew. I believe I'll have to look up Jen's deck list. But yeah, let me know how it looks, guys. Let me know if everything is streaming well out there. And yeah, we're gonna hop right into some great Grand Archive action. Let's go. Let me see if I can pull up their deck list. Thank you, Harrison. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I am commentating the whole event. Pray for me. Yeah, I'll be here for 7 rounds, cut to top 8. James will be joining me for most of the rounds, but not all of them, so I'll have a buddy. Maybe if some of our friends, happen to scrub out, get some people in here too. So it will be me the whole time. You're stuck with me. Stuck for 7 rounds, cut to top 8. But I'm here for a long time. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, did find Jennifer's list. She's on a Spirit of Wind, Sylvie going into Allen build. That's actually pretty sweet. It might actually be... Did I actually pull 2 Tamers? Did I actually pull 2 Tamers for round number 1, the Tamers? There's like... I don't know. I did the meta breakdown. I posted it on the Grand Archive Discord. I think there's only 1, 2, 3, 4... I think I have 4 confirmed Tamers, so... And round number 1 has started. Looks like we're going to see who goes first here with a high roll. Looks like Jennifer got 10. I think she will get to choose. Or doesn't get to choose in this game. Jennifer will be going first, I believe. And so we see the Spirit of Wind coming out. First play here, so Spirit of Wind. We do know she is on a Wind Tamer list. Hope you have some cough drops. Yeah, me too. I'll have to get some later. I have a big bucket of water here. There's James. Round number 1 has begun. And I think we put the 2 Tamers against each other.
All right.
We have 4 Tamers, and 2 of them are placed against each other here. So we have the Woodland Squirrels coming down. A pretty good turn 1 play. That 1/1 Squirrel costing 0. And that's the Asen Protector, I believe.
Yeah, so it's bouncing the Squirrels back, which is...
That's a great play.
Yeah, because it's a 0 cost. So.
Yeah, you have to bounce something. Getting the Asen Protector out turn 1 is pretty great.
It's a Guardian card.
Guardian?
Guardian.
When are we getting Guardian?
Soon. TM. You're looking for the... Okay.
I have Jen, so we have Jen's deck list here.
Oh, okay.
So we can...
It should be there. It's the one with Alan.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay. At least it's not fire on fire. It is a fire versus wind.
So we know Tim's deck is going to go a little bit faster. At least try to. He's going to want to really probably play around Erupting Rhapsody. Kind of the way Erupting Rhapsody was probably meant to be played a little bit more with Tamer. Getting some of that melody action going on. See, the Ace and Protector is going to swing in for the first bit of damage. Oh, no. It's a...
I see we have Limelight in here. I'm a big Limelight fan.
No, yeah, Limelight.
But
Limelight too.
So do you think Tim's just going to go all out, and either Jen can hold him off, and if she can, he's going to run out of gas, but...
Yeah, I think the typical, even if it wasn't, yeah, this is nutty, and this was totally not, this, and this was totally not planned. All I knew was I saw Tim was on Tamer, so I was like, put the Tamer on, round 1.
Mm-hmm.
And here we see the Sylvie level 1 coming into play.
And a big question I'm going to have, because she probably knows she's going up against Eruption, is when does the Lantern come out? It's kind of a crucial turn when you play that, because you don't want to mess up like your momentum, but...
It also might not be in the main board, so we are playing best of 3 today, so that's a best of 3 in each round, so a lot of Lanterns I imagine are going to be in the sideboard, so you might get a free turn 1 kill kind of with it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see, because I have to find Tim's deck list. We have Jen, so is Jen even on Lantern? Yeah, so she's actually main boarding Nullifying Lantern,
okay.
so yeah, that can actually shut off Tim's Erupting Rhapsodies pretty fast here.
No, give me that.
What, to find it?
I know it's the one that's printed out, so it should be...
Oh, this one, right?
Yep.
There we go. There you go.
Oh, Timmy.
And here's your favorite card.
Yeah.
One of your favorite cards.
Oh! All reliable. Vanguard and Squirrel again.
Honorable Vanguard and the Woodland Squirrels coming in with a buff counter. So that's a 2/2 Squirrel for free. That's actually not too bad. So we're actually going to swing in with the Vanguard. And we are going to attack into it. Now, no trade because the Squirrel was down. So now the Woodland Squirrels is going to attack for 2.
That sounds like it sounds good. But an interesting thing by looking at Tim's deck list is
He actually doesn't go. He goes into Xander.
it goes into Xander. There's Poison Dagger, there's Assassin's Ripper, there's a lot of
I think this might have
goodies.
fallen in one of our other categories. I was like, I don't know what to put it because I think they kind of go into both. So Xander is going to come into play with a prep counter.
yeah. Which is interesting because let's say she played Lantern early on, and then he's like, well, that's cool, but now I'm going to stab you. So
Yeah, now I go into Poison Dagger. It's a really interesting deck list. I really kind of hope, he'd be like a hometown hero going far if he...
Yeah. So far things have been going very smoothly. As predicted, there were a few people who something happened, they could not make it. Actually, he's playing Arthur. Yeah, he is. He's
Yeah,
playing
that is
down
an
there.
Arthur.
This is a little yapper dapper spice.
So he's going to swing into the Squirrel, get it off the field here, clear up some of the... I know Sylvie really is actually one of the few build a board type decks that really want their board out. And I got to be honest, as the Sylvie player, she's probably really happy about not having to see a Lorraine round 1 because Lorraine really does wreck that board as much as she can. So yeah, maybe Jen. I'm gonna put Jennifer because
Yeah, sure. Also, I mean, you can see most of it, but that is the regional participant playmat. I think they printed out great. They come stitched, and they also came in like a unique Grand Archive sleeve for the playmat, like a bag, playmat bag. So it was really nice of them.
This is the Windstream dog. I don't remember exactly what it does, but
so if it comes in, I believe you like reveal a win card, and then if you do,
you get a buff
you
counter
get a
on
buff
something.
counter on
yeah.
a different ally.
That's great. So yeah, now the Honorable Vanguard is going to go up to a 2/2. It's or a 2/3.
It'll be a 2/3. Yeah, it comes out as a 1/2. Which usually, well, I think it's okay in this circumstance, but she was probably hoping that the floating memory would have already been killed, but he's probably avoiding that. So that's like 2. The Vanguard is on like 3 damage so far.
Well, it's just been swinging into allies so far.
Okay. Just clearing the board.
Yeah, actually looking at Tim's life, I don't believe Tim has actually taken any damage just yet. So we do see the Grand Crusaders ring coming down. Quite a staple out of the first set. You know, Fracture Crown. I feel like every game kind of has one of these. Magic has Lotus.
Flesh and
Blood has Tunic. You know, every game kind of the Grand Crusaders ring, just a free draw one out of your material deck, which is really strong in this game. Every card is an extra mana, so to speak, so an extra ability to play something out of your hand, because, you know, you pay for costs with cards out of your hand, so that Grand Crusaders ring really does put in a lot of work. And so we have an Honorable Vanguard of Tim's Own coming down. This is round one, Classy Badger. This is round one. Loving the setup and the commentary with overhead view. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Much obliged.
We're doing our best out here. So this is a cremation ritual. So this card does a lot of duty in fire decks because it gets your floating memory into the grave and basically says you destroy one of your own creatures and you draw 2, which again we were just talking about. You know, every card in Grand Archive in your hand is very important.
And he did that to the Vanguard, right? So you got a floating memory and 2 cards. So that's a nice bonus.
So Jennifer gets a Grand Crusaders ring of her own out on the field. And again, just that really staple card. Jen's board is looking a little bit more developed, I would say.
Yeah. Definitely more mid-range. We thought we knew what was going on with Tim, but then he switched to Xander. And I think he's just ramping up now as far as card draw on the floating memory. He's at... It's kind of hard to see the floating memory. He's at 5, 6? Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, inside his actual his memory
like
right now.
Floating, yeah.
So he's got 5 cards in memory, 2 cards in hand. It looks like.
Okay.
Jen's gonna crack that Grand Crusaders ring, draw 1 right away, draws into an opening cut. I think that is.
Yeah.
Interesting choice there. I know. Let's see. Jennifer, your handwriting is wonderful. Thank you. Because I can actually read this. So we're actually going to get the wolf out, the gray wolf. Now, this card is really interesting. It's got a pretty high... what is it called?
Well, it's like for a beast, it gets the biggest bang for its value. You don't have to be like level 5 to use it. It's a level 2...
Pride 4,
Pride.
though. So it does have Pride 4, I think. It's been a while since I've looked at Tamer cards, to be completely honest, but I do think it's a Pride 4, so it's a little difficult to use, but the Beast Spawn ears are going to help there, adding that additional level. So Sylvie is level 2 right now. And we have the Orb of Regret, which is another good staple card. There's no real mulligan in Grand Archive, but this card kind of provides one. So you crack the Orb of Regret and then put any amount of cards back into the deck and draw that many cards, right? So you shuffle any amount of cards back into your deck and draw that many. So you could have a dead hand, especially if you're going into... Oh, it's Pride 2. Excuse me, Pride 2. So Pride 2 is actually not too bad, especially with the Beast Spawn ears. She's going to be able to make use of that wolf as much as she can. But back to the Orb of Regret. So you shuffle those cards back and you draw new cards. Now, that's really huge because, again, every card in Grand Archive is kind of modal, right? It can provide either a resource or it can provide its actual effect on the card. So I think Orb of Regret is actually really good here. Really good, just good in the game. So I think he shuffled back 3 to 4. I couldn't really see exactly how many he shuffled back, but yep, 3 to 4.
And Orb of Regret's actually the regional promo you get. That's how you go to the national.
Oh yeah,
you
so
go to nationals and you're like, I won. Here's my promo, and then they give you a copy of that card, but it doesn't say like redeem this for whatever. It's just a promo of that card.
The Win Sylvie board here is actually looking really good. I mean, again, not having to worry about the Lorraine sweep at level 2. Now,
Yes.
Tim could be hiding that up his sleeve. We don't know. Well, we know.
I mean, he's been sneaky so far. So
No Lorraine level 2 in the deck. So it looks like he goes from Spirit of Fire to Xander level 1, Prepared Scout. And then he actually goes back into Tamer as Alan Beastbeckener. And I think his whole idea is that he does finish the game with Erupting Rhapsody. So Ember Song into Erupting Rhapsody. So
Was this shared?
yeah,
Okay, all right.
not in your channel though.
No, that's fine.
Looks like we have the Korhazi Courier. Shout out to Red Zone Rogue. I do believe that was his
baby.
his collaboration card, and it looks like it's doing some work here. Gonna run it into that Grey Wolf, knock it off the field. Oh, actually, we're gonna leave it there with 1 damage on it.
So I think he's doing the reveal effect to do the extra 1 damage.
Yep. Looks good. So yeah, we are gonna reveal, do 1 damage, and you're providing like the Hearthstone sound?
Yes,
it's
I am.
You need a Korhazi here.
I'm like, what would she say?
Here's your letter. It's like every time she swings.
Special delivery.
Oh, better. Way better.
Actually, aren't there a few like Hasty Messenger? She's delivering a message, I guess.
Yeah.
But
special delivery. Oh, and we see the Nullifying Lantern does come down. Now, if you don't know what this card does, it's actually been. It was a card that was introduced in Alter Edition. Wasn't in the first wave of Grand Archive from Kickstarter. This card basically turns off types in graveyards. Is it just graveyards? I know it's
just graveyard. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like all just basically every card in the graveyard now becomes a void card. So. Oh, you're just okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Just wanted to. I mean, Devin's out there.
We have the Young Beast Bonder coming down. Another card that was just out of out of the.
Okay. Okay.
Another card that was out of Alter Edition. This card is actually pretty good too. It has floating memory on it. Young Beast Bonder.
I'm trying to see. Yes. Yeah. Comes in, buff something, and if it's a animal or a beast, I believe it gets another +1/+1. I don't know if it's animal or beast or just beast. But another card, I don't know if you said that earlier, it's another card that wasn't available in the original printing. I think they fast-tracked it to the Alt Edition so that it could buff Tamer a bit. But I know like every Tamer rushed out and got a playset as fast as they could.
No, this card is really good. I think it does a lot for the deck, and I think Sylvie needs as much help as she can, which I think she is getting in a lot. You know, she's getting a lot of help in Fractured Crown, so we'll have to see there.
Including our spoiler.
Bedivere.
So yeah.
If there's one CSR I want from this game, it's Bedivere. I want a Bedivere.
Track it down. But actually, Classy Badger. No, that's like pretty true. I do believe though, for the regional, I think some players were just bringing decks. There are some more casual players. I think they're just bringing stuff they're very comfortable with, as opposed to just like like Win the Rain or Fire Eye or something like that. But I don't know if we missed your comment from earlier. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is round 1. Round 1, best of 3. I think AJ just donated his phone so we could see the score a lot easier. It looks very clear. It's the phone display.
I couldn't see life.
I'm also gonna grab a chair.
Yeah, I just went out there real quick to swap out the life counters. Just want to make it a little more clear for you guys, like who took and what damage. I was actually kind of confused myself. I had no idea Tim had actually already taken 17 damage here. And so Jennifer really putting on the hurt on this really interesting deck from Tim that, goes from, again, it goes from Xander to Allen, but we just saw the Allen come out. And again, I was out kind of putting the phone up, so I don't really know what he got off the Allen. I do believe Allen, it searches for, or you look at the top X amount of cards and you find a melody, I think. So don't know if he found what he needed, but it does look like we have another Korhazi Messenger and no, just still the Korhazi Messenger and the Korhazi Courier and the Hasty Messenger. And it looks like the Win Sylvie is in a commanding position here, only going down 17-2, taking 2 points of damage to Tim's 17. So I believe Alan is at 22 life, is a 22 life hero.
Double check that.
So the one thing about them having my phone is going to be hard to look up cards.
Oh, yeah. No, okay.
Alan. Sorry, that's a meme in our I don't know if you ever see Jurassic Park 3, but that's where that comes from. Alan. 22 life. So Tim's floating with 5 remaining health. Really kind of, and then we see another wolf come down, Grey Wolf. Really could spell the end for our Allen buddy here. So Tim's gonna take 3, take another 1, 2, and that's gonna be the game. And we're gonna go to game 2. Jennifer is going to take game number 1 here at the Haven Regionals here in Castleberry, Florida. So we are gonna scoop it up, go to game 2. Great game there. Really good to see the Win Sylvie getting to do it. I really feel like Win Sylvie actually is a really powerful deck that just really gets overshadowed by specifically Lorraine level 2.
Level 2, sweep is just like that would have set her back, and if he was Lorraine would have drawn like 3 cards. But no, that was like a very steady.
So let's take a look at the sideboard here for both players. Looks like. Is there any way you guys could add the round timer to the stream? I know it's an hour, but it'd be nice to see. You know what? I can work on doing that for round number 2. I'll see if I can put that for you. No promises, but I will work to see if I can do that for round 2 going forward. But that being said, let's look at some sideboard options here. So Jennifer is rocking a Fire Resonance Bauble, so I would imagine that comes right in, knowing that Tim's on fire. We see 2 Scry the Skies. Don't know what that would be doing in the sideboard. I don't know who that would really be for, but I just don't know. I'm not judging it.
No, maybe it might also just be that it's a solid card, and just in case to.
Yeah, and then 3 Beseech the Winds and 2 Inspiring Calls. Oh, it looks like we have a 65 card main board too, which is really interesting. Going up above 60, a lot of players are worried about doing that because it might hurt consistency, but
they keep it tight at 60. But I don't know, sometimes you build a deck and they're just like, I have to play this, or I love this card. So. And
then looking at Tim's side of the field, his sideboard options, we have Xander Always Watching, so that's the level 2. So instead of going into Allen, so if someone, he saw the Nullifying Lantern in this game, so maybe he's saying, oh, I don't have an option to really. Okay. So, what was I saying? Oh, if she shuts down his Erupting Rhapsody play with a Nullifying Lantern, could definitely go into Xander level 2 and try to win that way.
Yeah.
More of the assassin actual plan. We see a Safeguard Amulet, which is good for the Rye matchup. We see a couple Sparkleites, which may be good for this matchup, to clear out some.
Ignore that. First, second, third, fourth.
Fifth through it, yeah.
Head Judge.
And then a Spurn to Ash, and Spurn to Ash.
Sure, so it's -30.
Spurn to Ash, really good there. So.
Okay, and also he's taking a cut from that to get a support attack. So it's like what's going on. But yeah, no, that's perfect.
How'd round 1 go?
It's still going.
Yeah, because it's best of 3.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
best of 3,
right.
yeah.
I'm so used to running best of 1 locals.
Let's see if I can. I don't want to mess with stuff too much.
All right, I'm gonna head out. I will be back.
Okay.
Oh, grab my stuff.
You can put like a timer.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of weird that they wouldn't have that, but.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be just something I have to add in between rounds.
Yeah.
So that was we're already jumping into that was a quick shuffle up and play, ready to go into game number 2. Tim down 1-0. That's something else I can add to. So I'll figure it out later. But we do know Jennifer is up 1-0 over Tim. So if she wins this one, she wins the match. So good luck to everyone today. Thank you to all of our, I'm sure all of our competitors really enjoy that. So that is an interesting promo. I haven't seen that before. I think I saw someone mentioning those cards, but I don't remember exactly like how they came about.
I'm actually gonna go look real quick. That's on. Let me go check that out.
We do have the Honorable Vanguard, just such a solid card. Such a solid card, being that 1-2, getting on the board really fast and having floating memory, and just floating memory is so important in this game. Not having to banish your actual memory cards, but getting some value out of them on the board, and then also getting them in the oh my god, it's the alt art. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, what card is that? I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty well versed in Grand Archive, but I don't know what card that is. Is that Owl familiar? No.
So that is a supporter pack card. It's a
Oh.
trained hawk, but it's like drawn like
Kid?
yeah, like a toddler druid or something. But
Dude, you know what it reminds me of? It's Trained Hawk. So Trained Hawk, really good card actually with it's not Vigilance, but Vigor. So
yeah.
Vigor, which is basically like Vigilance. Vigor is really cool in the fact that it will restand itself or awake itself. So Hawk from Supporter Box 1 Box Topper. That is so cool. But you know what it reminds me of? When we were demoing this game.
oh, I remember. I know. The card
We
you're
had
thinking
the
right now.
OG print and plays,
Yeah.
and they were all doodles, and it was quite awesome. So I hope they keep doing that. I think that's really cool. But we see Tim going to the Xander level 1, drawn by Sylvie herself. That's so cute.
Have to go get some. Well, it was like something study, and it was just a stick figure with his like head in a book.
Yeah. That was my profile picture for a while. It was just like that guy's head in the book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so happy they're tournament legal. Yeah, no, as long as they're Grand Archive cards, they should be tournament legal. Not too bad. So we are going to go into level 1 Sylvie. So the next beast or animal that we play will get that +1 buff counter. We do see some squirrels in Jennifer's hand. Should see what the quote says. Well, when we open up our supporter box on stream
Yeah.
in about 2 hours,
Or share the doodles.
share all the doodles.
So I'm gonna be honest. I didn't exactly see what Tim's game plan was last. Like the first part.
Oh, we get the
But here comes Monkey.
Monkey. I love this card. It's a little awkward to use. I mean, I do like that using the monkey more often. What's his name? It's like Tempest Silverback. So the Tempest Silverback has a really high pride level, but the cool thing they made with the change with all the animals with pride or beasts with pride is that they can still retaliate now, which makes sense, right? Thematically,
Yes.
if I punch a bear in the face,
It'll
he's
probably
probably gonna retaliate, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't need someone to tell it, like, "Hey, you attack him." Like, yeah, I'm going to. He just punched me in the face. So I think that what it does is it kind of gives you a bit of a deterrent for those Lorraine sweeps if you can get out early.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for the cleave if you're gonna try to go in on that.
And so now we see the Vigor go back up. Tim's taking 6 points of damage. Really happy I put my phone out there. I had no idea Tim was at 17 damage
Well,
last game.
I know the app they're using, but it does make the health very difficult to display. So.
Yeah, I think this one's very good. It's just a number.
Yep.
I will need to charge my phone in between
Oh,
rounds.
it's
though.
fine. I can put. Yeah.
So here we see the Orb of Regret coming down again, and he's just choosing his whole hand, I believe. Or is his hand down by where his name is? Yeah, it has to be, right? So not his whole hand, but quite a bit. Shuffling back up.
Oh, get that card in there. Right.
Definitely got to find some more interesting matches for you guys. Did not expect to see an other list versus a tamer list.
Well, we found the 2 tamers, so like, yeah, we weren't planning on that.
I was not. All I said was, Tim, you're going on stream. Whoever you're playing.
Nick, donate money. I'll answer that if you donate some money.
I don't think I have. Oh, I need to have the donation link on the stream.
Oh.
No. Anyway, going back to Tim's turn, he's really got to get kind of establish a foothold here. You were saying you didn't actually see his game plan last time. I think it just didn't come to fruition because he was probably setting up the Erupting Rhapsody play, but the Nullifying Lantern came down at the right time. So
He did I think he did the same play the first round, didn't he?
yeah, he had a Korhazi Courier and an Arthur.
And then the Arthur came out, yeah. So
he didn't ward the Arthur. He didn't rest the Arthur
Right.
immediately last time.
to get the +1 benefit. Or it's like unkillable.
Yep. But it also gives anything. It gives a bonus to anything if it's rested.
Yeah, they get +1 attack. I don't know. I can't remember if it's +1 health as well, but I know they all get buffed.
So he's going to send the extra point of damage at Jennifer. No point sending it at any of the allies because they will heal up at the end of the turn. So just sending it at Jennifer. Jennifer's going to get those Beast Bond ears, which I think is going to be a pretty common play after you become level 1 Sylvie. Beast Bond ears just become
Oh, Mr. Murphy. Muck Duck is one of our locals. He's a cheeky gent.
So here we see the non-doodle version of the Trained Hawks. Now we just got birds everywhere.
Good.
Swarming the board. Got all them birds. But this bird is really good. 2/2 bird. Again with vigor, so you can attack with it and restand it so that, or awaken it so that it can not be attacked. Or you can actually retaliate into things, which is good too.
Right. You're guaranteeing that if it gets swung into, you're reciprocating damage no matter what.
Really good if you can get into level 3 Sylvie so that they also get what's the taunt thing called?
Well, that depends on the Sylvie they're.
And wow, we really see the Sylvie board just really get developed this turn. So we have the Grey Wolf has quite a few buff counters on it. And then of course if you can get to level 3 and all your animals and beasts get intercept to be able to protect you, which is really good here. So now we see the wolf go down, attack for another 5 damage. Young Beast Bonder and the squirrels coming in. Tim going up to 15 damage on his level 1 Xander. Really in danger of losing it here, so goes into his turn. He's looking at that material deck. Don't know what he's going to actually pull out to get him out of this situation. He needs a board wipe of some kind.
Yeah, Assassin does not handle board wipes very well.
And even if he were to board wipe, you know, if it's an attack, those hawks are going to attack back. They're going to retaliate.
And he's running out of health, so
he needs the Erupting Rhapsody like this turn. I don't know if he has it.
I don't know if he was maybe anticipating. I mean, which is fair, getting put up against like a Fire Rye or a Fire Lorraine, something that isn't just swarming the board.
Yeah, some decks we've seen can't really handle a lot of allies too well.
Right. Because most people anticipate, well, if they, level 2 Lorraine and sweep the board, but.
So he's going to crack that Grand Crusader's ring. Really looking for an out here. I think Jennifer's board may just be too much to handle at this point. He didn't go to level 2 or anything, so he didn't buff his health at all. Just got that Grand Crusader's ring sitting there, I believe at 17 life, so really only 2 life remaining. Looks like we're going to pay 2 for a squirrel.
Squirrel!
The Embertail Squirrel. Embertail Squirrel can really push out a lot of damage, but doesn't have a lot of health, so I think Tim is kind of realizing it here. He might just be seeing that there's no out.
You know, I'm cheering Tim on. Good lad, but, like, it's just too much board at the moment.
Yeah, and I just don't see the cards that are going to be able to... He's got the Erupting Rhapsody in his hand, but again, I don't see the combo, and I don't think he's got enough nearly in the graveyard.
I was going to say, his graveyard does not look big enough to, like one-shot her back or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to try to make it respectable, send some damage in.
Yeah, Flame Sweep is an assassin card. It's a warrior assassin card, but
you got to see it.
he doesn't really have a great way to buff it at the moment.
Let's see if he's playing Flame Sweep. We actually don't have Flame Sweeps in the deck list or the sideboard, so no sweeps there. Yeah, it's an Erupting Allen list, I think, predominantly, that just goes into level 1 Xander for some cheeky plays around there, so...
I just don't think he's had a moment, or he doesn't feel like he can go into Allen yet.
So we're gonna pay 3 for.
I'm gonna dig
for some ritual rites here. Sacrifice one of our allies.
So
draw 2.
He got the Temper, and I didn't see what the other card was. I'm actually leaning to the left, acting like that to help me see his hand. But
I've been casting for like 2-3 years now, and I still do that. Like, try to look around the table. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a computer screen. I cannot see around any table.
So do you think he's going to banish 3 here to get the...
Yeah, it looks like it wasn't bad. Did make it respectable.
Caught up to 14, but...
Has to pass, and just any attack here can just swing in.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of going through the motions now, so.
And she can bounce back pretty much anything here, and then just super buff other things. Evil Bird. That just shut down his graveyard.
Any kind of plays, yeah.
She's like, I don't want to take 13 damage again. No, thank you. Oh, she just buffed everything.
Just buffed everything by 1. We're sticking that knife in it, twisting it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Yeah, that was like...
Sylvie with the 2-0 victory in round number 1. Your Sylvie will go up to 1-0. We're going to go right back to our beautiful faces.
Yes.
Oh, you need to...
Oh,
this
camera lock up.
Yeah, it keeps doing
it.
Oh, there we go.
We
hey, so that was a commanding 2-0 victory by the Sylvie player, by Jennifer. She really did command that list really well. Was great to see. So your Sylvie is 1-0, and again, we have the breakdown. Now, this isn't a fancy pie chart or anything, but like we do have the breakdown. So as for actual Sylvie players, I was able to find 2 Fire Sylvies, a Water Sylvie, and a Wind Sylvie. So that is our lone Wind Sylvie in the field, I believe.
Yeah.
Now again, I did this very quickly, so it may not be totally true. But again, Sylvie with the 2-0 victory in round number 1 here at the Haven Games Regionals in Orlando, Florida. Great time so far by our players, and that was just a great match to see. Let us know if there's any matchups you want to see. We have a good kind of list for you. We have 7 Wind Lorraines, 15 Fire Lorraines, 13 Fire Rise, a Wind Allen, which might have been the list I just saw. So there's a Wind Allen here. A Water Lorraine. Now, if that Water Lorraine goes 1-0, I think I'm going to try to get that on stream. I'll have to find out who that player is that's on Water Lorraine, because funny enough, when I was getting into Grand Archive, one of the first lists I built was a Water Lorraine, and I really want to see them do well. So yeah, that was awesome. Is that a world famous line? It's not a Linus Tech Tip shirt. It's actually, I don't know if you guys know, it's from another YouTube creator called Dogan. It says Jozu on it, but it's written wrong on purpose, so not a Linus Tech Tip shirt. But that being said, any Fire Tristan. So there was actually, funny enough, I was filling out the meta breakdown, and there are 3 Fire Tristans that really surprised me because I did not know that list was coming up. So maybe we'll see some Fire Tristan on stream. I think that would be really fun. But yeah, so Shirley won Jimmy game before I go to bed. You want to see Jimmy Lee? Yeah, we'll have to see if he took his round number 1. We'll see if we can get him on stream. I think he's playing just a pretty run-of-the-mill Fire Lorraine deck, but I'd have to take a look at it. I have the list somewhere. I have a giant stack of deck lists here that I have to go through to find anyone. So that being said, your Sylvie is 1-0. The erupting Xander / Allen list is dropping to 0-1. So really fun. So yeah, sneaky, good pure aggro list. You know, I really do want to see it. So hopefully we'll see one of them kind of, you know, cream of the crop their way up to the top. So that being said, I need to protect my voice a little because I have about 7 hours to go. So I'm going to throw you to some Be Right Back screen with round number 2 coming up. I believe there's about 20 minutes left in the round, so I will definitely try to find that timer for you so we can have a timer on screen during the game. Good to know about how long is left. I do agree with that. So I love the limelight going, let's go Sylvie over and over again. So Sylvie take regionals to really shake it up. That would be awesome. I really do think that would be really cool. Sylvie was my favorite hero. It kind of was like got me into the game. We did some print and plays when Sylvie got her first kind of print and play release on the website. So we printed out a lot of her stuff. I tried to build Sylvie. I was getting wrecked by James's Lorraine, so just kind of abandoned it, to be honest. And I really love to be proved wrong that deck is actually something to fear. So that being said, let us know what you want to see. Share the stream around. Let's get a couple people in here and let me know what you want, and I'll try to make it happen. No promises, but I will try to make it happen. And thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you to the Haven Games. That's thehaventabletop.com. They sell Grand Archive singles, boxes, everything you guys would need from Grand Archive. Make sure you check out the Haven Games, thehaventabletop.com, and we'll be right back with round number 2. Welcome back to round number 2. I don't know if you saw, but I am working on getting that timer. I kind of did some silly things to the be right back screen, but it's coming. I will get it probably by round number 3. We'll have a timer, so just start a timer from right now. 1 hour. Ready to go. But so it looks like we have Andrew, one of our local players here in Orlando, Florida, versus Alejandro, who came from somewhere out of town, probably.
Yeah, he's not one of our locals. It was pretty crazy how far people have come across the entire country, actually, for a regional, because they weren't available for the closest one to them. So it's Andrew's deck list.
Let's get a quick look at Andrew's deck list. Looks like we're dealing with a pretty typical Fire Lorraine deck list. You know, we have Lorraine's level 1 through 3, ending on Crux Knight, though, so not the Crux Knight. I believe is the one that brings back a sword from your banished zone at level 3.
Yeah, and it looks like Alejandro's running Wind. Lorraine, correct? Yes.
Yep.
But this one, typical sweep stuff, but it also just has a ton of allies to flood the field, Banner Knights, Phalanx Captains, Tactical Sergeants.
You gotta get in close.
Let's see. Alejandro's also running 4 Inspiring Calls, which will probably be paying the reduced cost for that, so that gets the floating memory. 4 Weaponsmiths, so yeah, it looks like he's just flooding the field and kind of doing like a white weenie sort of deal. This is his...
Yeah, it looks like we are flooding the board quite a bit already. And Andrew gonna go to his level, or his turn 2, gonna go into that level 1 Lorraine, get that free sword from the material deck, the Sword of Seeking, which is a pretty common sword to get with level 1 Lorraine. Now, if you don't know what level 1 Lorraine does, then welcome to Grand Archive, because you'll be seeing a lot of her, at least until Fractured Crown, at the very least. So, level 1 Lorraine says, as you level her up, when she comes on the field, you get to pull a 0-cost sword from your material deck for free. Most of the time, we pick the Sword of Seeking, because it just has 2 durability. I mean, it does have the effect where you can hit a thing with stealth.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't really see that too often, really. It's just because it's a free 1/2 sword.
Yeah, it's just got a good rate to it. Now the big question is, how many allies will he be cleaving when he levels up? That being said, we have to hope he gets a cleave.
So what is the first? This guy.
So that's the Wind Rider Vanguard. If you're over level 1, I believe it has Vigor. It is a... I can't remember if it's a 2/3 or a 3/2. I think it's a 2/3. It's fairly tanky. It still won't survive the cleave under most circumstances. But there's Flamer Swordsman.
Flamer Swordsman, such a really typical card that gets used by a lot of Fire Lorraines. I mean, just becoming a 2/2 with floating memory. A lot of times you can swing in with it, get that 2 damage in, and then Cremation Ritual it, so you don't have to worry about giving the other Lorraine any extra cards. So
yeah,
looks like we have some Lorraine love. You're going to be having a good time today.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of Lorraines. How many did we have? I think it was like 20.
Oh, I lost my breakdown.
It was like a good solid, like, half the field almost.
It was probably like, actually, you know what's funny? It was a good split between Lorraine and Rye.
Yeah,
like,
there were
I would
a lot
say
of
like
Ryes as
both
well.
are around 30 to 35% of the field, and then the rest was like other.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rye and Lorraine, you know, the 2 decks that we started with and that Prelude kit, you know, really popular from the beginning. Not only because I think, you know, Lorraine fits a lot of... It's a fan favorite archetype, you know, warrior, swordswoman, people like that. Waifu. And she's good. She's really, really good. So, pretty... Makes a lot of sense that she would be very popular.
Yep.
Where Rye is your typical combo player. Anyone who wants to just do, you know, the big combo, smash with a big spell, you know, anything like that, spell slinger deck.
Oh my god. So, everything just got buffed by 1. Andrew has to answer this, so this game is going to be over very quickly, because that's coming in for 2.
So he's actually going to trade with the Swordsman, or swing into the Swordsman and swing in all now with his allies into Andrew. So interesting to me that leaving the swordsman up. I actually probably would have just left it, knowing their Fire Lorraine, but
So, you are correct. I think the goal is to just knock him out before he can come back. I think the big deal is
so
as he preps for the cleave.
Yeah, here we
does he
see.
have it?
Does he have it? I mean, I assume if you're going to level 2, he does have it. Now, killing that. Oh, he already had another floating memory, so maybe the extra floating memory wasn't too big of a deal.
Right.
But
Andrew, show your hand. Oh man,
I do love how you're.
Oh my god.
You're turning the corner to see if he
Yeah.
has it.
Does he have it? So if he has the cleave, he's gonna draw a lot of
4 cards.
and kind of take the tempo and completely U-turn it. If he doesn't have it, he may die this turn, like on Alejandro's
You would
turn.
think he would have just windmill slammed it at this point, right? Like I just.
Yeah, he's looking up. But when he was making the allies clash, he may just be playing very careful. Doesn't want any loose damage to slip by.
I don't think he has it. I feel like if you have the.
No, you go right to it. You go straight to the bank.
Windmill slam the what's it called? The oh, it's happened to me so many times. What is it?
No, he's going to level 3. He's going
Interesting.
straight to level 3 with Dungeon Guide.
It's interesting that he didn't swing first. Now it's probably just because
Flame Sweep, if that was what you were...
flame sweep. Yeah.
Oh man, Floating Memory got banished, and the Volcano Castle Darth Vader
Varuk?
plays. Yeah, Varuk.
Oh, so this is Crux Knight is the one that just gives you a big damage buff. So not the one that brings back a sword. So it makes sense that we didn't swing first. Which we're gonna Ascension here, send back the sword, get another sword, get the Sword of Avarice. We're digging. We are digging.
Give me my 2 cards. See, normally you could see Andrew smile, and then you'd be like, "Up here comes the Flame Sweep," but it's a little hard to tell here.
Don't know if it's coming down though. It doesn't look
What
like
is
it.
What is this card that he's
We're
bojangling?
gonna pay 2, and we're just gonna get
Horsey. Get it back.
Send back.
But-
Draw
so
2.
here's the thing: he did hit level 3, so he gained a bunch of like max health.
Yeah, gain
But
a
I
bunch of life.
still think, I mean, like let's say a Banner Knight comes down next turn, he's in trouble.
I mean, already giving up your level 2 draw and not being able to cleave the board, I think is pretty huge, and that's what this Win Lorraine deck can really do. Is it's a gambit, right?
Yes.
You're either gonna flood the board and they don't have the answer, and you just win.
No, when he put out all those units, Alejandro's cheeks were kind of getting ready for the sweep. But if he doesn't have it, then I mean, there's nothing else you can do really. You have to go for it if this is the type of deck you're playing.
Right.
Get this out of here.
Absolutely.
But he did play Horsey. He just killed the Phalanx? Let's see. Phalanx Captain. So at least that mitigated about 4 to 5 damage.
Look over here. Sorry.
Wait, what?
Just.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he did mitigate some of the damage, but really it's just so much still left on the board. Missing the Flame Sweep in a really crucial moment. And that's just the power of Lorraine. We've seen just so much aggression from these decks, and looks like he's starting to swing in here.
Now, a big thing some people may not know is that he swung in with Lorraine, but they did change the ruling to where if Lorraine levels up, she doesn't wake up again. So you can keep wombo comboing that. So he can't do like jumping into level 2, swing
Right.
and all that. Now he did just bounce back. Was it Pendragon? Ghost of Pendragon?
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know if that was a good play. Because you get a ton of value from getting the enter the field effect.
Mm-hmm.
So it does look like he'll be sticking around for one more turn at least. I'm sure he was really hoping he was going to draw a Banner Knight. But the Banner Knight was in the porta potty. So
Looks like we're going to Andrew. What could be Andrew's last turn here. Only having about, 8 life, I think, when we're at level 3. And the Dream Fairy coming down, just really putting a hurt on anything.
Yeah, I don't like that he bounced back the Ghost of Pendragon, but he may also just want a 3/4 off the field.
Yeah, and now Andrew can use it for memory cost, but...
But he can also draw 2 when it... if he bounces back a Regalia.
He needs to kill the fairy first, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Won't be able to play that Ghost of Pendragon.
Which I was like, he can just Flame Sweep. But these Flame Sweeps are at the bottom of his deck, apparently. So... that, and he is behind a significant amount.
Yeah, Andrew really studying his hand, trying to find any out to this board. Just not having the Flame Sweep really comes down to it. I mean, Flame Sweep would get you out of it, would kind of help you turn the corner just a bit. Maybe find some real damage here, but looks like we're going to End Soul. This is kind of one way to do it. End Soul going to flood the board with a bunch of cheap swords. Here they come. Oh, he's actually playing the buff sword, too.
Buffs the Dungeon Guide, so Dungeon Guide is going to shoulder tackle somebody. I actually didn't realize he had so many swords in the...
yeah, let's see. So he is able to bring out... he's got the Drawn Blade, the Ornamental Greatsword, the Sword of Seeking, the Warrior's Longsword. He does have a Prismatic Edge, but you can't bring that out with Insol. And, of course, Carnwinen.
Yeah, that's the assassin.
Yeah, the Shrouded
you
Edge.
still can do that.
It's a 3/1 that you get to kind of cheat out because you're not materializing it. You're bringing it out with the effect of a card. So lots of swords kind of hitting the board. So now they can all swing as if they're allies. So he's able to clear the Dream Fairy should he want to. And then he can actually, if he can clear the Dream Fairy...
is that a Flame Sweep?
That is a Flame Sweep in his
okay.
hand.
All right.
Choosing not to Flame Sweep here, rather just bring out the big boys.
Bring out
swords.
the old storage unit and just clean them up.
Just bring out the storage unit. Open her up. What you got?
All right, so Vanguard. Now, because it has Vigor, it always... Oh, no, it won't hit back because...
No, it's the sword swinging.
Right,
not,
yeah.
It's swinging as if it was an ally. Yeah. So even though it has Vigor and even though it was up, no damage taken. Really would expect him to kind of just clear this board at this point.
Well, I want him to clear the board, but then he can also, because he has all this stuff out, I believe they're still Regalia, aren't they? They're Regalia and allies, so he can use the...
Well, they're not even allies.
Oh,
they're still not technically allies. They can attack as if they were allies.
Okay. But just as far as the Pendragon coming out to cash in...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, he could still run into the Dream Fairy. And the Sword of Seeking can actually hit it.
Yep.
That's the issue with Dream Fairy is that everything here has... or Dream Fairy has stealth.
Like
so
True Sight. Yeah.
But I don't think now that I think about it, Sword of Seeking won't have enough to kill the Dream Fairy on its own. So he'd have to swing with Lorraine into the Dream Fairy. Sword of Seeking is
Which he
1
should
damage,
still do that, yeah. No, I was thinking Dream Fairy's 2 health, I think.
I thought it was like more.
Let's see.
Looks like that is exactly what we're doing though, just clearing off a lot of the allies on the board so that you kind of get a lot of these off the board so he doesn't have to worry about it. He needs to use his hand so he can give +2 to his Sword of Seeking, that's correct, so that he can swing with Lorraine. Oh, but he's actually choosing to just hit Alejandro in the face with the Sword of Seeking.
So he puts 2 more cards down, so it looks like he's about to pay for something.
He can't play Ghost of Pendragon right now because of the Dream Fairy.
Ooh, Savage Slash.
Savage Slash is a good one, but not with a sword. Just as big as possible due to Lorraine's effect.
So he's going to draw a card.
Yeah, that was a huge turn.
Now I'm just worried. He may not be able to afford it, but things can rush in. I already see he's got two costs in his hand. The Swift Interceptor, the Weaponsmith. Sorry, it's kind of hard to see while he's flick-flacking, but
I honestly think that that Andrew actually really is in a good spot right now because I don't see it's kind of the reason we're getting the Drawn Blade is I don't see really a way to super clear this board right now. Now we do see the Wind Cutter, which is interesting, but I think without Dungeon Guide at this point, I'd be kind of skeptical.
So he has no defense, so he may not survive this turn, but he does have a boatload of cards in his memory.
Yeah, Alejandro has to just find 8 damage to win the game, but that without a board, the only card is Dream Fairy, so he has 3 on board right now. He needs to find 5 damage, which and he has an Inspiring Call, so I don't know. I don't believe we actually have it.
Yeah, because everything he has there is coming in for 1. And then Andrew's probably going to play the sword again that draws 2 cards.
Yeah, the Sword of Avarice.
Yeah, so that's even more ammo. And then if he has most of his, I mean, Fire just has a lot of options to slam dunk it.
Yeah, even though Andrew didn't get the windmill play of just, fire sweeping the board, turning the corner here was actually really good for him. If he finds another insult, it's definitely GG's.
Yes. Agreed.
It looks like, I think Alejandro kind of knows that if he kind of lets Andrew, as we say, untap, if he lets him, recollect, then the game's probably over.
I mean, typically if a Lorraine only goes to level 1, they need to end the game as soon as possible because he can't take like another hit. He can't survive another round. It's also a very weird hand. I see like 3 weaponsmiths.
Yeah, it's kind of a bricky hand to be completely honest. Like, I don't think he has it. Inspiring Call's not going to get him there. It's only +1 on the Dream Fairy. Now he could play the Inspiring Call is +1, right?
So, Inspiring Call is +1, and he puts a card into memory, I believe. The problem is, I think he has like 6 cards. You have to essentially use 3 cards to just put 1 ally out. Because you're putting 2 in memory, playing 1. Putting 2 in memory, playing 1. And if he had an answer, he probably would have slammed it on the board already. He is trying to find out how to hang in there.
We're going to need a play, though. I mean, we're doing best of 3 here.
Yeah. And Andrew's got his hands cupped, kind of like, if you got it, you got it, but if you don't...
Let's go to game 2.
Bring in the flamethrower.
Like, I'm ready for game 2. Bring it on, baby. Bring it on, baby.
So, he has the fairy out. He could bring a unit out, Inspiring Call, that would do 2, 4, 5 if he swings with the sword. Now he needs 8.
I think right now he's looking to see like if he can pay and play for everything.
Oh.
And right now, I don't know if he has it, but like I said, we're gonna need a game action from this Win Lorraine player. We still have 2 more games to play possibly, so. And looks like he's just going to scoop it up. Andrew will take it to game 2. Andrew, Fire Lorraine, was in a dire spot there, but with that insult, able to clear the board. Fire Lorraine going to move up to 1-0 in the series.
A Fire Lorraine beat a Wind Lorraine with no Flame Sweep. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, not finding the flame sweep there. Yeah, pick it
up. get in there.
You need it. So let's see what we got in the sideboard for our 2 players here. So let's start with Alejandro on the Wind Lorraine. He's got a Safeguard Amulet. Not going to do anything here. Orb of Choking Fumes. 3 Veiling Breeze and 3 Deflecting Edges. Deflecting Edge, I could definitely see coming in.
Yeah, Deflecting Edges. If he didn't put it in there already, it definitely needs to go in.
You have to start unsighted.
Well, it looks like
you're saying like right now. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, for sure, he needs definitely something he could side in. Veiling Breeze also, I think that's the one that can help too.
Yeah, if Andrew sweeps, then he wants to save a specific target.
Let's see, what does Andrew have for?
Oh no, that's for himself. That's to reduce damage on himself.
Now let's see, what does Andrew have that he can side in as well? So Andrew has.
I only laughed. I'm like, he just needs that flame sweep. on time.
Throw a couple more.
Yeah, he needs to Uber Eats that in and make sure it's ready.
Let's see, how many Flame Sweeps are we playing right now? I would imagine it's 4.
Hopefully
but
4, yeah.
he is playing 4 Flame Sweep in the list, so definitely is available to him. Now in the sideboard, Andrew, who is up 1-0 in the series, has 2 Sparkle Lights, 3 Deflecting Edges, 1 Varuk Smoldering Spire, 1 Devastating Blow, and 1 Safeguard Amulet. Now again, I think the only thing I could imagine coming in is Deflecting Edge, but I think he probably sees himself as the beatdown. I would imagine you are only going to slide those in the Fire Mirror match.
Right.
So I could see the Wind Lorraine player sliding in some Deflecting Edges, but
Where did you put it?
posted it in here. You might want to post it in, but it was in there.
Okay.
Oh, you're like,
Oh, that's it.
oh.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, Limelight shared. Limelight, thanks for sharing the stream. Appreciate it.
So there are 7 rounds cut to top 8. This is round number 2.
It's gonna be 6 rounds.
6 rounds,
Yeah.
sorry. 6 rounds cut to top 8. 6 rounds cut to top 8. This is round number 2. Andrew, we are in game number 2 of round number 2. Andrew did take game number 1. That's why he's got the little 1-0 there.
Yep. No, I think this match, despite how close it was, I think this match is in Andrew's favor. But that was, I mean, that Ensoul definitely saved him. If he didn't have that, it would have been another big swinging. And
But he's got a couple answers like that, right, too? So he has, again, he has 4 Flame Sweeps. 4 Flame Sweeps and how many Insouls? I would imagine 4
I
as
think
well.
4.
3
Also,
Insoul.
Oh, okay. Alejandro also had the Phalanx Captain right when he needed it. It's right before they hit level 2, just get all that damage in. But we'll see how this goes. No, that was really good.
So as they're
1 minute.
coming up to game number 2 here, if you're Alejandro, I think you want to go first. I think you want as many chances as you can to get ahead in levels. You know, getting the dungeon guide first, I think on Andrew's side was actually pretty huge. That was a really smart play from him. Nice, I'm from Norway and we haven't gotten to play a tournament around here yet. Is it a lot of Lorraines or will there be some other characters likely? We actually had a breakdown. What did I do with that breakdown? I posted it on the Grand Archive Discord. But I did have a breakdown. There is actually a good chunk of other players here. Not just a slew of Lorraine. Okay, I found it. So going to be lots of Lorraine and Rye for sure, but I'm going to give you that breakdown again while we're in the early steps. So we have 7 Wind Lorraine, 15 Fire Lorraine, 1 Fire Mordred, 3 Fire Tristan, 13 Fire Rye, 1 Wind Allen, 2 Fire Sylvies, 1 Water Lorraine, 1 Water Sylvie, 2 others because their material decks are all over the place.
Yeah, they're starting out as like Assassin, and then they go into Tamer, and just because of the lineage breaks.
1 Lost Lorraine, 2 Water Xander, and 1 Wind Sylvie.
And the 1 win Sylvie
Was
won the
one.
first round.
Yep.
So.
So yeah, already, so the Wind player did choose to go first, got that Blacksmith out. Now we see Andrew going into his first turn. Classy Badger, I do agree. Sylvie is getting a lot of love in Fractured Crown. We'll just have to see if it's enough to overcome the Lorraine menace.
Is there ever an answer to that?
What, Flamer and
So like,
Swordsman?
oh good, 2/2 that I don't want to kill, and it smacks me in the face constantly.
No, it's like honestly probably one of the best cards in the deck.
And I know
The deck.
because I saw he had Bounce Fairy that he can do that, and it makes it a little annoying. But as soon as he kills the fairy, he's just showing up again.
Crux didn't get a lot except a really good hero.
Yeah.
They got a new Lorraine. Merlin Lorraine.
No spoilers.
Moraine.
Yes. Lurlin.
Lurlin.
Oh,
And here it is, the
back to
Dream Fairy.
hand.
That is the best answer you can have for Lorraine, or against the Flame Rune Swordsman, having that Dream Fairy, bouncing it back, saying you can't play it again until you get rid of this Dream Fairy. Passing his turn back over to Andrew. Now we know he has a dead card in his hand until that Dream Fairy comes off the board. Looks like we are going to go into level 1.
Yep.
We do have the Honorable Vanguard in the graveyard already to use as floating memory, so we don't have to give up a card in our memory just yet. Sword of Seeking coming down, of course. Again, such a play to get that Sword of Seeking all the way out every single time, mostly with... He does have Ornamental Greatsword, and I think if he had an ally on the board, there is an option to go into that, but I think just so many times you want the extra durability.
Yep. You do want the option to swing again.
Andrew has quite a bit of influence there. Influence, that new keyword out of Fractured Crown. Counts hand size and memory size, so if you're starting to rack up a bunch of influence, I think there are some cards in Fractured Crown that do punish that. But right now, nothing of the sort. Now this is a really good card to use because we get to use the Sword of Seeking to be able to swing into the Dream Fairy. Now our Flame Rune Swordsman is unlocked, so to speak.
Right, and now he's setting up floating memory for when he has to hit level 2. So he's just making it very consistent. I think I saw a Ritual in his hand. I don't know if he's going to Flame Rune Swordsman, swing in, and then Ritual. I don't think he can afford it. No, he only had 2 cards left. He needed one more card.
Yeah, unfortunately
But
couldn't do that.
he's back on his...
Would you... The Blacksmith has 3 health, right? It's a 1-3.
It's a
I think.
1-3.
So yeah, a little bit tougher to kill. Couldn't kill it with the Flame Rune Swordsman. But going back into Alejandro's turn, readying that Blacksmith, going through the material deck now. Oh no, already went through the material deck. Got the Ornamental Greatsword.
Yep.
Buffing that. That's a buff Blacksmith now.
So the
and a hit for 2.
Blacksmith can take out the Flame Rune Swordsman. Does he want to
But do you want
that?
to, right? Yeah, like... But I think it's going to. I think
Yeah,
he's
it's
worried
going.
about
That
that
looks like-
damage.
Is he?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Andrew's probably really happy about that, getting another floating memory in the grave. So now he has 2, which is going to make his level 2 free. And that can really make the Lorraine player kind of run away with this. Now there's only one thing to kill on the board, so he doesn't need a cleave though.
I'm thinking if he doesn't have a big cleave turn, he may Dungeon Guide into level 3 and just try to just slam dunk him in the face and try to...
I was going to say, I
make him
think you
panic.
still definitely go to level 2 here.
Yeah.
With the 2 floating memory. Take your card. I think you still take the card here if you can kill the Blacksmith. That's my option, but I could be wrong. Maybe you're just, you try to get ahead. You hit level 2 first, even though you went second.
Yep.
Which is pretty big, getting that extra level before the other player. Hope you guys are enjoying this. If you can, visit thehaventabletop.com. They are the ones hosting us today, this huge regionals we have in Orlando. A big 6-rounder with a cut to top 8. I'll be here all day. James will be in and out.
Yep. I'll be here till at least our lunch break. And then I'll be back after a few hours. So is that Rending Flames on Andrew's right thumb? See, that's what I was thinking. He would hit level 3 Rending Flames for a huge amount of damage, but I don't think he has 3 fire cards in his graveyard to banish.
I also don't... Does he have the Dungeon Guide? I haven't seen it.
I can't... It's kind of hard to see. I should go over there and just be like, Andrew.
You got it?
Yeah.
I think I actually see 2 to 3 insoles in his hand, which is kind of funny.
But also, if he did have it, I think he would have just...
Well, the thing that he's got to be
put it
worried
down.
about is that Alejandro actually has cards in his hand to respond, which he's going to do right now. The Deflecting Edge going to stop the damage for the Blacksmith so he can't draw. Keeping that Blacksmith alive.
Would you keep Weaponsmith? Do you think that's worth, like...
a
Well,
Weaponsmith,
you are
sorry.
you are trying to build up a line
Well, I think
for
you're...
Banner Knight and...
Well,
and
no,
all
my
that.
big thing is you're trying to keep him off cards.
Yeah. That's true.
So another Flame Rune Swordsman just going to come down, get in for another 2 damage. And then we're going to Cremation Ritual it, dig some more, get another Floating Memory into the grave, draw 2 cards. And that's going to do it for Andrew. Go back to Alejandro's turn.
All right, gonna draw a
It's like
card.
we're staying at level 1. He is risking it.
No, he wants. I think he really wants the Banner Knight. Well, Banner Knight's level 2, but I think he really wants to get the Vanguard out, or not Vanguard, Phalanx. He wants the Phalanx Knight out, and he wants to put a bunch of cheapies out there.
He's gonna try to slow this game down as much as he can. Doesn't want the Fire Lorraine player to just pop off.
And now that Andrew's already hit level 2, he can avoid the sweep with the plus damage on it. Which next set he can play that one card. I think it like reverts your level back, although that's wind. But
yeah, that's a really risky card. You have to heal 5 damage, which is good, but then you have to de-level your hero, which is like also can be really good. Getting a level 2 Lorraine again is really good, but it just depends on the situation.
yeah. Also, shout out to our judges. There are a lot of judge calls going out.
Yeah,
You can hear it like in the next room. So
yeah, we're a little sequestered, but there is a gap in the ceiling wall or whatever. We can kind of hear what's going on out there, so we do hear a lot of the judges being called. So they're doing a good job. 2 judges made it here. That is Zach Burdett.
Yep.
Zach and Devin. They're doing a great job.
Yep.
So shout out to them. They got those cool judge mats.
Yeah, we did have multiple people take the judge test. Apparently, it's pretty tough because half of them did not make the cut.
So if you're looking out there to be a judge, make sure you study up.
Do your homework. Now, I don't think it's intentional at all. I have seen it in some card games and stuff like that. This round is going way slower, and I don't know if that's because if Alejandro wins, it makes it a tie instead of like a weird thing. But the first round until up to the end, they were like slamming. They knew what their deck was meant to do, and they were just slamming it down. Yeah, don't say that on stream.
Is judge test in person day of? No, I believe it was sent to them ahead of time.
So the OP manager at Weebs reaches out to the TO or store owners over Discord right now, and then they get all the applicants' information, and then they get a link to a website to take the test. And I think they have to get an 80% or higher. And that's just right now. I mean, we're like the very first regionals, or us and the event in Canada going on today.
Yep.
But in the future, I think it's going to be much more. It's going to be done differently. Big thing that most of the applicants got back to us, or got back to me about when they were taking the test. They said a lot of the questions are worded, according to them, intentionally tricky. Like there's some wordplay and just stuff like that that you really have to pay attention to in order to get the correct answer. It's not just like, what does Savage Slash do? It's like more involved with like a situation that would go on during like your official play.
So I'm still working on getting that timer, but just to give you guys a heads up, there is about 24 minutes left in the round. 24 minutes left in the round. if you guys are out there enjoying the stream, getting a great day of Grand Archive in on your Saturday afternoon, do us a favor, leave us a like and a sub on the stream. Helps us out a lot. Easy way to support. All you have to do is like and sub, and we will just love you forever. So go ahead and do that. Looks like we are going to swing in with the Flame Rune Swordsman for 2 damage. That is a 2/2 Flame Rune Swordsman coming in. Banner Knight, though, buffing it to 3, I believe. So 3 more damage. 3 damage coming in. Looks like we are going to play another Deflecting Edge for free. We're going to swing with the Banner Knight. Looks like we are swinging with Banner Knight. Then we are swinging with the Lorraine as well and our Drawn Blade. This game taking a little bit longer. 24 minutes remaining. Probably closer to 22 now. Thank you guys out there. Thank you. Those who have subbed, this is awesome. Looks like we are going to have the orb come out. That is Orb of Choking Fumes, I believe. So on Alejandro's turn, we have to really see how much damage he can push through. He needs to win this game just to tie up the series. Andrew did take game 1 in a pretty commanding fashion after being down early in that game. So Alejandro has to claw back a game just to tie it up. No, thank you for watching. We appreciate bringing out the coverage to you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. The stream...
No, I was just saying. So he had to do 2 different things just to get rid of the Banner Knight. I think it's very important the Banner Knight gets off the field, but his Alejandro's game plan just isn't like forming up. He needs more cheap things out there. There you go.
Yeah, he's working on it. Here is a Swift Recruit. Definitely one of the best allies that Wind has access to. It's just a 1/2. It's basically the same stat line as Honorable Vanguard.
Yeah.
The only difference is it's a win card and it has Intercept, which makes it really good in terms of actually getting itself into the graveyard and actually saving you some damage. So,
wait, is he paying 3 floating memory for this? Or is he paying 3?
He leveled up. No, he's
2 Varuks.
2 Varuks.
Oh my goodness.
And I think he would have really wanted one of those Varuks.
No, and also the
the Devastating Blow.
Devastating Blow, yeah. That's crazy that he didn't have floating memory. Yeah, I know. I was like...
No, I'm saying I remembered it.
Yeah, I was like,
whoa.
I was like, big sword attack?
Big sword?
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 Varuks and a Devastating Blow no longer available to Andrew. So yeah, but we are level 3, so we get to play all of our cool Crux stuff. So half the deck is turned back on. That's one of the big things about running Crux stuff. Those cards are just mana rocks. Until level 3, they're just cards that you can use for memory. So let's go, Red Zone Rogue Andrew. He does love his Red Zone Rogue. He has
the playmats.
Those are the sleeves.
Oh,
those are RZR sleeves. And he
Yeah.
does have the playmat as well. I thought I froze. They just weren't moving.
No?
I was like, no, our coverage.
It is funny that he thought for a while and he's like, I'll swing in. Old reliable Flamer and Swordsman.
Flamer and Swordsman, this is the new art out of Altar. It's just so good. Every card in Fire, I just feel like is just really well statted. It really does what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good card.
Card draw gets floated. A lot of that's floating memory. I think I saw Hasty Messenger. Or maybe it was Korhazi. Another Red Zone Rogue.
Looks like we have a devastating blow on Andrew's side, but he's going to be met with a Veiling Breeze, stopping 2 of it.
Which now he probably wishes he had one of those Verucs, because that goes right through it.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been able to prevent it, but he is able to prevent 2 of the damage.
And he's still level 1. He is holding on to that level 1 for dear life.
Yeah, interesting enough, he's just really deciding not to go to level 2 or level 3. Just has his, weaponsmith out and the...
I can't see. Oh, the, yeah, I forgot the name. Oh, boom.
Level 1, the Orb of Choking Fumes, I believe.
Tactful Sergeant. Giving him another floating memory. Okay. This dude is probably, Alejandra's probably just like, where are these Phalanx captains?
Yeah, I think Phalanx captain being such a big part of his game plan and not really seeing them now. Andrew's going to really start putting on some hurt turn after turn after turn, being level 3. So we do see that Alejandro was able to get into level 2 Lorraine finally to buff up that life total just a bit. But really, 22 life right now doesn't really feel all that good against a level 3 Crux Knight Lorraine.
Right. He did get the wait, is that No, that's not the lantern. That's choking. Is that choking fumes? So that could slow down a key turn, but.
Yeah, really just trying to figure out what Andrew's going to do to finish this game off. Now, the thing that's tricky about wind players, they just have so many ways to really kind of shrug off damage. Things that really prevent damage, and losing 2 of those Verucs, the landmark card that makes it so that fire damage is unpreventable.
Yeah.
Really kind of hurts Andrew in terms of like just finishing this game out.
Because that card could essentially turn some of Alejandro's cards into like dead weight.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure when Alejandro banished them, he was very happy to see that too.
Yeah. So he went to the long sword. He's trying to get every inch of damage he can get. So I think because he saw the longsword come out, he pops choking fumes. So now everything on Andrew's this turn, all his cards are gonna get a little tax done to it. So he has to pay extra resources.
Yeah, cards your opponents activate this turn cost 1 more to activate. So yeah, I'm gonna hold him back. I think actually the big thing is that Andrew has an insole in his hand, but I think he has exactly 6 cards. Like exactly enough to like the insole plus 6 cards.
So
he wouldn't be able to play it.
Can he? So he plays the longsword. Can he just respond with fumes?
Yeah.
Okay. And that makes it so Andrew can play at most probably like 2 cards. And he probably won't even be able to do that.
No, probably 1 big card is what he's hoping for. And he really needs to put in damage. Now, Andrew, I don't think... Oh, also the other issue, I didn't even think about it. The Swift Recruit has Intercept. So he's got to get through a Swift Recruit as well.
Yeah.
And he's got the Flame Sweep.
Wait a second. Is he going to Flame Sweep a...
I think he's going to. I think he's going to Flame Sweep here.
Yeah, but won't he just intercept it?
You can, Flame Sweep being a cleave, it cleaves everything.
Well, that wasn't a Flame Sweep. That's the Rending Flames.
Oh, so just
That's
Rending Flame the hell out of him?
But I think he didn't banish anything.
No, he just hit it.
He just bopped it, and so on one hand, that's kind of like a weak turn, but I don't think he had any other options. That orb had to get used at some point. So now.
But now Andrew actually could insult next turn if he gets a Grand Crusader's Ring. He has 5 cards in hand, or he'll have 5 cards right now. He'll pick up his memory and have 5 cards in hand. He'll draw for turn, go to 6, then he can Grand Crusader's Ring for the last one, go to 7.
Yep.
Then play the insult and finish the game out. That's considering that there's not another Veiling Breeze waiting for him on the other side.
That will pretty much reduce every sword's damage to nothing.
Now, Alejandro is actually running pretty low on resources himself, only having 2 cards in memory and 1 card in hand. Looks like there's a couple of these regionals going on. Just today we have Canada and New Zealand as well. Canada has quite a big event turnout. I think they are streaming that as well. So if you're visiting us from back and forth between the 2 streams, leave a like and a follow. You know, we're streaming out here too. It's going to be a lot of fun. Still have a lot more Grand Archive to bring you. Looks like Alejandro going to go for that Drawn Blade because he is running low on resources, looking for an out to this. Will Alejandro be able to weather this storm, or will Andrew be able to take it?
Has that been the same weaponsmith since like
Oh,
the
yeah.
first turn?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that thing has like 6 or 5 durability on it.
Yeah, he's giving that thing like a lot of durability counters.
So he hit level 3. He's gonna draw another card. Or wait.
So yeah, he hit level 3,
Yeah.
and the Drawn Blade came from that. So
Okay. Bop for 1. Achahoo!
So it looks like it's 19-16, but I think if Alejandro is out of cards, I do believe this game is probably over. So because I do think he's going to be able to insult and just kind of take the game from there. He's got 12 life remaining. Insult will definitely get there.
There it is.
Yeah, so he had it in hand already. Looks like that's going to happen. Insult coming down. Free turn.
Gonna draw a card and what other swords he's got out there?
Yeah.
That one. He doesn't have any allies.
No
Nothing to
allies.
buff.
No allies to buff with the Ornamental Greatsword, but still a pretty huge turn here. Going to draw off the Drawn Blade as well.
So 2, 3, 4.
He drew another insult.
Well, he has to do 12.
He has to do 12 here, which I don't know. We have 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, plus he's going to get Lorraine's ability is also going to send a bunch into the. Going to get buffed a lot as well from all the swords. So another 1 here. Another 3 here.
Oh, you're right. So the longsword's gonna swing in for
2.
Oh, but with the bonus from her, won't it be like?
No, but I'm assuming he'll use the longsword first to get it into the banish. See, that's what I would do. The longsword only has 1 durability left on it, so I would swing with the longsword to ensure the damage. But I think he has enough anyway. So
Lunch break after round 3.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to double check.
and so that's going to be 6 damage. He did miss a point of damage. He does give the win player another turn. If he had swung with the other sword first, it just would have been enough there. If he had swung with the long sword, then finished up with the seeking sword of seeking, I think that would have been enough damage because the longsword would have ended up in the banish pile, giving him another point of damage. But, it's so close. Just missing that off by 1 damage, giving the win player another turn could prove to be bad. But we do know, basically, if Andrew gets to his next turn, the game's probably over. But, man, really close here, really close. So now we have to just figure out how is Alejandro going to get out of this. He's going to, looks like he's eyeing up that prismatic edge, which does reveal all cards in memory. Alejandro not having any cards in his memory at all.
Yeah, it's kind of feels. So wait, I didn't get what just happened. Why did 2 go in?
I think he's rewinding. Yeah, I think he let him take it back. He's rewinding, I think. Good sportsmanship here from our players. Maybe we're just going to do something else. Oh, I think he had enough to not do it, and so I guess he let him take back the cost.
So Andrew's going to take 3. He's going to lose a card from the wind reveal.
As long as Andrew doesn't die here, which there's 3 on board, 3, 4, 5 on board, which would take him to the exact same life total.
3, 4, 5. So he doesn't have enough to cleave. He can't afford. I don't think he can afford it.
No, Andrew just has to untap and swing with anything.
Sounded like he just said, "You should swing with this." Oh, and I wonder if he's saying I had this, but I couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
You get the game.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Andrew
close.
is going to take game number 2 and go up 2-0 in the match and win game number 2. Really risking it, missing that 1 extra point of damage off the insole. Really risking it.
That was a juicer. That was a good one.
That was a good one. Let's hear it for Andrew going 2-0 in the series. Super awesome for him. Alejandro will go to 1-1, I believe. I believe both these players were going into the match 1-0. Hey, all right. So that was an amazing round number 2. Really enjoyed that one. Andrew really taking it with that Fire Lorraine list, showing why it's so powerful, showing that a lot of damage can come out of nowhere, even through things like Intercept, things like Veiling Breeze. Really good there to see. Good game, Andrew, indeed. Looks like Alejandro, good luck in the rest of your rounds. Going to 1-1, you're definitely not out of the tournament just yet. Still a lot of Grand Archive to play, so we still have 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then a top cut to top 8 to find out who your Orlando Regional Champion will be. There's a lot of Grand Archive being played today, so if you can, ignore that timer that's down there. Ignore that, but really, if you can, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you visit thehaventabletop.com for any of your singles or sealed needs for Grand Archive, and just really excited to play. Like, make sure you drop in between this stream, a couple other streams of Grand Archive. Really a lot to. If you're into Grand Archive, today's a great day to be a Grand Archive player.
I was gonna say, and if you're not into it yet or you're just checking it out, go ask your locals about pre-ordering the second wave of Dawn of Ashes, and then the Fractured Crown, which is the supplement set that's coming out. I think at the same day. It's like August 25th. So, yeah.
So, awesome. Well, that being said, we're going to throw it to the Be Right Back screen. I think that round actually took a lot of time, so there shouldn't be too much time in between rounds 2 and 3. So we will be right back.
That was a really good match.
Welcome to round number 3 here at the Haven Games. Regionals here in Orlando for Grand Archive. Looks like we have Nuon versus Ron for round number 3. I believe both these players are 2-0. Where's my deck list? I gotta find it.
My shotgun.
So as the players set up here, going in as 2-0, a little fist bump action. Oh, it looks like we got Ron. Found Ron. What we got, Ron? What's Ron working with,
So
James?
Ron is playing Arcane Rye. Good. It'll be our first Rye on stream today. And he is sideboarding some anti-flood the field nonsense. Spontaneous combustion. With some barrier servants. It's
I
interesting.
found Nuon.
And what is he playing?
You tell me. Oh, it looks like I think I see a mirror. I looked at it real quick.
No, he's got Honorable Vanguard, or no, I think we playing anyway. No, it's Lorraine.
Is Lorraine? Okay.
It's Lorraine. Fire Lorraine against Fire Rye. This could go really quick.
Fire Lorraine versus Fire Rye. There's a lot that can go on here. A little nuance, but not too much. I mean, it's not a whole lot of prevention. It's a lot of damage coming in. The Rye is going to try to just hold off as much as possible so they can get to that combo. Are they even playing? They are playing Arcane Rye, though, right? So
Yeah,
we are going to see...
It's probably going to be racing to level 3 by banishing arcane cards as fast as it can.
Yeah, so we are actually going to see some arcane stuff, some arcane blasts, some arcane sights, some erratic bolts, spell shields. I think the spell shields will probably come in clutch if they can make it. I got my fancy supporter box to open after this round.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna stick around for that before you head out?
Yeah, we're going to open that up, and then I got to get going. Hopefully you get a CSR.
I would love it.
That'd be a winner.
I would
Very
take...
pretty box, though.
And as Lorraine's already heading to level 1, I see an Honorable Vanguard on their side of the field and a Flame Rune Swordsman on Ron's side of the field. And we're going to recollect and draw into something here. I know... Looks like we're going to play the Idle Thoughts. Idle Thoughts. See,
Nice.
I remember.
Yeah, very good.
So Idle Thought's going to come down. You look at the top 4, put them back in any order. The one great thing about Idle Thoughts is it does have floating memory. It's really clutch in these special moments where you don't want to banish any cards from your memory, right? You don't want to have to give up those cards. So you don't want to give up any of those cards. So it looks like we are going to actually play the Anvil here that gives an extra durability, which you don't see very often. And we're going to swing with Lorraine into the Fire Spirit here. So we are going to go to level 1 Rye, and we're going to do it as officially as we can, where we actually roll the dice for the random card. So level 1 Rye is going to come in with 2 Enlightened Counters now. Enlightened Counters are very important because Enlightened Counters do allow you to draw a card once you get to 3 Enlightened Counters. Plus, there's some synergies there where other cards care about Enlightenment counters on him.
Yeah. He's siding 2 Barrier Servants. So I think if he needs to pull those out to kind of tank with the inline counters, that'll come handy.
Yep, so we have a Scry the Skies here. He didn't really have to scry it too much because... Well, actually, the other player played Idle Thoughts. So he Scry the Skies here. I think he bottomed the card and then put the top card into memory. So on Nuon side of the field, we're going to just go into level 2 Lorraine. We were able to banish 2 floating memory for it. And so he does have a target to draw a card. If he has Flame Sweep here, any other way to remove that Flamer and Swordsman with Lorraine. Now, Fire Rye players can be pretty tricky where they actually will destroy their own card at instant speed or at fast speed so that they don't get the card draw. It looks like we're just going to swing with the Hasty Messenger here, discard a card, draw a card, swing with the Honorable Vanguard, deal another point of damage into Ron's face. and actually leave the level 2 Lorraine standing and not attack with it. So it looks like
Well, he probably doesn't want to have no weapons on board.
Yeah, I get that. Just wasting the +2 feels like it can come in
Oh,
not
because he
so
just
great.
hit level 2.
Yeah,
that's right.
so
Okay, yeah.
so he is going to attack the Hasty Messenger with the Flamer Swordsman, dealing 2 points of damage to it, clearing it off the field. Can't leave it there. Hasty Messenger, just that filtering alone will get you so much going. So get you into what you need. You know, any of those cards that are dead in your hand, get rid of them.
And that will be the Ascent promo, which I think is pretty nice.
No, it's awesome. Hasty Message. So we're going to roll for memory here. Actually hitting the dungeon guide. And yeah, we're already going to level 3. Looks like I'm ready to crux some stuff up.
Yep. Nah, he doesn't want to wait for Rai to ramp up and do all his sorceries. So ping for 1.
Ping for 1. And looks like this is where it's kind of deceptive, right? So the Rai player is level 2. Lorraine's level 3 and feels like pretty good board presence, but yep, and that's where we see we're actually going to kill our own Flamer and Swordsman just to get some floating memory here. And go into our turn as the Rai player. We're going to banish the Flamer and Swordsman. Probably banish the other 2 cards in our memory.
So it's 2 Arcane, yep.
Yep, 2 Arcane. Really solid play there. So this is the Rai that... This is the other Rai, right? This is the Rai that copies? Or no?
No, that's
the one from the structure deck,
yeah.
right? So this one gets a level for every arcane card in the banish zone. So banishing those 2 arcane cards is actually really clutch there.
So he's level 6, which is not the optimal level you want to be. Usually you want to be level 8 if it plays out perfectly, but 6 is still pretty good.
And now has 8 enlightenment counters, so that's at least 2 cards to draw, but could also lead to a lot of damage here.
Oh, he had 8. Oh, I thought he was level 6 and he had 2 enlightenment. Okay.
No, he should be level 8 now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because he has
Makes
5
sense.
arcane cards in the banish zone. Was able to get there really fast.
Oh, and the natural level 3. Okay.
Looks like he has a dead dungeon guide in hand now. Now that he's already level 3, no reason to play that at all. Really interesting to see. Oh, and the sword that he chooses to pick is the Sword of Avarice. Or not Avarice, Sword of Adversity, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, plus...
It gets +2 if you don't have any allies on the field. And so a Flamer and Swordsman of his own as well. This is actually a pretty commanding board here. He really needs to race Ron from getting really ahead. So even though Ron is down in life total, having 13 life still, I think is pretty scary for Nuon, because this deck can come out of nowhere and just deal crazy points of damage. We're talking 11 damage from Arcane Blast, you know, huge fireballs that are increased by your level, which currently is level 8, so that's like a 9 damage Arcane.
9.
Yeah, 9 damage fireball, so just big chunks that can come from nowhere.
There it is, 13.
Yep, 13 from
Now,
the fireball. 13.
Yeah. I was going to say his board clear is actually in the sideboard, Anger of the Skies.
Which I agree with. A lot of decks aren't playing a whole, bunch of allies. So.
Right.
Looks like we are going to go to our turn as the Rai player and materialize the book, which is not going to hit another
there's
arcane
the other
card.
board clear.
And so now I believe he can materialize his other tome for free, which he's going to do right here. Yep, so the arcane tome.
See the way he flicked that out?
Tome of Sacred Lightning. I actually think this card's really good. It gets the ability of the tome below it, or the tome that you banish for it.
Mm. And this is the altar that has the waifu on it, so...
Yeah, the one from Altar Edition. Really like this one. It's like we're going to draw for turn. Play an Arcane Sight, so we're going to gain some more levels here. So Arcane Sight getting an Enlightenment counter and a level, so going to pretty much level 9 right now. We're going to mark those temporary levels off to the side. He actually has an Arcane Blast right now. If he could just gain one more level, he could play them both for 1 mana, but I don't think he has it.
So
we're just going to play 1 for now.
Gonna bop him for 11.
It is going to bop for 11. Oh, he actually has it because of the... Yep, there it is, and we're going to go. Ron's going to take game 1. Rye...
He just nuked him,
He
him.
just went so fast. He was able to get an extra level from the book that I think he was forgetting about, so that does make him level 10. Making the Arcane Blast that comes in for 11 damage, only cost 1, had 2 in hand. Paid for both of them. Nuon's going to have to figure out what's he got in the sideboard to kind of help him with this matchup. Let's take a look. In the sideboard, we have 3 Blazing Throws. Don't think those are coming in. 3 Strapping Conscripts. 1 Grand Crusader's Ring in the sideboard, which is really interesting to me.
GCR in the sideboard, that is interesting.
And 1 Lorraine Spirit Ruler. Spirit Ruler may come in. I think you might actually want to play the Crux Knight because you just want to go fast. Though I could definitely see Spirit Ruler coming in. I don't really see a whole lot of cards that help you with arcane damage at all or spell damage in any way. Not even in the main board. No, not really seeing it. So I think the game plan here is to kill the wizard.
Yeah.
Go fast. Hope he doesn't go as fast as he just did. So
yeah, it looked like he just cited in the card that what is it, like throw? It lets you throw your weapon for an additional 4 damage.
Yep.
I think he's just trying to murder him as fast as he can. It's still, no matter how good your hand is, I don't know if you're going to kill him before he hits level 3, but I mean, there's not much else Fire Lorraine can do.
I actually really like the simple setup. There's some things I want to add to it, but just having the gameplay being like
perfectly
front and center, yeah. And camera's really clear. So yeah, going into game number 2, I think not a whole lot changes for either player. Ron, knowing that he's playing against another Lorraine, which he's probably, I would imagine both these players have practiced this matchup quite a bit. Both Rye and Lorraine being the number 1 and 2 decks in the field. I think both these players are going to be pretty experienced on it, so not really expecting a whole lot to change other decks, just looking at their sideboards. I mean, we did see a couple cards sided in and out. Like you said, I think you saw the Blazing Throw.
Blazing Throw, yeah.
The Blazing Throw was sided in, and that's the one where you can attack him with your weapon, then throw the weapon at him, try to get that damage in as fast as possible. It's a bit of a gambit there because should he prevent it in any way, you just gave up a weapon. So yeah, both players shuffling up now. Now Ron does have the lead at 1-0, so Nuon's gonna have to go 2-0 from this point on to carry the match. But really, we haven't actually. Both of our matches prior were 2-0 sweeps. So
yeah, I mean they were close, or the Andrew and Alejandro game was close, but
very much so.
We'll see.
Now I don't know how our Wind Lorraine player is doing, or Water Lorraine player is doing. Though I hope they're doing well because I'd really like to feature him after the lunch break coming up here after this round. But don't go anywhere after this round because we are going to open a supporter pack from Weebs of the Shore right after this round.
It's 8 packs, I think. It says on the bottom somewhere.
So let's see. We got, first of all, packaging S tier. This is really nice. Really, really nice. And no, not a whole lot. Oh, 8 booster packs. Yeah, supporter pack 1, 8 booster packs. Got the Weaves of the Shore, Grand Archive, shrink wrap. Ooh, a little embossing there on the box. This is like a really nice box. I like it. That being said, game number 2 in this match is underway. So, Nuon starting with that Spirit of Fire. Didn't expect anything different. Could you imagine he's just like, nope, this game going Spirit of Wind.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll see something like that. All these Trisket decks.
Oh, to make it like multi-element?
Yeah.
And stuff like that? Yeah.
I think Ron went second last game too, so that's even kind of really interesting. I wonder if the Arcane Rye player wants to go second just because the extra card being an extra kind of mana / resource is really big.
Well,
so.
yeah, and there's several card filtering cards that he will play, and it has a target, and if he goes first, he targets nothing. So
Yeah, and we see the Creative Shock coming down. Creative Shock is going to let you draw 2 cards, discard a card. And then the Idle Thoughts is getting banished so that we can go to level 1 Lorraine. Level 1 Lorraine's going to get the Sword of Seeking, like we've seen so many times. Sword of Seeking, just a really clutch weapon to pick off level 1 Lorraine, really just because of that extra durability. You know, it's a 1/2 sword that comes in and has a True Sight, so it can attack those, you know, pesky Dream Fairies. Not going to really happen in this matchup, but really just having an extra durability on it makes it very versatile, especially when it comes out for free with Lorraine. So we have an Esteem Knight.
yes.
Esteem Knight.
Yeah.
This has been a test on how many card names can AJ remember.
Steam Knight 2/3.
2/3 has Intercept. I think the Intercept is a class bonus? Level bonus?
Class bonus. Yeah.
So already we're seeing the Lorraine player doesn't really look like they're off to like quite a quick start. We are going to attack the Library Witch, which will draw Ron a card. Library Witch, when it goes to the graveyard, does draw for as it does. And we're going to attack with the Sword of Seeking and the
Savage Slash?
Savage Slash. Savage Slash
Really
is
wants the floating memory.
yeah, I think Savage Slash is probably one of the best warrior cards just because it has floating memory.
Yep.
Getting that card into your graveyard just so you can use it for next turn, get some damage in. But going into Ron's turn, we see a pretty full hand. I see 2 Dungeon Guides, so already Ron's got to be pretty happy about that.
A 1, a 2? Does he have another one?
Does have 2.
Okay.
So this is going to be a Scry the Skies. You're going to glimpse 1, put that card underneath, he says, and I'm going to put this one in there. That's going to draw a card into your memory. Really good, kind of like a helpful way to draw more cards. Cycle that deck, find the cards you need. I do see a Creative Shock, which is actually really good when you are a mage.
Yeah.
Because you actually get to ping some damage with it as well, when normally you don't, unless you are Rye at the moment. Rye or Merlin. So coming out of the Lorraine player, or what do we want to see coming out of the Lorraine player? We want to see more damage, more fast, basically. And I'm just not seeing it.
So he's level 2 now, I believe. So that gets a stat bonus. It's that way 3/2, I believe, for 2, which is pretty good. And I thought he had a Flame Rune Swordsman. It's kind of hard to see his hand.
I think he has another one of the card he just played.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Conscript, I think it is. So this is gonna hurt.
Yeah. So we're coming in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage coming in.
Yeah, we see that he's going to actually create a shock here. Probably stop some of the bleeding. I see another Dungeon Guy. Just going to discard the Fireball. And then he's actually has a Deflecting Edge. What an interesting tech card in Rye. Still stops 3 damage for 1 card. You know, not bad. Especially when you need to slow the game down just a bit. And I'd imagine Ron's going to go to level 2 here. If I had to guess.
Yep,
level 2 Rye.
But then you said he had a bunch of Dungeon Guides, so you may well just...
Yeah, the only issue I see here is... rolling the dice off the table. The only issue I really see is that his memory didn't have a whole lot of Arcane. Now, he did get 1 out of 2. So the Arcane Sight is gone, but it is going to help power up that level 3 Rye, which I would probably see the Dungeon Guide coming in now. Been waiting a month for my LGS to get me a box of the first set and a starter decks. Don't give up. You know, keep pushing them. They might get them, you know, not too long from now. It's a smaller company that's making the game, so you just got to really push your LGS. But glad to see that you're interested. Really keep fighting the good fight. It's good. It's good. It's a good game. So no Dungeon Guide from Ron just yet. Doesn't feel like doesn't need it. Might go into Grand Crusader's Ring next turn himself, as we see the Lorraine player go into Grand Crusader's Ring. This ring is probably in We have 50 deck lists here. This ring is probably in 49 of them.
Yeah.
The ring is very good. Every game has it. Some kind of staple like that.
I mean, it's just free card draw. Like, it's very hard to beat that sort of play.
Especially in a game where your hand size is your ability to do anything, right? It's the way we pay for cards in Grand Archive by dropping cards into our memory. So every card in hand is both another option you have and another mana, basically. Another play point, however you want to say it. So very important.
He is racking up the damage.
Oh, wow. I'm just so... Oh, he had all 3 dungeon guides, and he says, you know what? Instead of dungeon guiding, I'll just get rid of them.
Dump all of them now. He is very low on resources right now. I think he has, 2 cards.
Someone needs to clip that. That was awesome. I want to see that as like a highlight. All 3 dungeon guides just hit the bin. Don't need them. Gonna swing our flame rune into the other flame rune. And yeah, we need to see some firepower out of Nuan's side of the field. We really need to see something huge here just to get back into this game. But looks like we're going to just play a Drawn Blade, get some more card draw off Drawn Blade, recollect, draw one more card.
Well, Nuan, he's doing pretty good this round.
He's doing pretty good, but I'm just saying you need to really...
No, now that round's 3.
Yeah, I mean...
Clock's ticking.
The clock is ticking. You got 1, maybe 2 turns, I think. Unless Ron bricks, which he kind of did with all 3 dungeon guides, so... Interesting enough not choosing to use the dungeon guide anyway, just because it saves you a card. I get it's kind of funny to drop all 3 dungeon guides, but... I think I still would have actually just played a dungeon guide.
Yeah, I mean, then you have a body on the field.
Well, it's not even just the body, it's more the card you still have in hand next turn. So you paid 3 instead of paying 2.
Yeah.
But I guess you also get the dungeon guide on the field, so that is still paying 3. I get it both ways, but... And there it is, Grand Crusader's Ring, and that's kind of what I was saying. The clock is ticking. We're going to draw for turn and draw off the ring.
What do you get? Erratic Bolt, I think?
And then draw for turn here. It's another arcane card, and once you're level 3, all those arcane cards start to look really nice in hand. They're all really powerful, really strong cards. But Ron only having 8 life. I don't know what that is at all.
It's where you have to empty your hand at the end of the turn.
Oh, you draw 3 cards, and then at the end of your turn, you do have to discard your hand.
So he has to make do with everything he's got.
This card is actually pretty nuts to me, though, because you're probably going to just pay everything and get, just like that. Yeah. And now, basically, Nuan is on a 1-turn clock. This is your turn. You're going to get 1 more turn after this, most likely. I don't think Ron has a way to kill you. And he's probably going to leave these enlightenment counters on Rye, if I had to guess, because he just might draw into something he can't play, so he would lose them. And pretty much Ron probably kills him next turn anyway, right? So even from 0 damage down to 0 damage to full damage, I think Ron will probably have it. Drawing a card off his turn. He's going to probably play the book, the tome.
Yeah.
Get Tome of Sacred Lightning out, get another level. His arcane banishes haven't been as strong as last game, so last game he had 5 arcane cards in his banish. This turn he only has 2, so that's going to be a little bit less that he's hoping for, typically. So typically you want to be at 3, 4. 4 is really strong. It's really, you're usually able to get to 4 arcane cards in your banish pretty good. That makes you level 7. If you can get to 5, which he was at last game, that's level 8. And you have a lot of 8 damage, 8 costed spells that have efficiency.
Yeah, so they're basically free.
free. So getting to 5 arcane is really good, but even getting to 7, level 7, and having the book and getting to 8 is really good. But looks to see he just has to find 4 damage here. Does he have it?
Oh, he's gonna chuck that sword.
He's gonna chuck the sword at him. And that is it. Nuan's going to take game number 2. And we have our first game 3 here at the Haven on stream. You'll love to see it.
And that was the complete opposite. as far as like the life totals, I think last game was like he rushed him down. The other game he returned the favor. So
I guess they're not 1-0. I guess they're both 1-1.
Yep.
So I think that is exact. So we didn't see any kind of really crazy power turns from Nuwan. We didn't really see any kind of crazy power turns, but we did see just tempo. So he was able to keep pushing damage, He really needs to keep doing that, because if he can't keep doing that, all it took, if Ron recollected that game, the next turn, like basically if he was able to untap, the game is over.
I mean, he could have gone 2 arcane explosions or whatever, or arcane blast, forgot the name, but that's just 22 damage right there. I think seeing him have to fork over 3 dungeon guides, no arcane cards hit level 3. He was probably like, yeah, this is like a rough game, but
yeah, seeing all 3 dungeon guides, you don't want to see it, right? You want to see exactly one. You play multiple because you just want to make it more consistent that you see that one, but that's the risk you are running, because now that he saw all 3, those are really dead cards in his hand. So yeah, so game number 2 taken by Nuwan, and we are going to a game 3, and nothing like a game 3 here. I love it, because no matter what happens here, whoever wins, they're taking the match. They're moving up to 3-0 in the tournament, feeling really good about themselves. Moving up to 3-0 in the day. Great way to start your day. It's where you want to be in this regionals, trying to get those coveted top cut spots for the extra prizing. Haven throwing in a bunch of extra prizing on top, and just really excited for it. So Nuwan choosing to go... Oh, actually Nuwan won, so Ron choosing to go second does want the extra card. So he's gone second all 3 games in this match. Let's hear you guys out there. Who's watching this game? Who's watching an epic game 3 here in round number 3 at the Haven Games in Orlando? Make sure you shop thehaventabletop.com for all your Grand Archive singles and your Grand Archive boxes. They're going to have a lot of boxes. They're going to have everything you need from Fractured Crown on. Super excited to have them here, have us here. And looks like we are going into Ron's turn. He's going to draw a 7 from his Spirit of Fire and draw his card for turn. So 2 Spirit of Fire staring each other down in game number 3. Looks like we have Lorraine level 1 coming down, sort of seeking just that sort of choice from all of our Lorraine players here today, from that level 1 Lorraine effect.
is this accurate ever?
Yeah, it's accurate right now.
I just see like flip-flop constantly. Okay.
So Sword of Seeking coming down. It's going to have 3 durability counters because he did use the Tempered Steel.
Yep.
Tempered Steel. Tempered Steel is an interesting card. Does add a durability to that sword, so he gets to swing with it a little bit more liberally. And it also has Floating Memory. So Floating Memory, a lot of decks play it even if they don't play weapons, because they can get it into Floating Memory, or into their graveyard, and use it as Floating Memory. So here's a Strapping Conscript. Strapping Conscript?
Something conscript.
Strapping Conscripts.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Which he sides them in for. These are actually out of the sideboard. I think they come in because they do so much damage, and that's what he's trying to do. He's just trying to push damage, not really trying to stay alive.
Yeah, and he's on such a strict timer.
Yep.
Up there's an arcane.
There's 1 arcane. The Rye player is definitely getting their game plan up and going with that 1 arcane card being banished randomly. Now, I'd assume he put 3 arcane cards down there just to guarantee it, but you really want to make sure that you get those arcane cards banished. Then you want to find the arcane cards once you're level 3. So
returns the level up as well. Sort of Seeking. Already had it out. Oh, he's going to level 2? Is that level 1 or level 2?
That is level 2,
Level
Lorraine.
2, okay.
Lorraine, Wandering Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, she's never going to cleave anything on this turn, so hopefully...
No, we're just
get a
pushing
bonus
damage,
to
yeah.
Maybe a Savage Slash or something, but...
I see the Banner Knight, but, you know, Ron's sitting there with a full hand, so he's waiting for anything to just come down.
What we got?
So we are going to swing with the Lorraine. We're going to Creative Shock. I guess we're going to hit that Banner Knight just to save a point of damage. Because if we get the Banner Knight off the field before damage calculation, that will go down a point of damage. So
What's he going to ditch?
probably the Fireball or the other Creative Shock. I mean, those are the only two options. But if I had to guess, it'd probably be the Creative Shock. Doing it again at this point in the game feels a little... I mean, he might be able to do it again if he chooses to, but... Oh, someone called me out because I said Wandering Warrior. I think that's the first one. Level 2 is Blade Master. Sorry. I am sorry.
Thank you, Aaron. So it looks like another... Yeah, 2 Creative Shocks just went over there.
Yeah, 2 Creative Shocks and ditching the Fireball, just really clearing that Banner Knight, saving that extra point of damage, so only taking 2 here. And yeah, it looks like we are going to go into Ron's turn and banish 2 cards, so 1 Arcane card there. And it looks like we're going to have to re-roll that one the way we're doing the banishes here. So the 4th card and a 3rd Arcane card.
Man.
So now we have 3 Arcane cards in the banish at level 2. That is great. And I think he just ripped a Dungeon Guide off the top, which could be massive here. And I think is that the play we're going for? I think it's exactly that. So just picking that 3rd card for Dungeon Guide. And Dungeon Guide coming down.
Pick 2, please.
And so 2 are staying, and he actually only hit 1 of them, so he had to basically was 1 out of the 3 was not Arcane. So he's got 4 Arcane cards in the banish, but y'all are awesome. Keep cool. Cool y'all are keeping an eye on chat. We got to, man. We love chat. I actually really do love chat. Something to bounce off of. And I don't remember every single card name. So.
Oh, yeah. No, that's well, we appreciate it, but, like, I don't know. On one hand, I was like, oh, he got the Arcane card, that's good, but I always get sad when I have to banish Arcane. Is it Arcane Blast or Explosion? Arcane Explosion's from WoW. I think it's Arcane Blast, right?
Yes, it's Arcane Blast.
Because it's just like, oh, there went 11 damage, but Arcane is Arcane, like, you get your level up.
So I do think, asking about Jimmy Lee or Birdie, so Birdie will not be on stream today unless there's a problem, because he is he's one of our judges today. Jimmy Lee, however, we'll see how he's doing after the lunch break. There's been a lot of people requesting him. I assume we're going to see Jimmy in top cut no matter what. So definitely we'll keep an eye on Jimmy Lee. I got it. Definitely we'll keep an eye on Jimmy Lee and see if we can get him on stream, because a lot of people are requesting him. But back to the game at hand, epic game 3 to see who can take this and move on to 3-0. It's really where you want to be at a big tournament like this. You know, big 6-rounder going 3-0. You're almost guaranteed if you can go 4-0 to make top cut. Usually a 4-2 will make it. You don't want to go 4-2. You want to go 5-1, and then you're definitely guaranteed. But definitely want to go 4-2 in a big tournament like this, and at least 4-2, and give yourself a really good chance to top cut. So looks like we do have the Banner Knight coming down. Banner Knight is going to swing in for 1 or 2.
And that shit for 2 as well, because it's buffing the weapon.
Yep. And I think we're just going to pass there. And that's where this gets really scary, because the damage is not really piling up on Ron's side just yet. I think Ron has probably 2 turns left before he's really facing, like, there's going to be probably a decent enough turn from Nuan next turn. but I don't think it's going to push him to lethal, right? So Ron has 2 solid turns coming up to where he can really push, card advantage and spells to really pull out like the big damage spells and get stuff going. So
and you just got the 6 bonus light encounters. He's gonna draw a card.
Yeah,
he definitely
ditch
needs
3 and
card
draw a
draw
card.
right now.
Ditch another 3 and draw a card. And he keeps drawing into these fire cards, which aren't so great. And we're just gonna play the Arcane Disposition?
Yeah, I think it's Disposition. He just drew
Arcane
2 more fire
Disposition.
cards.
So he keeps drawing fire cards, which he doesn't really want right now. You really want to start seeing the Arcane cards, but again, he's not on too much of a clock just yet. The only thing I will say is we do know Nuwan has a Insole in his hand, and Insole can just be a crap ton of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, and he wants to play these cards because if he doesn't, he loses them. So at least he gets a floating memory, pings for 1.
So this is a Ignite the Soul coming down. Ignite the Soul is really tiny. I love the new art. He's super mean.
Yeah.
Super angry. Little fireball. But going back into Nuwan's turn, looks like he's just going to get a GCR of his own. Draw that extra card, then probably draw off the GCR. One thing I don't Nuwan needs to find a way to get to level 3, and I think he needs to do it by next turn. Otherwise, he might be French toast over here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not level 3, so he's not at 28 health, and Arcane Rye can very easily do like 20 plus damage. But pops GCR, drew a what's the throw thing called? Blazing throw.
Blazing throw.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I see this Insole in his hand, and I just keep thinking like that's your win condition here.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but I really just think having 18 life right now on Ron's side of the field, you're probably feeling really good.
So he's got 2 Banner Knights now.
You got 2?
So now they buff each other. He's gonna do a Savage Slash, so that's
that's
4.
a floating memory in the grave.
No, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, takes 5 there.
And then each Banner Knight is gonna do 2, so it's 4 more. Boop. That was a good turn.
No, that's a great turn. So now, Nuwan really is putting the clock on Ron, but let's see if Ron can actually find the final turn here. I don't know. I mean, Nuwan's sitting at 19 life. I mean, that is 2 Arcane Blasts, right? That's literally 2 Arcane Blasts coming down. So.
Or Fireball. I mean, Fireball. It's hard to tell what exact level he is. I don't see how many he's in the pile, but. Gonna draw a card. What's he looking for? Another fire card. He's gonna draw another card. That was like a deflecting edge. I think he is not getting lucky with these.
He has 1 Arcane Blast, but really an Arcane Blast and a Fireball.
Yeah.
But it's just like I see like Ignite the Soul, which is kind of not great.
It's poo poo.
Looks like he's gonna probably have to dig another turn with Creative Shock, but no, he's just gonna.
Yeah, the Baron Knights need to get off the field.
Yeah, it's too much damage coming in. Oh, it looks like we're actually activating the Tome, which I think.
So he doesn't draw or.
It's like banish a card, draw a card.
Yeah. Well, I thought it had to be an arcane card, and it looked like Dungeon Guide got banished. It was really fascinating.
No, it doesn't have to be an arcane card. Just any card. Just banish a card from your memory and draw a card.
Oh, it's the class bonus if you manually do it. If you like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's like banish a card if it's. Okay.
Tome of Sacred Lightning is like such a cool card, honestly.
Yeah.
But really, still just hasn't found he hasn't found the kill cards. He's just found a bunch of cards that like keep him alive and set up, but he's just giving time for Nuwan to find the stuff he needs to finish the game off.
And it's kind of so I see a blazing throw. Like you should swing it with the longsword, throw it,
nuke it, dot it.
Yeah, I mean he just.
What is that? That's 8 damage. It's 4 and 4.
It would be
6.
3 with the longsword, and then throwing it for 4, so it'd be 7.
That's really close to lethal. He doesn't have to find much at that point then. Are we going to do a creative shock of our own? Now his creative shocks are a little less impactful because no element bonus.
Mm-hmm. So you got ritual and an insole.
Yeah, just another insole. Now, if he can get to level 3, I mean that's a huge ask right now, right? You're hoping that Ron bricks another turn, and that just doesn't seem likely to me. You're playing with fire here, playing with arcane and fire. But like in all seriousness, kind of like he's really trying to like hold on here. Both players are kind of bricking.
Yeah.
I wonder if he would have had lethal if he had just went to level 3. You know, that's a lot of. I don't know how many swords are in his banish.
Which level 3 is he playing?
He is playing Crux Knight, unless he sided it out. So he is playing Crux Knight in the material deck.
Okay.
And then the sideboard he has Spirit Ruler. So Spirit Ruler is the one that gets the sword back, which wouldn't really help him here.
Yeah.
But Crux Knight is the one that pushes damage. So. Looks like we are going to create a shock of our own, and I really would be fearful if I was Nuwan at this point. He just draws a deflecting edge.
What was that?
So basically what happened...
A library witch, okay.
Okay, I was going to say, basically what happened was he plays the creative shock, triggering Rye, which gets the 3rd enlightenment counter, and then drew the activated Rye, or activate the enlightenment counters to draw a card, then resolve creative shock, so you get more options on your discard. But really, I don't think I saw anything that is gonna win Ron the game from this position.
No, very few arcane stuff. He must be a bit frustrated. I think like the past 10 cards, one of them has been arcane.
That's one of the things you have to risk playing the Rye that wants arcane cards in the banished. You have to banish your arcane cards early, right? So there could be... I didn't see what he banished early. I'd have to go back. But, you know, there's probably arcane cards in his banished right now that he wishes he could have in his hand.
Oh, yeah.
That were banished just from, you know, leveling up and things like that, so... We have to be getting down to close to this round ending. I hear a lot of shuffling outside, so matches are finishing up. Remember, don't go anywhere after this one. We're going to open a supporter pack on stream, but first we have to see who takes round number 3 here at the Haven.
What?
Arcanist Prism. The card from the starter deck. This card's really interesting, and actually, this could win him the game here because what's going to happen is all those cards are going to go to the bottom, and then he's going to draw new cards. So instead of being stuck with all those stinky fire and deflecting edges, the Arcane Blast!
No. Oh, come on!
But we're going to draw a huge new hand here because of the Arcanist Prism. So Arcanist Prism says instead of recollecting, you send those cards to the bottom and then you draw those cards. And I don't think I actually saw...
I saw Scry of the Skies, which is okay. Scry of the Skies is really good at level 3.
No, but like look at this hand. It's abysmal.
No,
that's abysmal. I mean, Scry of the Skies. I mean, he does have the shield, the arcane arcane barrier. Spell shield arcane. Did you say is it barrier? What did you say? Anyway.
I said Spell Shield.
Spell Shield Arcane. So he does have that, but just none of the kill spells. He does get the Banner Knight off the field, but if I'm Ron, this has just been a series of unfortunate events, one after the other. This has been crazy, actually. Like, the luck has just been... Now he's going to get another shot at it because the Arcanist Prism just keeps doing what it does every turn. So he's going to filter a lot more out of his deck, but he's really lucky in the sense that this Lorraine really hasn't seen what they need to see either, but...
Let me see this. Let me see it.
Now, we did snipe one of the insoles, so he's got a Clarent on the field, so Clarent is going to help prevent some arcane damage.
No, he needs to see, like, a Rending Flames and...
He's got Rending Flames in hand, but the Rending Flames is actually really bad here for him because if he Rending Flames the crap out of him, he's going to spell shield it, basically, and draw and get that many Enlightenment counters. That's a really dangerous play right now.
There's actually several big hit cards that are not in this deck. What's the level 3 one where it's like if you're level 3 you get bonus damage?
Devastating Blow?
Yeah, like I don't see that here.
Man, this has just been... What a wild game 3. This has been... Yeah. If you want good Grand Archive games, man, come and subscribe to Adventure Code Gaming because... We're bringing you crazy game 3s where Rye sit at level 3 for like 5 turns.
No, I definitely thought his goose was cooked like several turns ago, but
cosplay promos. Looks like we have a that flame sweep? No.
No, that's where for every card you have in your or your graveyard, you can banish it and it adds +1. So you can ramp it up with all the stuff in there. So that's
looks like we're gonna play the Deflecting Edge and only take 2 damage here. Man, just sitting at 6 life now.
Yep.
1 card in hand, 3 cards. They're both kind of just top decking, but here's where Rye gets kind of silly because he's going to send all those cards in his memory back to the bottom.
Also, how many times has he done this? Like, his deck must be starting to get a little thin.
Crystal of Empowerment.
Right.
I mean, he just has whatever he wants, really, but he has almost everything he wants except for cards that just deal damage.
All arcane cards this turn. Come on.
And he doesn't want that one, which is good for him, so he's like level...
Another level up.
He's level 9, 10. So he has 6 there, he's level 3 naturally, so he's level 10 right now. He can banish the Crystal Empowerment to go to level 12. And I don't...
Draw a card.
I don't see damage spells in his hand.
No. I think I see Scry the Skies.
I see an Arcane Sight.
Alright, we can draw some more cards.
Yep, plays this for free.
So
he goes to 6, he's going to draw a card. Flamer Swordsman. This is just the luck on this guy. I can't believe it. Another Arcane Sight. Just where is the damage? It just doesn't exist for him.
I am buying Ron a bag of chips after this because
buy him something. Buy him a
dungeon guide has done like 7 damage.
Buy him a ticket to Arcane Town. Honestly, just can't find any of it.
The Arcane train coming in.
He's gonna Arcane Sight. He's looking. He's looking.
Well, no. This can draw another card.
It's going to draw a bunch of cards.
Yep.
I cannot believe that he just hasn't seen
Erratic Bolt. Okay, so this is going to deal a bunch.
So how does this card work?
So you banish 2, I believe. It deals damage, I think it's 4 plus your level. And then you draw 2 cards.
So he's still alive, though.
Yeah, he's Lorraine. Beefy.
I think we're going to level 3. Oh, wait, no, he's banishing cards.
You banish 2 cards from the Erratic Bolt.
Oh, okay.
Which can sometimes level you up while you're doing it. I didn't see him draw Arcane card.
He's got a Fireball.
Oh, okay.
He's got a Fireball.
That should Golden Crispy back.
Yeah, he can clear 2 of it, but it's over. And
there
that's the game. Ron is going to take the series 2-1.
That was crazy.
That was wild. Don't go anywhere. We're opening a supporter pack on stream after that crazy match where Ron had to dig through probably his entire deck. I mean, I think honestly,
that has to be thin by now.
So,
but the Nuwan just wasn't threatening him.
No, like, that was another thing too. They both kind of.
You can open this.
Yep, I will. They both kind of just missed out on damage. Like, just couldn't find anything. And so, hello.
Ohio.
We have a supporter pack to open. It's upside down. Supporter pack. So, those of you who don't know, what are these, James?
So supporter packs, or they're sold as boxes. They come with 8 packs. Money that is spent on them is used to support the OP LGS program that Weaves of the Shore is doing. They are all amazing alt arts of existing cards that are inside. There are unique CSRs that are included in these, such as, is that the bird? That's the bird. Yeah. So that's the trained hawk, I think it's called.
This packaging is so nice. It's really nice.
And yeah, there's a lot of amazing cards, and you can only get these at either big store events or at like conventions when Weaves of the Shore is there. So we're gonna open our first Do-Si-Do. How many cards come in the pack? 3?
3.
Or 3 cards, okay, so...
Blitz Mage.
Yep.
And... Freezing Hail. I'm like covering up the name. I'm really bad at pack opening. It's not a pack opening channel.
It's fine.
Not a pack opening channel. So Swift Recruit, Blitz Mage.
Blitz Mage looks great.
And Freezing Hail.
Yep.
Throw those off to the side.
Not guaranteed a foil. Kind of like with the booster packs, like in the normal game.
So we have the mat. This is actually the art on this is the participation mat. So this is still in patrol.
Is that a
Steam Knight?
Yeah.
And Cemetery Century.
Okay.
Woo. 6 more to go. You want to open one next?
Sure.
We're having fun out here. Opening supporter packs. Swift Recruit.
Which one's that? Oh, is that
Veteran
the
Soldier?
floating memory?
Yeah, Veteran Soldier. It's like not.
Is that right? Oh, that looks crazy.
And then Hurricane Sweep. It's actually a really cool looking Hurricane Sweep. Play that in my Win Lorraine deck. Ooh, I see some squirrels.
Squirrels. We know. We'll have to get this to Tim. So let's see.
Squirrels.
Over here, we'll do squirrels.
Whoa, another Stillwater Patrol.
Patrol. And what's
Ooh,
going here?
that Trisket?
Oh, Barrier Servant.
Oh,
that
Barrier
looks
Servant.
awesome.
That's awesome. That's really good. We got 4 packs to go. 4 packs to go. I might open another one later. We'll see. Oh, I got another Veteran Soldier right off the bat. I'm really sorry that I'm terrible at pack openings. I don't do this. Blitz Mage.
Blitz Mage.
And Zephyr. Zephyr's great.
Good.
Yeah, Zephyr's really good. It's a cool looking Zephyr. Wish this little webcam would focus a little bit better. Zephyr. All right, 3 more to go. What are the CSRs in this? It's like a Gildas.
There's a whole bunch. There's a Xander level 3.
Looks like we have a Blitz Mage.
Whoa!
Foil still.
Very nice.
Stillwater Patrol. Ooh. And another Zephyr.
Okay.
I'll take the foil though. Look at this. Ooh. It's awesome. Foils are super rare in Grand Archive if you don't know.
I want to see.
All right, we got some more squirrel action. Some more squirrels. Another Blitz Mage. Blitz Mage is very common, I can see. Ooh, and an Arcane Blast. You know, I can give that to my buddy Ron. Maybe he could actually find.
It was here all along. Starter packs limited. No, supporter packs. They'll never be at like LGS's just regularly. You have to go to an event. Ascent, like an event like Ascent, a regional or qualifying event, or like at a convention. And Fireball.
Ooh, Fireball.
Baller.
That Fireball is sick.
Hooray!
Hooray! That was all 8 packs.
So
So you can look forward to this at any big event you go to. If you're at Ascent Houston or any regionals, it's kind of focusing. It's having a hard time. It really wants to focus on my face. I wonder if I like get my
likes
face,
your face.
out of it.
Nice face.
really doesn't want to focus. But yeah, Fireball, that's really cool. So 8 packs, $30 MSRP. You get a doodle trained hawk out of it, which is like awesome. And yeah, no, it's fun to open.
But we're gonna take a lunch break. So as far as getting in the EU, I don't know. That's a question for the Discord, for the Weebs Discord. All we knew is that the regional the regionals, and whenever Weebs goes to a convention, you can get them there. But
Yep, absolutely. So thank you guys so much for watching so far. We're gonna take an hour break. I'll leave the be right back screen with a time that we're coming back. So that said, be right back.
I thought you should see, James.
Look what I pulled from your participation silver.
I was telling him you should flash on the screen.
Yeah, if you guys want to show it on stream.
AJ.
did he just? I don't know if he just.
Welcome back to round number 4 here at the Haven Games. I'm sorry for that extended lunch break. We had a bit of an issue with challenge. Honestly, they had to figure it out. Probably should have came on the stream and let you guys know. However, we have a banger of a round for you guys today. By popular demand for both these players, it was Caven and Jimmy Lee. Jimmy Lee has been very much wanted to be shown on stream all match long. So we have Caven and Jimmy. Jimmy is going to probably be on a Win Lorraine list if I had to guess. I know he's very much a Lorraine player. Jimmy also still sporting that those flesh and blood sleeves and life counter and everything. So yeah, definitely excited to have this matchup for you guys, and really excited to show it. So let's hear about it. So both players are on a win list. So we have Cabin here, who is on a Spirit of Wind, Lorraine Wandering Warrior. Looks like just a pretty typical Win Lorraine list. The only thing is, yeah, Lorraine Blade Master, Drawn Blade, all that good stuff. Lorraine Wandering Warrior. Yep, Win Lorraine versus, so it's a Win Lorraine matchup. Looks like we have the Swift Recruit coming down, the new fancy Swift Recruit. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us so far through 4 rounds. We have 2 more rounds after this of Swiss. No more breaks except for the breaks that are in between rounds. So just good old Grand Archive action from here on out. So here we see a bit of a trade there, gonna take that out. And so now we're gonna swing with the Ace and Protector. Jimmy gonna go up to 3 damage here, just 3 damage so far. Still early days. You know, Win Lorraine matches, you know, she can still send out a lot of burst damage, but she can also kind of slow the game down quite a bit. Lots of tools to keep herself alive. Going to level up into level 1 Lorraine. Get that free sword, of course, the Sword of Seeking that we've seen so much already. See what Jimmy decides to do here at this point. We're going to see a Swift Recruit again. Swift Recruit, pretty good. And then actually another Swift Recruit. One fancy one regular one from Alter Edition. So looking here, we actually see a Wind Resonance Bauble going to be used up right away, kind of like a Grand Crusader's Ring, just a little bit less useful. Typically, you know, you have to be playing against a wind deck as opposed to, you know, any other kind of deck, fire or water, but still not a bad inclusion here. And yeah, finally looking at Jimmy's deck, we see a pretty typical Lorraine deck. He has Lorraine Blade Master, Lorraine Crux Knight. Then we just see the Insole package, lots of small or 1-cost swords, 1 or 0-cost swords. So pretty exciting there. 4 Zephyrs, 4 Crux Knights, things like that. So pretty exciting stuff. So here we're just going to swing into the Swift Recruit. Swift Recruit is going to hit the deck, hit the graveyard, so then we swing the Ace and Protector into the other Swift Recruit. I wonder if Jimmy's pretty happy about this, just because, you know, not gonna see any. Gonna have 2 Swift Recruits in the graveyard, so that's 2 floating memory that he will get to use on his turn. But because they are Win, there is a chance that they want these allies actually on board. But it looks like we're actually just gonna play a Squirrel and bounce the Squirrel. Again, this has been a pretty clutch play that we've seen from other Lorraine players. Pretty awesome to see that little interaction there. The Ace and Protector has to bounce something, so you play the free costed squirrels, bounce them up. So Dangerous Fox, I can't make any promises, but I will check out where they are and how they're doing and see if I can get them on stream for you. No promises though. I don't want to promise anything I can't deliver, so I will try to make that happen, but we'll see what happens. But going back into this matchup of 2 players that were heavily requested between Jimmy and Cabin, looks like Jimmy's board is completely empty outside of his hero and a Sword of Seeking with 2 durability on it. Jimmy kind of taking a moment to kind of decide what to do here. He is sitting at 7 damage and really needs to Really needs to get this board kind of cleaned up. Looks like we're going to dungeon guiding to level 3, so probably deciding which one to keep. Going to keep that card on the left, our left, and get rid of 2 cards, a Cruxite, and couldn't see the last card. Looks like maybe it was that new Zephyr. And wow, a CSR Lorraine Crux Knight coming in. Let's see, and Caven has made the choice to actually stay as a Spirit of Wind. Hasn't leveled up at all yet, while Jimmy is actually sitting at level 3. Lorraine Crux Knight. Looks like we're going to Spirit Blade Ascension here. Going to send back one of the swords and get our Sword of Avarice. Draw 2. Fractured Crown is going to bring in some stuff that's, stymies some of the draw, but not right now. So we're going to do a Cruxite, and we are going to pay the 2 to get the Ascension back. Pay the extra 2. We should technically banish that, the Cruxite, but I don't think it super matters. Maybe that is his banish. Yeah, that is his banish. So we did banish it. We're going to actually play the shortcut a little bit here, just playing the Ascension, which is just going to cycle back the Sword of Avarice and play it again. And looks like Jimmy's going to attempt to kill the Wind Rider Vanguard with Lorraine. She does still have the +2 from the level 2 ability and will draw a card if it's killed. And looks like Caven was just deciding on whether or not to keep it alive with the Deflecting Edge. Doesn't have a sword out or anything, so the Deflecting Edge did cost 1, but not too much of a big deal here because he is just going to recollect and draw, just losing the 1 Deflecting Edge. So it looks like we have another CSR Lorraine hitting the field, the level 1. Oh man, these decks are just super pretty, super foiled out. Which is going to bring a Sword of Seeking of Caven's Own. And then we're just going to recollect and draw. I think I saw he drew another squirrel there. So now Caven really just deciding on how in does he want to go. It looks like we're just going to pass into Jimmy's turn. Or maybe Jimmy's just checking his memory there. Yep, still on Caven's turn, nothing there. Caven going to swing in with the Lorraine level 1. Now we're just deciding on what card to play next. Now we do have to be mindful of time here. Just knowing that time has been a bit of an issue for some of our players going to time. Some of our local players not too used to best of 3s. Not that either of these 2 players are actually local players here, but just wanted to give a little context. We have quite a few cards in hand, lots of things we can do here. And wow, we're just going to play the Phalanx Captain. And this is going to be pretty huge here, how much damage is actually going to come through. Ace and Protector swinging for another 3, and then another 3, I believe. So Jimmy Lee already at 20 damage, 8 life left, and Caven has actually taken 0 damage at all. Wind Rider Vanguard does have Vigor, so it is going to restand or awaken at the end of the turn. Jimmy got to have a power play here to clear the board. Otherwise, I don't see how he's going to get out of this one. If you guys can, make sure you like and subscribe to this channel for all kinds of content. We carry Grand Archive content. We do Recollection every week where we mention, we talk a bit about Grand Archive on that. So definitely have more gameplay coming for you guys. So if you can, make sure you like and subscribe. Just support the channel just a little bit. Share it around. Make sure this is round number 4 of 6. So we have 6 rounds and a cut to top 8. And it looks like Jimmy's going to do a big power play here. Spirit Blade Insult. Spirit Blade Insult is pretty huge here. It's going to probably be able to clear the board. So let's see what he gets. Sword of Seeking, the Luxem Sword, Ornamental Greatsword, Drawn Blade, and the Warrior's Longsword. Draw off the Drawn Blade, and I think we still have 3 cards in hand, so it's not over yet. Definitely has more cards that could be coming down. But I would assume most of these swords are going to be used to clear the board. Otherwise, I don't know how Jimmy actually lives through this turn. Jimmy does have 1 sword in the banish, so all of Lorraine's attacks will be buffed by 1. Like Jimmy calculating how exactly to deal with this board against him. So if you're on Jimmy's side of the field, I think at this point you're just looking to stabilize, right? So it is a win matchup, so at any point this could go in a way where there's some burst, right? So if Jimmy was ahead right now, this insult could be the end of the game, and he could be thinking something like that. So I think you just have to clear the allies. Like this insult isn't winning you the game. You're down to 3 cards in hand. Now you're down to no cards in hand. You have a Banner Knight, which is actually pretty huge. So we're going to swing the Sword of Seeking. Don't know the target. Looks like we're just adding up all the damage that this can do. This has been an excellent game 1 already. Game 1 of this series. I will say commentating best of 3s has been really fun to do, just because, like, I don't know, there's just so much intrigue in between games 2 and 3 to just see what they side in. Now that they have a feel for each other's deck, like how they handle it in the next round. So we're going to swing the 3-1 sword, which is really, I believe, like a 4-1 sword at this point. I think we're just going, are we going face with all of this? If we're just going face, I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm naive. That could be true. I am not the best player in the world. I'm over here commentating. They're the ones playing. These players are both 3-0. Trying to make it to 4-0, but I just don't see how Jimmy lives after going face here and not clearing the board. Unless he just thinks he has lethal. I mean, he does technically have lethal, but all it really takes is some kind of combat trick to really throw a wrench in Jimmy's plans. So now Jimmy has 4. So yeah, that's exactly what Jimmy's doing. Sorry. So Jimmy is going for lethal. It's like funny because I saw the CSR Lorraine level 1, and I just expected it to have more life. But yeah, we are level 1. So this is probably threatening lethal. But here we see the Veiling Breeze, so that's going to stop some of the damage here. But is that enough? I mean, is it enough? We'll have to find out. So what's Jimmy going to do at this point? You know, he was going face the whole time. I think Caben tried to bait as much as he could to like try to make him like to goad him into. Oh yeah, just making sure that the Veiling Breeze is still accounted for. So now this Warrior's Longsword is coming in for 4. And that's going to do it. Jimmy's going to take game 1 with a huge insole play. I really thought Caben actually had some kind of combat trick to keep himself alive. Maybe like a bigger Veiling Breeze, but a Veiling Breeze with just revealing 1 card wasn't enough to keep him there. So the insole is going to take it, and Jimmy's going to go to 1-0. So now we get to look at the sideboards and see exactly what these players, knowing that they're both Win Lorraines, how they're going to handle it. So we know that in Caben's list, he can side out, you know, the Fire Resonance Bauble. That's an easy one to get rid of, knowing that Jimmy's on Wind. We have 4 Hurricane Sweeps, which are probably coming in. Hurricane Sweep, just really good with that efficiency and that cleave. Try to get some card draw off level 2. Honorable Vanguard, also in the sideboard, and 2 Inspiring Calls. Honorable Vanguards, me not being a really good player, don't know why that's in the sideboard. I just really don't. I'm very naive at that point. Now looking at Jimmy's list, we have a Prismatic Edge, a Safeguard Amulet, Wind Rider, Vanguard, Hurricane Sweep, 2 Inspiring Calls, and 1 Cry for Help. So I think the Cry for Help actually might be in a good spot here to maybe come in, maybe stop some of the damage coming through. But really, I think Jimmy's list didn't need to side in too much. Seemed pretty good into that Win Lorraine. So, and here I think I saw Caben did side in those 4 Hurricane Sweeps right in the deck. So game 2 coming up. Who you got out there? We got Jimmy and Caben battling it out to go to 4-0 and basically punch their ticket to top 8. While I don't think 4-2 is guaranteed, I think it's pretty close too. So basically, you want to go 4-0. That's a really good place to be. And I think both of these players want it. Super excited. We were opening a bunch of supporter packs in the store. You know, I think we saw 3 CSRs pulled, including a Trisket, and that Trisket is perfect. Awesome looking. Now, I want to see someone make Trisket like good. I think that'd be really fun to see. But seeing that card in person was pretty awesome. So still siding up for game number 2 here. Looks like we have 29 people, 30 people watching the stream right now. I just want to thank you guys so much. Thank you for the support. If you can, like and subscribe and share. Make sure we get this out to the people. They want to see some more Grand Archive. I want to see some more Grand Archive. I'm so happy that there's so many regionals going on right now. So Jimmy did take game 1. Just want to mark that on the screen just a little bit. Jimmy taking game 1 is pretty huge here. So if you can, also make sure you shop at the Haven TabletopGames.com. A great store with great prices. We were one of the, I actually just kind of help out and stream here at the store. They support me. They put me on so I can bring the games to the people. But really, they're a great store. They are both undefeated right now, both 3-0. The 1-0 is in the match. Sorry, so the 1-0 is in the match. So looks like Caben is deciding to go first. Bringing out that Spirit of Wind. drawing up his 7, and we are underway with game number 2. So game number 2, we see a Gildas on stream. First one, it is balanced, so that is a 4-3 on turn 1 that Jimmy is going to have to contend with. Sometimes I have heard that this card can just run away with games right away, because if you can keep it balanced, that's a lot of damage coming your way really early on. It's a big card, big card. So Jimmy eyeing this down. I see the insole in his hand that got him game number 1, so maybe he's going to try to hold on to at least one of those insoles to try to secure game number 2. We'll see if Caben decides to level up a little faster this time, but we actually see Banner Knight come down and ping for 1 damage. Just going to go face here. Don't have to leave it up or anything. It is interesting to get the Banner Knight down. Probably really didn't want to do that too much if I had to guess, but really just needs the memory down there so you can go to level 1. You're already going second, so you want to catch up and make sure you don't fall behind. If Lorraine hits level 3 before you do, you can spell disaster. So the Grand Crusader ring during the materialization phase. Coming down, the OG Grand Crusader ring from the original. I think it's one of my favorite arts. So simple, so clean. Great card, used in everything. So what could be going through Caben's mind right now in terms of what he wants to be doing? Pushing damage is probably good. Maybe trying to decide to figure out how to keep Gildas balanced. So if you don't know what balance is, basically it says if the cards in your memory and the cards in your hand are equal, then it gets some kind of bonus. And for Gildas, that's a big attack bonus. The trick is doing math and making sure that you can keep it balanced, which right now it is not, because of course Caben has no cards in memory and a bunch of cards in hand. So this is just coming in for 1 damage, going to ping for 1. And yeah, at no point did he plan on balancing Gildas, because we are just going to play the squirrel, bounce the squirrel with the Ace and Protector, and I really like this play. I didn't know how good this was until I started seeing it this weekend. Just really huge there. Basically nullifies that cost. So I think that's a reclaim. Yeah, I think that's the new art. Yeah, so he is running 4 reclaim, and I think that's the new art of it. Hard to tell. They were all open in supporter packs, and whether or not, I don't know if they were supposed to be switching them out. I think it's the same card anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it does make my life a little difficult, because I am trying to remember cards here. Seeing those new arts. Even though I just opened a supporter pack myself. Got my Hurricane Sweep, my Arcane Blast. Very excited about that. If you can, make it out to any events. Those supporter packs do support OP. So do make sure you maybe pick up a pack or a box or 2. The MSRP for $30. No, they're selling pretty well online. So I'll probably be opening one more in between Swiss and Top 8. Just on stream, just to pass the time while we do deck checks and such, going into Top 8. So Jimmy deciding here what card to answer this big Ace and Protector and this big Gildas with. Can anyone out there tell me what the point of, and this, I feel like sometimes I say this and it sounds derogatory, I really don't know. What is the point of keeping the Grand Crusader ring on the field at this point and not just cracking it instantly? I would love to know. If you guys can shout out there and let me know. Educate this really mediocre player, which is me, not the players on stream. These players are really good. I'm very mediocre. So we see the new Swift recruit coming down. Not swinging in. Going to leave it up just for the intercept. I understand in Fractured Crown, I think, when the new cards come out that care about influence, definitely maybe like keeping that off to the side and not using it right away. I don't know. I would love to hear about it. Oh, to help with balance. Yes, that makes sense. Thank you so much. That actually makes perfect sense. Thank you all. Thank you. And sorry it's a delay, so you're going to hear my thank you way later than it actually came through. We have to have a delay. YouTube things. But no, that makes perfect sense. If he can help balance with it, you know, doing balance math, I agree. Thank you, chat. So the Wind Rider Vanguard coming down again. We saw this card do a lot of work in the last game. It looks like it's going to crash into that Swift Recruit. And then the Ace and Protector going to come in for 2 damage. So Jimmy Lee deciding if he has an answer to the Ace and Protector. That's also a really good point too, Remetic. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, but sometimes you can kind of bait out your opponents. They say cards in hand, you go 1, they're like, oh, they can't do anything. And then, yeah, they get you. And the Gildas must be balanced. A little hard to tell with the black sleeves to see how many cards are on the deck in the memory. But it looks like it is 3 and 3. So, yeah, coming in for 4 damage, I believe. So 12-3 in favor of Cabin. Jimmy taking 12 damage so far. Going into the level 2 Lorraine. So Jimmy has, if he can sweep this board, Jimmy will be looking pretty happy about that. The question is, does Cabin have some kind of trick to keep him off that 3-card draw? Man, I am loving casting this game. I think it's really fun to see 2 good players, you know, actually like play out of their mind compared to me playing, and I'm just like, well, I have these cards in my hand, so I'm going to play all these cards, and then I get blown out, you know. That happens to me a lot. I tend to get blown out in this game quite a bit. Jimmy really deciding here. He does have the Dungeon Guide, and we are going to Dungeon Guide here. So Jimmy going to keep one of these cards. Now, Dungeon Guide is just such a powerful card in this game. What it does is you pay 3 to play it, and he does lose an Insole there, which I don't know if he was trying to keep or not, but you pay 3 for its cost, and then it says when it comes into the field, you can pay 2 memory, basically, banish 2 cards from your memory, and level up your champion. So it kind of, you know, cheats out an extra materialization that can really help you, and also makes your level 3 effectively cost 2 instead of 3, which is really, really good. So it's like the Lorraine Crux Knight's just going to swing with the Sword of Seeking. Caven deciding if he wants to actually use a card here, probably doing some Gildas math. Assuming Caven runs Idle Thoughts, he can also use the GCR to get the card from that, which also makes a lot of sense. See, this is what I wanted from chat. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Bird's Eye, thank you so much for the answer. So here we see the Song of Nurturing, which I believe just keeps his characters alive here. really keeping Jimmy off that level 2 ability as much as he can. So Gildas actually living through the turn, gonna remove all that damage and all that extra cards he wanted to get into that. All those extra cards Jimmy put into killing that Gildas, which has been wrecking Jimmy this game, was all for naught because Caven was able to keep it alive with that Song of Nurturing. Yeah, allies you get +2 for the turn. That's really good. +2 life. I'm also a very not good player because when I see class bonus on something, I just assume that other characters can't play it. Like I know they can, but I just, my mind goes, this is a tamer card. So it goes in a tamer deck. So I really love seeing cards like that getting used, cards really being used to their fullest ability in all these other decks that get to use them. One of the coolest things about Grand Archive is just how versatile deck building is. The fact that you can put any card in any deck. Now there's things like class bonus, stuff like that, element bonus to try to, make things a little more they don't have to be undefeated at this point, Remetic. At this point, the last 2 rounds are going to be probably like just people with win-ins. So here we see a Veiling Breeze, and looks like Caven actually might have a response to this Veiling Breeze. Oh, throwing some dice around. So that's the second win, which I think just restands it. That's really good. How many people signed up for this tourney? This is a 50-person event. So 50 players today. Yep, can't promise anything, Remetic. I will do my best, but we've had a lot of requests for different players, so we will do our best. So wow, really putting the hurt on Jimmy. So Jimmy's at 8 life remaining, taking 20 damage so far. This Gildas from turn 1 has just, like I said, I've been told many times that keeping Gildas alive and keeping Gildas going in really does like put in work. It can really just run away with a game on its own if you can keep it balanced, which is, for me, it's difficult. Okay, I struggle keeping it balanced. I always forget the card I'm playing also counts as a card out of my hand, so a lot of times I'll get like kind of messed up that way. But not too bad. Just gotta get in the swing of things, make sure it's do math. Which math is for blockers, as we know. And it looks like we're just going to move on along, give Jimmy a chance to answer back here. It is 20-3. However, life remaining is actually 8-17, I believe. Because we know Caben is only on level 1, which Caben's deck might only go... doesn't go very far. I don't even think he's playing a level 3 Lorraine, so we are going to Zephyr the Sword of Avarice. Jimmy drawing as many cards as he can here. Looks like we actually just passed the Caven's turn. So Caven actually has a chance to close this game out here. Jimmy would have to have some great combat tricks to stay alive at this point. And just with a Sword of Avarice and a Sword of Seeking on the field, 2 cards in his memory, looks like we have another Windstream Vanguard, and then the Gildas coming in for another 4. Looks like we have the Ascension play here. We're just going to cycle back the Avarice played out. Basically what happens there, Ascension says you can put a card, put a weapon from your on the field back, and then from the field into the material deck, and then you can bring it, then take a sword from your material deck, put it on the field. So what you do is you cycle the Sword of Avarice in the deck and then pull it right back out. And so now we see the Veiling Breeze, which I think is blocking 4 this turn, so I think that's going to pretty much stop all of the damage on Caben's side. And so yeah, I believe we just passed over to Jimmy's turn, which did buy him a complete turn. Veiling Breeze is insanely strong, and it was really good to see that kind of cycle Sword of Avarice play on Caben's turn to really kind of be like a full-on combat trick. Looks like Jimmy's cracking the ring right away. No tricks there. Draw for turn. And Jimmy once again is staring down a huge board. But Caben on 17 life. I don't know if Jimmy has enough cards in his hand to insult at this point. He might. Hard to count. I do think he still has that insult from turn 1. Jimmy really deciding here, trying to take game number 2 and take the series. It's like he might be looking to... Looking through everything, just weighing all his options here. And we are going to insult. We do have the 6. We're going to insult. Bring out the swords again. I think this is the one option he has. Pretty much it says, if you have a Veiling Breeze, I quit. Or not quit. If you have a Veiling Breeze, you got it. You got it. If not, just see what happens. This is how he took game number 1. Pretty much in a very similar situation. Just got one lone. They're not going to bring out all of them. Nothing to bring out from the banish zone. Are going to draw a card off Drawn Blade. Kind of an inconsequential card on this turn because it's the only card in his hand. But it looks like we are trading. So instead of last time where we were just going face, we are trading cards. Trading the swords into cards. Which makes sense considering the Ace and Protector had intercept, so we had to get through that one first. I think these Vanguards also might have intercepts. So the Wind Rider Vanguard just has Vigor. No intercept on the Vanguard, so we can get through that. But it looks like we have to trade. Once we start trading, it kind of like we have to start trading, right? So we have to keep it going. Jimmy only had 7 life left. I believe he has 4 cards in his banish zone, so he's going to turn sideways into the Gildas and actually reclaim the Gildas. And it looks like we're going to draw off the Drawn Blade. We're going to Caben's turn. And if Caben can find 7 damage through Jimmy's 1-card hand, looks like we're going to replay the Gildas. Play the Squirrel. So that is going to do it. We are going to go to game number 3, I believe. Yep, that's right. So we are going to game number 3. Both these players trying to make it to top cut. It was muted for a second. Thank you. But both these players trying to make it to top cut. Swift Recruit in his hand, so... Or Swift Recruit does hit the field. Then we're going to go to Lorraine level 1, which I think this might be the first time all match that that Caven actually leveled up before Jimmy did. Jimmy's been speed leveling to level 3, and Caven hasn't gone past level 1 all game. I think he actually did go to level 2 in the first game. Again, that first game feels forever ago already. Looks like Caven just going to swing into the Swift Recruit. Wondering if he's going to send the Failings Captain also into the Swift Recruit. Nope, just going to send the Tactful Sergeant, I believe is the name of that card. Sending that into the Swift Recruit, which does draw a card into memory. Looks like Jimmy's actually going to reclaim it. Funny enough, I would just imagine you let it die, to be honest. That's why I'm casting. And they're playing, because I would, I always just look at if my floating memory cards end up in the graveyard, that sounds like a win to me. Here we see Jimmy get his level 1 out. Get that Sword of Seeking, which I don't think we've seen another level 1 Lorraine pull any other sword out all day long. Gonna pretty much be that Sword of Seeking, I think, until Fractured Crown comes out. Let's hear who you guys think is gonna win this match. Is it gonna be Caveman at 1-1, Jimmy at 1-1? Both players got a match. This is game number 3. Who do you think is gonna win out there? I don't know who I think. Every game, I think Caven's been actually favored in every round, but Jimmy was actually able to sneak that game 1 out. I really like Caven's list. Seems really different than what I've seen so far. Jimmy playing the typical Insole package, which I like too. Insole's, I think, my favorite card in Grand Archive right now. Lorraine, even though you spelled it wrong, Muck Duck, Friendo. Yeah, she's kind of popular. It's only our second Lorraine mirror, though. Looks like we are going to pop the GCR right away this time. Is that a collector? Is that a CSR Banner Knight in Caven's hand? I don't know if you guys can hear the announcement, but we just got the 10-minute warning, so there's 10 minutes left in this round. These two players have to finish this round before 10 minutes is up. Still early in game 3. Looks like Caven's board is a little bit more developed during Caven's turn, so he can actually even more push this a little bit more if he wants to. And I just keep seeing that Banner Knight. That's all I can see. Brain. I just wanted to play the Banner Knight now. I want to see it hit the field. You're playing it. That's why again, me playing high money cards, I just stare at them and like, well, I just want you on the field, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's what I keep seeing is the Ambassador promo Banner Knight, which is pretty awesome. I also think that's based. If that were me, and I had one of those, I think I'd play it too. Really cool how Weaves of the Shore actually gives those out to ambassadors of the game. Really cool to recognize your content creators and your community leaders. Anyone who's been in a big community push for this game. I think it's really cool that they do that. So we're going to get a game action out of Caben here. Looks like we're putting 2 in memory, putting 3 in memory, and we're going to Inspiring Call here. So Inspiring Call, going to draw a card into memory, swing with the Phalanx Captain into the Swift Recruit. And he's going to give that Swift Recruit a little breeze to keep it alive. Little breeze. Little favorable winds there. And looks like we're going to swing. Make sure it's dead this time. Going to swing in with Lorraine. Deal another damage. Make sure it goes down. And then swing the Tactful Sergeant coming in for a lot, I believe. So Jimmy deciding what he wants to do in response to this Tactful Sergeant. Could just take it. Actually, oh, he actually already took it. So now, going into Jimmy's turn, he goes into level 2 Lorraine. Let's see if he can get the big Hurricane Sweep off. But I think Caben's done a good enough job of keeping him off of it. You know, keeping cards in hand, making sure that it doesn't give up the big play. Gwyn Heaven Scream is a really cool name. I really like that. But yes, Lorraine is quite popular, along with Rye. You know, we actually have an almost equal representation between the 2 heroes. I think Lorraine would probably be at like 35-40%, and Rye would be right under that at like 30-35%. So pretty interesting representation there. The only thing I will say is that Lorraine has more variability in terms of either being wind or fire. So see the Dungeon Guide going up to level 3. I think he's Dungeon Guide all 3 games here. Do the Savage Slash. I think he went face. I think that little point was we're going face here. Show us Christmas level 3. Big think over on Caben's side. How he wants to respond to this big Savage Slash. Just going to do a deflecting edge here, stopping 3 points of damage. So I think the Phalanx Captain, I think he's using the dice to signify how much damage it's taken. So 2 damage there. So the Phalanx Captain has 2 life left. I think they missed the damage earlier from the Tactful Sergeant. I think that's all it was. Just on stream. They probably have it written down on... I think they're still taking a life with notepads, so it just would be... so yeah, they just noticed it here, so all good. My guess is both these players probably don't use a phone for life very often anymore. So I think they are both using their notepads at the time. So just the life on screen was off, but so just a quick check through the graveyards, quick check through the material deck. Players do have to be mindful of time. I feel like the 10-minute warning was getting farther and farther away, but Caben just going to materialize the Nullifying Lantern, turn off all types in graveyards, pretty much make them all void typing. All Norm. Caben looking at quite a plethora of options in his hand. Again, we have to, pick up the pace probably just a little bit between both these players. Just worried about finishing the game. Only being at 4-2 in damage. And there it is, the CSR Banner Knight, the Ambassador promo itself. I love the way this card looks. I think it's just so pretty. It's probably like my favorite looking card. And having a Banner Knight and a Phalanx Captain on the field at the same time is pretty terrifying if you're Jimmy. I think the damage is going to start racking up pretty good here. Yeah, just going to swing with the Phalanx Captain as well. Take another 2 damage. Looks like Caven actually has another Phalanx Captain, or another Banner Knight in his hand. Looks like we are going to just play the second Banner Knight, so missing a couple points of damage, but probably was just playing it safe there. Didn't want to throw everything out onto the field all at once. So going into Jimmy's turn, he's going to get that Sword of Avarice, which we've seen quite a bit. Draw those 2 cards out. Draw another card for turn. And Jimmy has some catching up to do. Now, Caben does have 2 cards in hand, so I think Jimmy has to read that he's on Veiling Breeze pretty hard here with a bunch of win cards in his memory to reveal. It looks like we're just going to beseech the winds. What this does is allow you an extra materialization, which Jimmy's going to use on a Grand Crusader's ring, which is just going to draw him an extra card. And I think Caben's deck is just better suited to handle the Lorraine Mirror, as really Jimmy hasn't been able to clear these allies with any real type of efficiency whatsoever. I imagine that we're going to see both these players probably in top 8, and there will probably be a rematch of this in top 8. I definitely could see that happening. Two Banner Knights, a Phalanx Captain. If Jimmy doesn't find an answer here to this board, it's going to be real tough for him. I think the Veiling Breeze has to come, you have to be reading Veiling Breeze here, right? It's the one card that really keeps Caben alive even through something like an Insult. Here we just see the favorable wins. Oh, he just played the favorable wins so that I believe he could just get a card in, or get it in memory, or get it engraved so he can use it as floating memory. We're going to go to level 2 here. Man, this deck, Caben's deck is just so pretty. It's level 2 CSR. I can't handle it. It's blinding my eyes. But here we see the damage is going to really start piling up. Looks like Jimmy's going to reveal 2 cards in memory. So he's going to stop 2 damage from every source this turn, basically. So Phalanx Captain was able to sneak a point of damage in. The 2 Banner Knights are probably looking to get in too. They're not quite there yet, so they're buffed each other to 2, so they wouldn't really do anything at this point to swing them in unless you find another way to buff them. Oh, I guess the Phalanx Captain's going to buff them by 1, right? So they're actually going to be coming for 3. Yeah, and then both Banner Knights coming in. And time in the round was just now called. Now, I, as your humble commentator, do not know what time rules are in this game. I know they just came out with a big update to the tournament rules and software, but if anyone knows for sure, feel free to shout them out in chat, because time in round was just called, and I believe it was during Caben's turn. So no matter what the time rules are, Caben is turn 0. I want to say it had something to do with remaining health pool will determine winner. but I don't know for sure. I can ask the judges after this round. Might even pull them in for a quick little Q&A on like. So we're going into Jimmy's turn. He's going to get the Ornamental Greatsword. Jimmy has to find a way to do pretty much 18 damage after a Swift Recruit's on the field and a Nullifying Lantern's on the field. So no Crux from the graveyard shenanigans here. I think isn't it a certain amount of time and 5 minutes of overtime, like whatever happens first? Because I think I do remember that. Valkyrie Loaf. I like your name too. So coming in with the Ornamental Greatsword, going into the Swift Recruit. Swift Recruit gonna retaliate, deal a point of damage. Back. 5 minutes or 3 turns, whatever happens first. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jorge? Looks like a Veiling Breeze. Yep, whichever comes first. That makes sense. I think most games that do a time limit. And it looks like Jimmy's getting ready for the fist bump, and that is it. And Caben will take game number 3, and he will move on to 4-0. Jimmy will drop to 3-1. That was a huge matchup. 2 Titans battling it out. I'm sure this won't be the last of this matchup. Probably going to see both these players in top 8. Caben amped up, ready to go here. I love his deck too. Such an interesting take on Wind Lorraine, and not playing really any Crux at all. And his deck is super pretty, and he gets to play a Banner Knight. CSR, this dude's living the dream. But believe it or not, that went through time. So I'm going to throw you to the Be Right Back screen, but I don't think you're going to be there for very long. We're going to come back with round number 5. And yes, you're probably right. The recruit should have retaliated for 3, but didn't really matter. Caben was able to get there. So awesome game. Thank you guys for watching so far. Make sure you share, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. If you are enjoying me getting through commentary on my own, cut me some slack. So really glad you guys are enjoying it. You're hanging out with me, watching some Grand Archive on this lovely Saturday afternoon. And we have 2 more rounds. Yeah, we have 2 more rounds of Swiss. We have a round 5, a round number 6, and then we have Top Cut. And I think Top Cut's going to be super interesting. We're going to try to find some interesting win and in matches for you. But that being said, I'm going to give my voice a bit of a rest. Probably all of 2 minutes of a rest, but we'll be right back with round number 5. Don't listen to the lunch break. It's not a lunch break. Changing it now. Welcome back to round number 5 here at the Haven. We had some issues with our tournament software, but it looks like we have Savon and Devin here in round number 5. Savon was requested by somebody up in the chat earlier. I hope you're still here because here he is. I like those Tonberry sleeves he's got. That's pretty awesome. Don't know who's going first here, but looks like we got Savon and Devin. They are shuffling up, ready to go. Who's still out there watching some Grand Archive? Sorry for that extreme delay. Just, you know, sometimes tournament software really doesn't want to work with you. We had someone drop and it just kind of screwed everything up. We just had to like I think they're manually repairing everything. It just created a whole bunch of problems. So that being said, we do have Savon and Devin here. Again, Savon was a crowd request. So we said, hey, you want to play on stream? He said, sure do. Don't know what he's playing just yet. Gotta dig out that deck list. Oh, is it spelled like 7? S-E-V-O-N? I'll change it. But yeah, Savon and Devin. I can run out there and see. But yeah, glad to get this out. Glad to get him on stream for you guys that were requesting him. He said he was like, yeah, have some local players. You know, he has an LGS up in California, I think. So really happy he made the trip down here to Orlando for this regionals. I think they're just waiting on the timer to start. Let me go check on that real quick.
What?
Sit.
I think it's a S-E.
I know, yeah.
Okay. That's my boy.
I did spell it wrong. So it looks like seven. Savon. Savon is going to start us off, and then Devin is going to respond with the Spirit of Fire of his own, but it looks like we're going to start with the Idle Thoughts, one of the best turn 1 plays you can have. Idle Thoughts been such a good card in this whole tournament. Being able to look at the top 4, rearrange them in any order. But
They're all gone. Okay. I'll go get another one.
what?
Waters?
I mean, I only had 2.
Whatever. I'll commentate a bit.
It looks like we're going to level 1 Lorraine. Level 1 Lorraine. Sword of Seeking. I wish I had a Sword of Seeking counter on screen somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's always been Sword of
No,
Seeking.
I don't. I think on a very, very rare occasion there'll be an ornamental sword that comes out. Maybe if you're just like, I gotta end this game in 2.5 turns.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, no, that looks awesome.
Yeah. Better than
But this is our local Devin, not Devin, not the Devin that's judging, but the other local Devin, right?
You'll have to tell me. I'm not sure.
I think I think it is. And his girlfriend is also playing, Kelly. So
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah.
Love to see when couples actually come out and play. So here we see the Honorable Vanguard. This is a Fire Lorraine mirror match. Let's try to dig out these deck lists. That's been kind of my favorite thing about commentating this is, you know, especially going into games 2 and 3, kind of seeing like what can these players go into. And if you can, while you're here, we're in round number 5. Hopefully there won't be another delay going into round number 6. If you can, like and subscribe, share the stream around. We have Top Cut coming out right. We have one more round of Swiss and then Top Cut. Top Cut looks to be fire.
Like just
Straight-
fire players or spicy players or what?
Well, Andrew's 4-0.
I saw Andrew was 4-0, and I went, woo!
Here's Savon's list.
All right, let's take a look at this.
Also, shout out to the players that typed them.
Yes,
Because,
yes.
like-
Bless your souls. So one thing I've seen in multiple decks, including this one, is they play 2 Flame Sweep, and then they have one in the sideboard. I don't know. I just always thought it was an auto 3, no matter
auto
what.
4 of.
Or actually, yeah, an auto 4 of. That way you can just count on seeing it.
I will say this: the last round that we had with Jimmy Lee and Cabin was pretty wild in the sense that neither of them were able to sweep the other one.
Been seeing that a lot today. Meanwhile, at any locals we've ever been to, we've never not seen a sweep.
This is
Like,
very true.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, standard deck. Although I see a sideboard card, Spurn to Ash. Don't see that too often, but. And then we've got.
I assume that's the same Devin.
Oh my god.
Then we have a blank list. Oh, that's the one I did the meta breakdown on. So going back to this game, looks like we have a Drawn Blade. Savon has taken 2 points of damage here.
No, these deck lists are very close, except Savon plays an ornamental sword, and Devin don't. That's pretty close. Not really used to seeing like Library Witch
No, not on the Lorraine list
in
too much.
Lorraine, but
Kind of makes sense.
maybe hold out another turn.
Yeah, if you can buy a turn off of it, draw a card, you know, stop one of their big turns because you have to run into it. We saw Devin had to burn a pretty big attack into a Swift Recruit not too long ago. Sure, murdered,
Yeah.
murdered it with a
No,
running
I'm gonna
flames.
hit this for like 12. I was like, jeez. I think Library Witch only draws a card off Mage though, or am I wrong? I don't know if
Oh, you might be.
I thought
Right.
Library Witch. Either way, it's done pretty good so far, I think. So, what?
Let's go ahead and eat.
2 more
I have them lined up.
locally, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we see Devin here, or no, actually Savon is the one kind of lining up his next play. Is he showing the camera? I don't know. He's like a little showmanship there. Yep, Devin lining up his next play here, deciding what to materialize.
I think a big issue that's going to happen probably in the next couple turns is, do I play a bunch of stuff and then get swept, or do I,
Hold back.
keep it chill?
Try to bait
and-
them to go to level 2 first.
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a scary thing to hold back at all. I just feel like the person who hits level 3 first just like always wins.
Yeah.
It does not always. That's super.
No, but
like,
I think you stick to your game plan. If you're like, I'm Fire Lorraine with all aggro, but I'm gonna play it slow, like you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Hi, Dance, Johnny Dance. So round 1, we actually had 2 Tamer players against each other. Well, like a Tamer and then like a Tamer / Assassin list. Really interesting there. Won't tell you if you want to go back and watch it. Won't tell you what happened.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers. And then we had a couple Rye players. So yeah, no, it hasn't been all Lorraine. Definitely is the majority Lorraine. Probably say 35 to 40% of the field is Lorraine, and then like 30 to 35% of the field is Rye, which we kind of expected. We knew that going in. There was one of the things that I saw in the meta breakdown that was really interesting was that I thought Water Xander would show up way more than it did.
Yes, there has been a very low amount of those, and it's such a good deck that can outlast other decks.
And you only have to really win game 1, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Is you win game 1, you kind of just hold off.
Yep.
For me, I'll open it.
Trade you.
No.
Oh. Do it. Too late. On camera.
A little ASMR. Pack opening. We should definitely any Mordred players featured, if any. So we did have exactly 1 Fire Mordred. I believe that player has already dropped. I think. Is Hostway still in it?
Is Hostway still playing? Yeah, he's doing Mordred. Oh, yeah, that probably makes sense because he has the CSR version.
Oh, he just has to play Fire
yeah,
Mordred?
He just has to.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, if he's somehow X1 at the end of this round, I'll give another quick breakdown of the round while we're waiting on the next game action here. So this was today's 50-player event. So we had 7 Wind Lorraine, 15 Fire Lorraine, 1 Fire Mordred, 3 Fire Tristans, which was wild to me, 13 Fire Rise, 1 Wind Allen, 2 Fire Sylvies, 1 Water Lorraine, 1 Water Sylvie, 2 others because they were kind of all over the place, 1 Lost Spirit Lorraine, and 2 Water Xanders, and finally 1 Wind Sylvie.
Pretty expected, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. So we had 22 Lorraines, right? So that would be actually there's 23 Lorraines. So closer to 50% of the field is Lorraine, which actually isn't that bad. We'll have to see if Top Cut's any better in terms of spread, right?
I'm gonna say at least 6 out of the 8 are gonna be Lorraine.
You think so?
But it would be nice.
Yeah, we do have Jimmy Lee. Oh, and you missed something insane. Cabin, one of I guess a local or Grand Archive celebrity.
Yeah, he's from, where was it? Like it was either North Carolina or Michigan. But no, he came in. Yeah. What? How did he do?
Oh, he beat Jimmy Lee, but
big booty butt.
He has in his deck and is playing it a community whatever banner night.
I would not. That thing would not leave the vault. That thing would not. I'm very surprised. Well.
So we have been streaming for 8 hours already.
Neat.
If you guys are out there hanging out with us, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. You have a lot of options today in your Grand Archive travel.
Yes.
Today. So if you're watching us, I really appreciate it. As we watch Devin hit level 3 on that Lorraine Crux Knight, which I've actually seen way more than Wandering Warrior as well. We're going to swing that Sword of Seeking, going to deal 3 damage to Savan. Dungeon Guide definitely coming in clutch there. Dungeon Guide has been a premier deck, and we're going to see the Spirit Blade Ascension switching out that sword for a Sword of Avarice, which on enter is going to draw Devin 2 more cards. Huge play there, going +1.
Wow. Oh.
I see a Ghost of
Pendragon.
Ghost of Pendragon in there.
keep drawing
Oh,
cards.
Ascension.
Lorraine.
I was like, what happened? And then I just realized he played Ascension, but didn't like. And then we Spirit Blade or Spirit Sight, Crux Sight. I'll get there.
Oh, good.
We're 8 hours in. I'm losing my mind. 8 hours in. Crux Sight. Paying the extra 2 to get the Ascension back. We're gonna Ascension again.
Look at that memory. It's like 10 slices of cheese over there. It's like a bunch of craft singles.
Slice of cheese.
Up, draw them.
Why not? Draw them all. Ooh. So when the influence becomes a thing, we're gonna be counting that up.
Yes. Because right now it looks like someone ordered
So
8
1, 2, 3,
double
4.
cheeseburgers.
So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards in his memory.
Yeah.
Let's go a 10 card hand next turn. Actually 11. He's gonna draw for turn.
Yeah, he's gonna draw, and then whatever his regalia is that's coming out.
And we see on Savon's side, he's gonna get a Grand Crusader's ring now. He's not out of this quite yet, at all. I mean, he's level 2, but he's only got 13 life left. So.
Yeah, 20, because that would be 22.
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Savon, by the way. He is a fellow FFTCG store owner from California. Good friend. Very nice fellow. Nice beard. But with how many cards Devin has, I am a little worried.
Yeah, I don't know what Savon can do to really get out of this and see if he has any real damage prevention. We do see the Dungeon Guide, which is pretty huge here. Dungeon Guide going to get him that level 3 for 1 less card.
It is still very strange for me to see Lorraine level up and not wake up.
Oh, I
Like,
totally
they're
forgot
still-
about
yeah,
that.
they're still down.
Yeah. I think it's good.
Yeah, it just, from what we were used to for so long, it severely limits the like wombo combo.
Oh, already this turn would have been coming in for quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw off the Drawn Blade. You know, both players just drawing all kinds of cards over here. Gonna swing with our little Dungeon Guide, coming in for 1. Pew.
Dungeon slap. Here you go.
Wham. Yeah, you gotta give me the Hearthstone level every time something happens to the card. Here's your message. Whap. For her, it would be like, follow me. Whap.
I was gonna do some horrible RMT joke because she's power leveling you, and it's like,
Oh.
you know,
You paid $20 to level up.
join MMO cheap, $5 get you power leveled. So, do we need to send Nick to like timeout
I think so.
or the retirement home?
I think so.
Old man Nick needs some packs to open.
What card is that?
Oh, fun times. Alright, Rending Flames.
Rending Flames.
What are we coming in for? That's going to give it +1.
And every time it hits, the sword will draw a card, right? That was a lot of damage. That was 14.
Yeah.
14.
14 teen. That was a good Rending Flame. So now he's at 4. Yeah, no. Very
But
easily in kill
Devin's
range.
gonna. Yeah, but really, so is Savon. I mean, Savon.
Oh, he's level 3.
He's level 3, so he's got 28
18.
life.
Yeah,
He's got 18
damage.
life.
Yeah.
Or 19.
Yes, that's right. 19.
He's got 19 life, but Devin's about to pick up a giant hand of cards. Has a Ghost of Pendragon on the field and a Dungeon Guide, so that's representing 4 damage alone. The Sword of Avarice gonna draw 2 new cards here.
No,
Looks
the
like
Banner Knight.
We're getting rid of 1 Banner Knight, and we're drawing 2 off the Sword of Avarice, going plus 1 basically.
Up. So a Banner Knight is automatically going to add 1, 2, 3 damage.
Nick, there is exactly 1 Water Lorraine, or 1 Water Xander. It's weird it didn't show up there.
That is weird.
There he
Show
goes.
it.
There's exactly one Water Xander in the field. Don't know if he is doing well.
We can check the score for you after these messages. So
Here we see the Spirit Blade insole.
Oh, man.
Oh. So here we see the Spirit Blade insole getting out all those little baby swords.
So does Banner Knight buff those? Because you were saying they're not technically allies or something like that, so I don't know.
But it also says your weapons.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. So yes, Banner Knight will buff all those as well.
That's a Royale with cheese right there, and just. Oh yeah, and he's adding up the dice all. Yep.
Yep. Well, that's all the durability counters.
Well, let's. Is he gonna reach 28?
I think so. Because he still gets one more swing with Lorraine with all these added swords in the banish.
Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely game here.
Oh man.
Yep. 3, and then one more sword swing, and we are going to game number 2. Devin taking game number 1. Savon dropping a game in this series. So now we get to sideboard. Do you still have the list out? Really on top here? So what does Devin have that he can sideboard? So we have Sparkle Light, Deflecting Edge, Spurn to Ash, and Prismatic Edge.
No, I just seriously think he got there faster. Like, I mean, that's just kind of.
No, but I don't think. I think maybe you put in the Deflecting Edges here. You know you're going against another fire
to reduce
rain.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
And that could also save you like a card draw if he's doing a.
Yeah,
he's doing that off
exactly.
of
Yeah,
level
you
2
definitely
or
put in the
something like
Deflecting Edges, I think. I don't know what you side out for them, but I think the Deflecting Edges do go in. If you're on Savon's side, let's see what he's working with. So he's got 2 Varooks in the side, 1 Flame Sweep, 1 Devastating Blow, 1 Spurn to Ash, 2 Sparkle Lights, and 1 Deflecting Edge.
Yep.
I think the Deflecting Edge again just comes in. Don't know what else you take out. Maybe the Devastating Blow, just to maybe try to get there a little bit faster. But
Agreed.
that's what I see. What's that?
Yeet. Did you eat?
I did.
What'd you eat?
Pizza. I went over and got pizza.
Alright.
Did you eat?
Yeah.
What'd you eat?
Chicken Parmesan.
Ooh.
Apparently hospitals have become decent food.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, Winnie Palmer. Ooh, buddy. That's the good one.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus. Magic the Gathering Worlds, Toronto, August 2001. James just threw a card at me.
Yep.
I think you all should know that's where
Yep.
all that is coming from. But as the players here are shuffling up for round number 2 or game 2 in this round 5 match, let's hear it. Who's ready? Who wants Savon to win? Let us know. Who wants Devin to win? I know Savon had some people in chat asking for him, so I'm assuming those people want him to win.
George said they will riot if he loses.
Riot?
So we're going to have to bar up the windows.
But they're in California, so it's okay.
He's on his way.
No rioting in Florida. We outlawed it, along with a lot of other things.
Oh my god. Whoa, who's making coffee? Hold on.
Oh, I just smell it. It's very strong coffee.
Yeah.
Remedic saying, woo, go Savon. So Savon's got some work to do. He did lose round number 1, or game, I keep saying round 1, but he lost game number 1. So Devin is going to move to 1-0 in the series. Savon dropped that game, so Savon choosing to go first, playing that Spirit of Fire. Did get the number 1 card I think you always want to see, which is that Idle Thoughts. This is actually a really good starting hand, I think, from Savon with Idle Thoughts and an Honorary Vanguard. Oh, and he's actually just going to Spurn to Ash, not Idle Thoughts here. Not a bad play either. Getting the guaranteed floating memory after cremation ritualing his own Honorary Vanguard. Honorable Vanguard.
Hasty Messenger.
I think Hasty Messenger is honestly one of the best cards that Fire Lorraine has access to.
I
I mean,
think like
really
almost
any fire deck, yeah. I mean, being able to cycle a card, you attack for 1, get a chip damage in, also discard a card, draw a card,
There
just
you go,
so
some
good.
floating
And a
memory.
floating,
There you
floating
go. I don't
memory.
need the bat.
Now, granted, he doesn't have floating memory until he's a level 1 warrior, but hey, get it out of here. He's actually going to Cremation Ritual his own Hasty Messenger. He probably just doesn't trust it to live a turn, which I kind of understand. Typically, that doesn't live, but you don't want to give the level 2 Lorraine any kind of fodder, though we are pretty far from level 2. I don't think I would have Cremation Ritual it there, unless my hand was that dead. I think Hasty, make them kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. So maybe he thought that he was going to play a Flamer Swordsman and slam into it, but that's like not that bad of a thing to
Well, I mean,
tank it with
the
your Hasty
Flamer,
Messenger.
I was going to say the Flamer and Swordsman still comes down then, hits you for 2 instead
Right,
of that.
so that's why I agree.
Now we get a Hasty Messenger of Savon's own. Savon and Devin. The names are very close. Level 1 Lorraine. We do have to banish 1 card from our memory for it. So he's just going to pick that card right there on the end. It's another Cremation Ritual.
Good pick. Good pick. There's like 7 Insouls in that hand. Did you see that?
No,
See all
I
the
didn't.
clouds?
Oh, what?
The clouds.
Oh, the clouds. Not like...
Spiky hair guy?
No, not spiky hair
no.
guy. Clouds is in like the puffy things in the sky.
Oh my goodness.
It's been 8.5 hours, man. Like-
Oh, come on.
I might be ditching you to go to Starbucks in a minute.
Nah, wait for top 8. Top 8.
We have to open a supporter box in top 8.
Alright then. I mean, I was intending to stay till like 10, not midnight. Let's see what happens. Did he split? Oh, they won't.
So going into Savon's turn here, still level 1, just materializing a Drawn Blade for that extra card draw, a little bit more options in the hand. So Savon's going to play Creative Shock. This card's going to allow him to draw 2, and then he does have to discard a card. Not going to get the Mage class bonus of pinging something for 2, but do have to still discard a card. I think we're going to discard the Honorable Vanguard. That's a pretty good choice there for the floating memory. So just 1 floating memory right now. Probably wants another one if he could help it, but I don't see another one in his hand. So if you're in Savon's position, what are you looking to do right now?
Beat him. So, let's see. They're both level 1?
Both level 1.
So I feel like neither of them want to start flooding the board with stuff, but you could even just get a big cleave in just to hit him in the face with it. I mean, you're still clearing their board, and you're drawing a card, and you're dealing 4 to 5 damage. So he's going to level 2 right now. I just don't think you can wait too long for like the moment. It's just like at some point with all the cards they have, you need to just start whamming them.
I was just going to say, it looks like Devin actually kind of blinked first here. So it looks like he's going to be the one that goes to level 2 first without a target for the card draw. So it looks like he's just going to be trying to rush in here and just deal as much damage as possible.
I'll put 1 craft single down, 2 craft single.
I mean, I think we're seeing a dungeon guide here.
Yeah.
Would you maybe swing with the hasty messenger and then dungeon guide just to give you like more options what to put in?
Wait, so oh yes. Especially if is he gonna draw a card when he turns level 3? I don't know if he put a drawn blade yet in his dumpster.
I do not believe so. Not on that side of the field. So Savon is the one that's gotten the drawn blade.
But although it's like he blinked, going to level 3 first now is like, now I have all this life and you're still at level 1. So it kind of puts the pressure on like...
Yeah, and here we go again. I mean, the Ascension, or not, yeah, the Ascension into the Avarice, which we saw was a big engine last time, was able to just put together a whole bunch of cards in Devin's hand. And here I think we're going to see the Ghosts of Pendragon, which is like one of the best 2-drops I think I've ever seen. It's going to draw 2 more cards. And this is just a huge value engine coming from Devin's side of the field. So Lorraine not going to be able to swing in this turn, but we are going to get some filter, get another honorable Vanguard.
And just gained a floating memory off of that.
And
Swung in with the horsey.
Whole bunch of damage.
Dungeon slap. And just like that, Devin's all established now. He's probably going to try to prep Ensoul. And now Savon has to kind of
answer.
Catch up, yeah. Now he can hit level 2 here and cleave and collect a whole ton of cards. But does he have a sweep? I just saw him pay the floating memory, so there's level 2. He'll have a good excuse to swing a drawn blade. Or a drawn blade? That was
Yep.
the card draw sword, yeah.
Sword of Avarice, drawn blade, one of them.
But I saw a lot of blue art in his hand. I don't see flame sweep.
That's a whole lot of purple.
Yeah.
We need that flame sweep, which we just haven't seen all day long, which is really funny for us coming into this tournament because, like you said earlier, we just saw it every game of local
every local match
decided by some, AOE attack, whether it be, wind sweep, flame sweep, water sweep.
Yeah.
That's a Rending Flames, I believe.
Rending Flames. Up. So he's going to dungeon guide to level 3 as well.
It's really good he had that dungeon guide in response to the other dungeon guide.
Ooh, half the post office just went in there. But he's playing a different Lorraine level 3. I forgot he was playing that version.
Yeah, so
it's drawn blade again, draw a card. There was some fire.
I think it was a flame sweep.
No, he's got 2 Rending Flames in there. Now he won't be able to do that back to back because he just simply won't have enough. Like, I don't think he has enough fuel in his graveyard. But
we're gonna do the Ascension play, send back the sword, get probably our own Sword of Avarice here. Yep, draw 2 cards, and I think we're gonna see a lot of that Regalia from Fractured Crown. It's gonna limit card draw in the next set.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like one of them would be dead already.
Oh yeah, Muck Duck for sure. If Lorraine was still allowed to restand, I think one of them would be dead.
That's it. He's dead. Boop, boop.
Follow me
Boop,
as she
boop,
hits
boop.
the other Lorraine for 1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the card that lets you put a card back and then restand her. So you can still restand Wake Up Lorraine, but you just have to have the Arcane or the Crux card that allows you to do so.
Do you target face or do you kill Horsey Man over there?
No. We go face. Face is the place.
Oh, okay.
Zug Zug. We just go face.
Sure.
No, I think you actually do have to kill the ghost. Just for pure value at this point. I think just allowing it to hit you for 3. But because we're seeing a Rending Flames that I think we're not going we're not going to kill the Horsey.
Now, does Devin have a... What's it called? A not Steel Blade Shunt? Deflecting Edge?
Would be pretty important here, but looks like no. And Savon also has the card that allows you to, every time you hit with a weapon, that turn you draw a card.
Wait, Spirit's Crest? The other one, I think you just draw a card the first time. I don't know if it's
No, you attach it. It basically attaches itself to the weapon.
Proceed, sir. We can tell them. It was muted, yes. We accidentally muted it.
No.
Essentially, we've been
Talking to each other.
talking to each other about Lorraine, Ensol, all this stuff.
Basically, all that you missed really was that I said Insol's my favorite card out of Dawn of Ashes. It's really cool. And it's probably going to end the game here in one way or the other.
Right. We were talking about how much pressure Savon all of a sudden put on Devin because he's 8 within a kill. But then we saw the Insols going on, so now we are waiting to see how Devin's going to unload this giant hand. But he has to do something because I think Savon's just going to knock him out this next turn.
Yeah, really, this is basically what we also said was this is effectively the last turn of the game. So Devin needs to find the kill here, or Savon's probably just going to run away with it, and we'll go to a game 3, which we've actually had a couple game 3s already.
So he's put down. I was gonna say, I feel like he's changed his mind like 2 or 3 times so far.
Yeah, I think he's really just trying to math out the kill because I think he's kind of realizing what we're saying.
He probably has nothing, no intercept. I can't imagine Fire Lorraine really having intercept, but I can't imagine. Yeah, he has to like close it this turn, or else his grits are cooked.
There's a snake in my boot. Yeah.
Savon's looking at him. He's like, reach for the sky. All right, let's see. Up, another horsey.
Another horsey. It's
So
coming down.
So that's 7 damage on the field right now, I believe. It's
Yep.
a 3/4.
Currently 7 damage on the field.
No weapon out, which means a lot of the Crux cards are.
Oh, he was
Now he's
able
gonna
to
have a
get,
lot of weapons on the field.
Oh, that makes sense. He was able to draw 2 cards off of the Ghost of Pendragon, then still have enough for the Insol. So this might do it here.
I bet Savon's eyes just went, oh, poop.
Oh no.
And the Ornamental Sword. Does that buff something when it comes out?
Yep.
Like that? Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, 1, 5, 8.
So Horsey coming in for 4.
Yeah. This is going to be a lot.
Horsey coming in for 3.
Is that deflecting edge? He probably doesn't even have any cards in hand right now. I think it's all on the table.
Coming in for 1, and then 1 here. 3 here. Or, no, 1 here. 3 here.
So that's coming in for like a bus load 2.
Yeah, and then
3.
probably the actual swing with Lorraine is going to finish it off, I'd imagine. Might be just enough. So we do
Let's do
have...
the math right here. So 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, that's... I
The
believe that's
old-
enough without anything to do with it.
Yep. Oh,
Arcade
the
say,
peep-
draw a card.
the
Peep-
peepers.
Oh, he does have it. So
Insole.
Devin will take the match
GG
2-0.
Nori.
All the Savan supporters, I am sorry to bring you that on stream.
But he got the old Ensol Yapple Dapple. So
Twice.
yeah, no, that card just it does work.
Card is winning games all over the place.
Good job, Devin.
But good job to both of our players. I don't know what their standings are after this, but I can't imagine Savan has too much going on in terms of being alive. I don't know what his record was. I think it was at least X1. So.
And we could probably get a copy of maybe top 16 going into next round.
Oh, we should definitely do that. Do that. So we're going to throw it to the Be Right Back screen. Don't go anywhere. We have round number 6 coming up. If you can, please like, comment, subscribe, and share the stream around. Hopefully no more delays outside of just the regular in-between rounds. If there's anything you want to see going into round number 2, let me know. Or round number 2. Round number 6. We've been out here for 9 hours streaming and just really enjoy having this for you guys. And if you can, be a bud, subscribe, enjoy the content. Let's go. Love Grand Archive.
Wraith Bond.
Welcome to round number 6, our final round of Swiss.
Praise the Lord.
We made it, ladies and gentlemen. We got them.
Yeah, I was out collecting Social Security because I'm old, and AJ's in his wheelchair, but we made it to round 6.
I'm so happy because we have a water Lorraine
All right.
on
All right.
stream. That's a lot of glare on that phone. I might have to go out there.
What cards do you think she splashes? Whoa! I'll go fix that phone.
Whoa! We're losing our minds 9.5 hours into this stream. Round number 6. I believe the winner can still make top cut. The thing that's kind of crazy is all 4 top tables kind of didn't play. Yeah, they all ID'd, so we had a lot of IDs going into this tournament, or going into this round. So we really had to work to find this match. This is table 5, so this is still a very relevant match. It looks fine. I saw you.
I didn't want to like move to the middle of the table, but
No, the only thing I would have done is move it to the side, but
All right.
I don't want to like bother them either. They're doing us a favor by playing on stream. You do not know
There's a bunch of shy weebs in this event.
the hurdles we had to cross to get a stream match for you guys. I was like, no.
My deck's a secret. It's like, come on. All right. Flamer and Swordsman. 2-2.
Your deck's a secret for all of regionals.
Oh, yes. It's a secret until they go to national.
I was going to say, these deck lists are getting sent to Weaves of the Shore.
Yes,
They're going to be
straight to it.
posted.
Yeah. 10, 13, 16, 17, 18.
That's a cactuar. That's not a number.
All right.
That's 10,000.
Can I interest
Get it?
you in
Get it?
a
10,000?
Chimichanga?
Flamer and Swordsman. Are we even talking about Grand Archive anymore? If you can, shop at thehaventabletop.com for all your Grand Archive singles and booster boxes that you might need. Got a lot of Fractured Crown on order, right?
Yes, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, August 25th. The second wave of Dawn of Ashes and the first wave of Fractured Crown.
And if you haven't already, make sure that you like and subscribe this video or this stream.
Yes.
Helps us out a lot.
Appreciate
because
it.
we do have possibly a top cut after this.
Yep. And we are opening up with a GCR. Get a little bonus card draw.
Oh, that's right. I don't know what any of these cards are because we haven't done water all day.
Now this is our first. This is our first water deck.
This is my first time playing Grand Archive.
Oh, we're being silly.
I think this happens to every stream.
Yeah.
When you only have 1.75 streamers because you were gone for half of it.
Oh, my bad.
Not half of it, like 2 rounds because the lunch took 8 hours.
Oh, people gotta eat.
Is this Nick? No, this is the Spirit of Wind deck. Spirit of Fire. So still just the Flamer and Swordsman. No damage actually coming in through yet.
Savage Slash for 2. Get some floating memory in there. Actually, they both get floating memory because he took out Flamer and Swordsman. So I wonder if this water deck can sustain the burst damage from fire long enough.
We're just gonna have to be able to stay afloat long enough to.
Oh, afloat!
We're floating. We'll all float on. All right. Alrighty. We'll all float on. This is high quality content.
Oh, he
you
just
won't
banished
get
his flame sweep.
you won't get this on any other stream.
There are no flame sweeps being played at this event, like successfully. They all get banished or they all get, bojangled.
That's the water Lorraine list.
All right.
The one water Lorraine at the tournament. I really hope this guy makes top 8. Sorry, I shouldn't be impartial. But I just really want to see
Well, the deck name is Water Isn't a Meme, so.
Oh, that guy's my hero.
Yeah, this water deck is playing a ton of Crux, so I think it's trying to get to level 3 as fast as it can. 4 dungeon guides. And then it just tries to hold out. But as we do know from the spoilers,
Stay afloat.
well, actually the whole set was revealed. Water will get a huge buff in Fractured Crown.
Yeah, they get all the new card types too. They get what do they get? They get that. What do they call it? Fractals. Fractals. Fractals.
Yeah.
You know, I had a friend in like middle school who was obsessed with fractals, like the math.
What?
I'm not even joking. He would show you a picture and like, this is a fractal. Like, this is
What's his name? Fractal.
I apologize to our players currently playing. If you ever watch this back, that we were kind of losing our mind at this point in the stream.
Yeah. Just having a lot of funsies.
You got to. When you've been streaming for almost 10 hours,
Mm-hmm.
we have been live for 10 hours. I've been talking for probably 7 of that. 7 hours. It's what I do for you all because I love you. Can't find.
Sub, please.
Yes, please sub. Make it all worth it. Every sub makes it worth it. Ooh, I remember this card. What does that card do again? It's like Freezing Touch, I think.
Yes.
Basically, you banish a card, but you get it back into your memory at the end of this turn. And I think it has floating memory as well, which is really good.
It does have floating memory. It's also, the foil's worth a ton of money because
It's pretty.
waifu.
It's pretty. Do you think floating memory was originally just a water thing, and they were like,
no.
because it's floating?
No, it's because the resource
It's
floats.
floating.
No.
In the water.
There wasn't burning memory and
Oh yeah.
and
Oh,
leafy
yeah.
memory.
Windy memory.
Windy, yeah.
I'd be interested to hear from the developers if that's the case. If any developers are still watching this 10 hours in after all the delays, please let us know. Was floating memory originally just a water keyword?
Boom.
I believe it was. I will put that on record.
Well, we're hitting level 2.
Level 2 Lorraine, so we're going to get +2 damage to all of Lorraine's attacks this turn, and if we kill any allies, which aren't on the field right now, we get to draw a card. But currently, Nick has kept his board quite empty, just has a Lorraine level 1 and a Sword of good old Seekin.
And I was going to say he might be hitting level 2 and then doing Rending Flames, because you get the +2, which is actually a +4, depending on the math. But he does not have 3 fire cards to dump, so instead we're getting a Banner Knight.
Banner Knight. So that's going to come in. Nuwan's going to deal up to 5 damage now to Nick. Nick's still sitting at level 1, so 15 health left. I don't think we have Nuwan's deck list anymore. I think it's gone to the great. Oh, it's right here. So one thing I know about Water Lorraine, because this was the first deck I actually built in paper, the card that they got out of Alter Edition is really good. I think it's called the Frostworn Paladin. And that card kind of uses all your extra floating memory in a really good way. You basically, when it comes into play, you can banish it. And the Frostworn Paladin gets +1/+1. And I think you also draw a card, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, sir.
And it also has Intercept. So, I mean, it's just like a really big body that Water gets to try to stall the game out. And that's really kind of the name of the game for Water, is to try to stall the game out as much as possible.
Yeah, I was going to say right now he's taking 9 damage, but they can easily just recover that.
Yeah, that's a big thing too. Is they do have a lot of recover, so that's healing in this game, which we haven't seen a whole lot of because we haven't seen a lot of water
Too many
decks.
water players.
I think we have like 4 water players all in the field in general. So. So it looks like the Lorraine. We do have level 2 Lorraine on our side of the field, on Nick's side of the field. Just got to see what he chooses to do here with that level 2. We're going to try to draw some cards, kind of try to do the water sweep. Forget title sweep is what I think it's
Title
called.
sweep, which unfortunately only does 1, I think.
It does do 1, but you're level 2, right? If you hit 2, so it does 3.
And then you have a weapons.
Yeah, so you can get it up to 4. So it does not cap out as like the higher numbers, which usually I think fire and wind can both hit 5 pretty easily. But hitting for 4 usually clears the board still, and unlike the other 2 cards, the other colors, it has floating memory as well. That was kind of the reason I think water, the only reason I thought water maybe kind of started with floating memory in general is because so many of their cards have it. So maybe they were like, oh, this is becoming, in testing, they were saying this is becoming more of a staple kind of keyword, and then we should put it on other cards.
I completely disagree, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, old man.
Oh,
Holy. This is a very important match. This is table number 5 here in round 6, so I believe both these players are still alive, searching for 3 match points. If they win here, they really don't want to draw. A draw, I think, knocks them both out, so they need to have a winner here.
yeah. They'll still get a point, but it's not quite enough.
So our first player to hit level 3 is Nuwan. And he's playing the Crux Knight again. What level 3 is the Water Lorraine playing, if at all?
That is Nick.
Wandering Warrior? Or not Wandering Warrior.
No, Crux Knight.
Crux Knight.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because I feel like going into this tournament, when I look at top 8 lists, like from Discord and everything, I really do feel like the Spirit Ruler is the level 3 we saw more often. But I guess we're just favoring pure damage over Spirit Ruler. Looks like Nuwan actually has Spirit Ruler in the sideboard, but
Yeah. You know what? Maybe it's just depending on how aggro the matchup is, how fast they want to close it out. Yeah, boys. Leave it up. Don't break it.
look at that. And the Ghost of Pendragon really putting the hurt on Nick, but is he able to slow the game down enough to... I mean, he's level 3 now, too.
Oh. What is up, Evan?
What's going on, gangster? Is this price for that like
What?
store sport? The Shadow Brew stuff.
Oh.
Sword of Avarice coming down, gonna draw 2 cards. Looks like we're gonna Spirit Blade Ascension. Well, actually, we're gonna Crux Sight, paying the extra 2 for Spirit Blade Ascension. Then we're gonna draw 2 more cards, and we've kind of seen this loop happen before, and it looks like we're actually gonna do it again. And we're probably gonna Spirited Blade Ascension one more time. Why not? Draw 2 more cards. Yep, Spirit Blade Ascension one more time. And we actually have the other Crux Sight to pull back the Spirit Blade Ascension, draw a card, and maybe even do it one more time. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to do. That was an insane turn of events. And now we actually go into Nick's turn, and he just has an infinite amount of cards to choose from here.
But thank you for telling.
And I think we're going to see some insult action. So you just missed a series of events where Nick was able to Spirit Blade Ascension, Cruxite, Spirit Blade Ascension, Cruxite, Spirit Blade Ascension, Cruxite, Spirit Blade Ascension. All in one turn.
That's criminal. That sounds really cool, though. Yeah, sorry, I had to help out Evan.
Alright. So I think we're just lining up the insult play here, which is how the Water Lorraine deck does win, typically.
What? Oh, come on. Come on. You got the Eggman here.
Oh, it was really funny when I turned this camera up right away. The camera was on the ground, and it was pointed at Bacon Man, right at his eye. Looks like we have the Ghost of Pendragon come down. I think we're just really, really setting up for this super huge insult play. I don't know if Nick has enough to deal lethal here. It would be really surprising for a water player to be able to do that, but the Banner Knight definitely is going to help with it. Do we still have enough for insult? We drew so many cards last time.
So, let's see. It's got 3. That's 6.
And we're going to play the
Give it a
Spirit Blade
little
insult. And here they come. All the swords. All my friends. All my sword friends. Yep, we're going to activate that. Give something +1. Probably the Ghost of Pendragon since it's got the biggest booty. We're going to draw a card off Drawn Blade. And he's just trying to find space for all these swords.
And the Banner Knight's waving his flag. He's like, you guys can do it! Just a bunch of swords flying all over the place.
Yeah, and I think the Ghost of Pendragon's actually coming in for 5 right now.
Why 5?
So it's 1 from Banner Knight and then the Ornamental Greatsword.
Ornamental Knight, yeah. Or Ornamental Greatsword, yeah. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's gonna do pretty close to like 20.
Yeah, so 5, like you said, 6, 7, then 4 is 11, then 1 from Banner Knight is 12. Warrior's Longsword's another 3,
Can
I
you
think.
see like all the calculus flying past his head?
15.
Like, trying to do it?
16, 17, then he's going to swing one more time with Lorraine and the sword. I think he's really trying to see if he has lethal here, but I would just start swinging.
Kill him!
So I started blasting. Do you think the sword like makes a noise when it attacks? Like
He goes, woof woof. Moo. What do you mean does it make a sound?
You know what I mean? Yeah, like moo.
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 Oink oink. Just for this combo, there should be like a Grand Archive abacus that they give players, and they're just sliding the beads down, then like, Every time they do this, the math is pressuring people so hard.
Yeah, especially on stream.
Although apparently, I think Andrew was doing this earlier, and he missed lethal.
Uh-huh.
Like 1, so.
So coming in for 5 damage, he's going to run into this Esteem Knight. Kind of has to there because Esteem Knight does have that intercept ability, so got to send 1 into it. Then we're going to clear the board here. He's going to send the
No more horsey.
Luxem Sight into the Knights of Pendragon. Yeah, Ghosts of Pendragon.
Ghosts of Pendragon.
And then he's going to send the Ornamental Greatsword into face, taking another 2. Send the Drawn Blade probably into face, take another 2. And then I would imagine probably swinging one more time with the... Well, swing with the Warrior's Longsword and then swing one more time with Lorraine with the Warrior's Longsword as well to push as much damage as possible. Banner Knight comes in for 1 or 2.
No, yeah, coming for 1.
He took 2 off of it. So maybe he gave the Ornamental Greatsword to the Banner Knight.
Yeah, because if he would have given it to the Ghosts, I think it would have been overkill on the
That makes sense.
Steam Knight?
Yeah, that makes sense. And then swing one more time with the Longsword for another lot. Yeah, and just like that, Nuon went from 2 damage to 19.
Yeah.
So that's pretty massive there. Especially considering that we cleared the board in the meantime.
What did he banish?
Freezing Touch, the
Banner Knight.
Banner Knight.
Get a job. He's out of here.
Yeah, that was a huge turn from Nick. I think Nick's really in a commanding position here.
Yeah. And again, if he gets in danger, he can always heal. If he has a card, but...
Well, I was gonna say, he's only got 1 card in hand now. So I don't think he's healing anything this turn. So Nuon, if he's able to manage a lethal combo.
16 buckaroos.
And he's gonna start with the Drawn Blade.
That's 1.
Yep, does have to banish for it. It is. I might as well get rid of that dungeon guy. We don't need that. We don't need that. So I don't really see a combo here in Nuon's hand that really helps him out in this particular situation. We are just going to swing with the Drawn Blade. So we're just going to banish 2 cards because we got the Sword of Avarice, so we're able to draw 2 cards and then draw for turn. So we are going into Nick's turn, and I want to say that I think Nick's going to have lethal here, just Insult. And he just says, like, hey, do you have something to stop this? Do you want me to go through the motions here?
I'm going to bring out this one, the steak knife, and the butter knife.
And he's got a Ghost of Pendragon as well, and a Banner Knight, so...
Yeah, I think he can easily...
He's got
Well,
a Deflecting
yeah, he's got a
Edge,
deflecting
but I don't
edge.
think that's enough to... Yeah, I don't
Got
think that's
this
enough.
sword, I got
So
this sword, I got everything.
Hey! So, Nick, Water Lorraine.
That's
1-0.
pretty awesome. Right, good job.
Listen, if you guys are out there and it's annoying, too bad.
What?
Us.
Uh,
Too bad. We're trying to have fun on stream. This is the last round of Swiss. It's been a long day already. We're almost at 10 hours of streaming.
I'll be right back.
Okay. And I just want to hear you guys sound off out there. Who's still out there watching some Grand Archive? Who's still watching this round 6 with a Water Lorraine, the only Water Lorraine in the field, fighting for their life, trying to make top cut? I'm super stoked for this matchup. Super stoked. I hope a Water Lorraine makes it. I hope top cut isn't just straight 8 Lorraines. I don't think it will be. I think a Rye was floating towards the top there, but Rametic hopping in with the whoa. 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 I've been here most of the day. Water line popping off. Rico saying, not me. I appreciate you all. Oh, and we got a kid lime pie. Corbin saying, been in and out, but still here. You guys have been doing a great job. Listen, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you so much. It's been a lot out here. It's been a lot of me talking. If you can stand me talking for so long, I do appreciate it. Trying to stay entertaining. We've had a lot of delays here, and I do really apologize for that. But this is our last round of Swiss before a top cut that has been fiercely fought over. We've seen a lot of really cool matchups. Started the day with a Sylvie that just went 1-0. Don't think the day ended very well for them after that match, but it was cool to see that a Sylvie go 1-0. Round number 1, then we had some Rye shenanigans where Rye just could not find lethal, and we're all the way up here at round number 6. After sideboarding, let's take a look at what these players have going on their sideboard. So Nick has 2 extra Banner Knights, an Intangible Geist, a Shroud in the Mist, a Water Barrier Revitalizing Cleanse, Orb of Choking Fumes, and a Wind Resonance Bauble. I could definitely see that Choking Fumes making its way into the main board this turn, or this game. Intangible Geist could be pretty interesting. The extra Banner Knights maybe, just to find some damage, but really maybe just the Water Barrier, probably the last thing that I think could come in. On Nuance side, we have 3 Blazing Throw, 3 Strapping Conscripts, a Grand Crusader's Ring, and a Lorraine Spirit Ruler. Don't know if he's going to side any of that in. Maybe just the Blazing Throw to try to get damage in. One of the things about water that you want to do, if you can rush it down, if you can rush water down and kind of don't let them get a big hand like he just did, once they get a big hand, then they can kind of heal off a lot of the damage that you're trying to push through. One thing water does well, I think, is actually shrug off big hits, whereas wind does really good into little hits, right? Because Veiling Breeze actually helps save you a lot of damage. But the water deck has like really big heal effects, right? So that like one big hit is a little less detrimental to the water deck. So it looks like some of the cards in Nuance deck were actually flipped upside down, so he's just fixing that real quick. Probably gonna have to shuffle up again. I never combo Crux like these players do. It's always a lot of dead cards. Yeah, I totally understand. Sometimes when I play a Crux deck, I seem to just always draw the Crux cards when I don't really want them, so... What was that?
It was a present.
A present?
From Savon.
Ooh, it's a little boogie board.
It's a little horseradish. See what I did? Now we're gonna lock it.
But you want to see the Crux cards. Absolutely, right? Yeah, you do want to see the Crux cards, but you don't want to see them turn 1 or 2 most of the time.
Did you say thank you to Corbin?
I said thank you to all of them.
Oh, thank you kindly.
Thank you, Corbin. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Kid Lime Pie. I like your name.
Oh, key lime pie. I want some pie.
But it's Kid Lime Pie.
Oh, I don't want the kid kind.
I saw a lot of fun names in chat. I don't want that. I don't know. You guys can't see it, but my co-host over here just threw 2-day-old ice cream in front of my face.
2 days is being generous.
Yeah, that thing's growing something. Somehow in the freezer. I don't want any of that. I'm really confused at what's happening here.
He's like, so this is how the card goes in the sleeve. You open the top. Be gentle with it.
I think they were just both checking to make sure they're all the right way.
What?
So when he had shuffled his... his sideboard and graveyard into the deck.
Yeah.
It was one of them was upside down. That's a problem. That's
Why?
marked
Why?
cards.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nah, it's not.
Absolutely.
No.
A guy, I will say this. I know this is a Grand Archive stream. In Flesh and Blood,
Here we go.
someone had put their pitch upside down underneath their deck, and they got DQ'd.
What?
Because it's marked.
Did anyone catch it?
The whole stream caught it.
Oh, someone was pitching, so someone had to catch it.
So Nuwan has chosen to go first after losing game 1, and he's going to start with an Idle Thoughts. Idle Thoughts,
Very good opening
so
play.
clutch.
Go on.
So clutch, being that really good turn 1 play. Gets your floating memory going. You get to kind of set up your rest, the next turn you have. See what you draw into. Make sure you try to draw not into dead cards.
What?
I need to get the other one.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you were sending like Morse code or something.
Yeah, it's SOS. Save our souls.
Alright, so it looks like Nick is playing a Idle Thoughts of his own. And let's see what he thinks. Couldn't catch what 4 cards were being checked out at the top.
So Nick actually getting an idle thoughts of his own.
Holy God, we've already said that.
I wasn't here for it. Is it good?
I don't know.
Do you like idle thoughts?
Yes.
Do you think idle thoughts will still see play in Fractured Crown meta?
Yes. C. Floating memory, turn 1 every time.
Yep.
I think it sees play.
I sign up for it.
Yep. I also think in Fractured Crown they were less.
Oh, hey, it's the
liberal.
Paladin.
Oh, all right. Just getting interrupted. I was just having idle thoughts of my own. No, go on.
I just wanted to say hi to the Paladin.
I know, it's like your favorite card.
It really was. And then water hurt me.
Well, we'll see in Fractured Crown. It'll treat you better.
After this round, don't go anywhere. After this round, don't go anywhere. We have another supporter pack to open.
I wish you luck.
I wish me luck too. What were you saying? Legit. Before the Paladin interruption.
I think in Fractured Crown they were less liberal with how many cheap cards had floating memory.
Yes. So, I think Fractured Crown is kind of a. I think it's very much what it sets out to be in terms of that it's an expansion set, and it makes Dawn of Ashes meta feel complete. There's answers to things that didn't have answers before. You know, all the card draw we've seen that's been, I don't want to say overpowered, but I mean, really, it's been close to overpowered, right? It's like if a Crux player gets all their card draw and it feels insurmountable because you just know the next turn it's too much.
Yep.
Like they're gonna have it. Well, now we have answers to that. We get, I forget the name of it, but there's a regalia that you can pull out that says you can only draw 2 extra cards per turn. Something oath or proclamation.
Proclamation of stop being greedy. Yeah, I forgot what it was called. But no, it keeps that in check. So you're not drawing 17 cards and all that.
Yeah, so that's one thing that keeps the game close. Also, we have the new mechanic where they care about cards in hand and cards in soul. or cards in cards in memory. This ain't Card Fight Vanguard. Cards in memory and cards in hand. It's called influence, and there are cards that will. That was my foot. There are cards that will punish having higher influence than your opponent. So you have to be careful on how much card draw you are expecting to rely on.
I think they're mostly cleric cards, which is probably setting up for if cleric comes out in the set after Fractured Crown. I don't know if they guaranteed anything yet. I think they showed a bunch of ranger cards in Fractured Crown, but don't know. Curious to see what a cleric hero would be like.
So the Frostborn Paladin is really sticking around for quite a while. I mean, like we said, it's just such a big card. Big. With that buff counter, I believe it's a 3/4. Sometimes that 4 health is really just kind of a break point that just a lot of decks can't get to without actually putting, you know, decent resources into killing it.
Right.
So back over to Nuwan's turn, we see a Hasty Messenger come down. Hasty Messenger I really think is just like the best card Fire has before they become Crux or Arcane or anything. Hasty Messenger getting a point of damage, a body on board, and just being able to cycle, so he's probably eyeing up that Honorable Knight in his hand, or Honorable Vanguard.
Yep.
So we're going to ditch that and draw a card. And now we have the Cremation Ritual, which is going to pop the Grand Crusader's Ring, draw another card. Now he does have enough to activate the Cremation Ritual should he choose to. I voted for Cleric instead of Assassin for the 4th class in DOA. Would have been interesting to see how it would have worked. Yeah, we have to wait till the Fractured Crown set to really see that. Personally, I'm holding out for Ranger. Anyone who knows me in anything, I play the bow and arrow hero. Whether it's World of Warcraft, Flesh and Blood, Grand Archive, I want to play with some bows and some arrows. So I'm really excited for the Ranger hero. But here we see level 1 Lorraine coming down. Probably going to be... we have no floating memory as of yet, but we're going to get that Sword of Seeking out just like every other time, so... It's really bad.
Huh?
But Sword of Seeking, the Old Faithful... I forget the name of that card. It's not Aqueous Enchanting, is it? I think it is. It's Aqueous Enchanting. So, Aqueous Enchanting, another floating memory in the grave. So that will be enough to go to level 2, basically for free next turn. And this Paladin has put in a lot of work. I mean, a lot of damage already. Nick really in a commanding spot from here.
It's coming in again.
Coming in for 3 damage again. 4 damage. Oh, it starts at 3, right? So I think I think it comes in for 4 damage.
It's a bus.
Another one. You got 2? You got 2. So we did have the floating memory to banish, and we're going to swing in for another 4 damage here. And 3 damage. Oh, wait. How did the... Oh, it was Aqueous Enchant. It was the Aqueous Enchanting that did before. Yeah,
you're right.
And then finally with the Lorraine here for 1, and already Nuance at 4 life remaining.
And the thing is, he's going to have to focus a bunch of resources on eliminating these, and that they're doing their job. They're tanking a bunch of damage, and then... It's kind of bad for Nuwan.
So he did have 1 floating memory, and so he's going to banish another one to go to level 2 here.
Is it a Banner Knight?
Oh, it's a
But the
dungeon guide,
Dungeon
which I
Guide-
think he wanted to go to level 3 this turn.
Yes. I think he had to. He had to raise his health pool.
Yeah, now if you had the flame sweep here, I think you slam it. You don't even care if, like, maybe Nick has a combat trick to stop it. You just have to get back in this game, and I think clearing out these Frostworn Paladins would really be a huge help in doing so. One thing you could do is you could swing the allies you do have into them to kind of chip their health down a little bit just to make it more secure that you get there. If I'm Nuan, I'm also not opposed to just swinging with the Hasty Messenger anyway, just to cycle a card before I play anything. But Banner Knight's pretty good too. So Banner Knight's gonna buff the sword by 1.
So now he can probably kill one just by swinging that into it. It's gonna be Baron Knight, that, and then +2, so it's 4.
Yeah, so it is 4 into the Frostworn Paladin, hoping to kill it. Yep, Nick does not have an answer to that, so he is going to draw a card off the kill.
What?
Not sure what the hesitation is, but there it is. He's going to draw that card. The sword is going to banish itself because it is out of durability. Hasty Messenger swinging in for that 1. It's like he's going to cycle a card with Hasty Messenger. Letting the Hasty Messenger live is definitely like a dangerous choice. You know, you think you're ahead, but I think Hasty Messenger can just get you back into the card game a lot of the time. But I think he just drew another creative shock, which is a little unfortunate, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like he was able to swing all of that into the other Frostworn Paladin and actually knock it out. So 2 creative shocks in hand, doesn't feel too great. Looks like we are going to banish the Crux Sight. Going to level 2.
2 +2 damage. So right now he is presenting 3. Let's see what else we're going to add to that.
So right now, if Nick has a title sweep, I think the game is very much in his hands. But it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen because he's just going to swing into the Banner Knight. It's going to draw him a card off the kill. So I think we're going to Dungeon Guide here. I don't see any reason not to. Just get to level 3, really put on the pressure, open up all your Crux cards for next turn, maybe even this turn. I do see a Crux Light in his hand. We do have 2 Dungeon Guides, so...
And if he hits, I mean, it's even so right now, but if he hits level 3, he's got a very tall hill to climb to catch up on health. So there's the Dungeon Guide.
There it is.
Boop. What did we lose? Oh. I didn't see.
But the Dungeon Guide's going to swing in for 1. We're going to get the level 3 Lorraine. Level 3 Lorraine is Crux Knight. Don't even. Hitting level 3 first is definitely, as we've seen, is very much a advantage, especially being ahead so far in life. Really hasn't taken much damage at all. 3 damage at this current time. Now we have seen Fire Lorraine can burst down quite a bit of damage out of nowhere. It would have to be something like a devastating blow or really like a powerful rending flames or something like that. So
Yeah, he would have to set up a rending flame. He can't do the other ability yet just because he's not level 3. I wouldn't recommend him doing it before he hits level 3, but the thing is, it does look like Nick's kind of low on gas at the moment. I see one card in floating memory, or one card in memory.
a couple cards in hand, 3 cards in hand.
But if Nuon does not hit level 3, he doesn't need much more to finish this. He's going to slap him with Dungeon Guide. That's going to bring him within...
Hasty Messenger.
Yeah. Here it comes.
What's Hasty Messenger say?
Attack. Pitch.
No.
What do you mean no? Draw a
Special
card.
delivery.
Oh, what does it say? I'm like, how do you read it? Yeah.
Special delivery. Wham.
It's a bomb.
Really, I just think it's like a newspaper because she only hits for 1. She's just like hitting like a dog with a newspaper. Wham.
That's not nice. That is rude.
I would never. I do not advocate hitting anything with a newspaper. Wow. So we are going to Cremation Ritual our own Honorable Vanguard. Draw 2 cards here. Looks like we drew another Insult and another Esteemed Knight. So I don't think he has anything right now. He does have the Insult for next turn, but I don't know if it's enough to keep him in this game.
What? Don't cry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bit of sleep. Allergies bother me?
Maybe you're just tired. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's...
Or all the above. I'm gonna blow my nose right here. Smash box of tissues right here. So going back into Nick's turn, I really think Nick is far ahead here. I mean, it's just on the board to see. I mean, we do know Nuon is sitting on 2 Spirit Blade Insoles, which could really help him kind of push damage. But being already at 17 and being only level 2 with only 22 health, Nick just has to find 5 damage here, and I don't know if it's... I really don't know if Nick even has it, though. Looks like we're going to ditch 4 cards. Yep, we're just going to ditch 4 cards. Or he's getting ready to ditch 4 cards there, and here it comes. Now it's the... Ooh, Tide Diviner. Haven't seen this in a while. Tide Diviner's going to get a bunch of cards in the floating memory. Really good. So Tide Diviner going to swing in for 1. Swing into the Hasty Messenger. Get that off the field. We don't need to see that anymore. But really, I feel like this is the problem with water, to be honest. This is the problem I was having too, is that you just sometimes don't have the Crux cards to really draw a whole lot to kind of get you to over the finish line. You kind of stall out a lot of the time unless you find those Crux packages that help you just draw. Like we saw in game 1 where he was able to recycle Sword of Avarice so much and just draw as much as he wanted. Alright, so it looks like he's going to get Spirit Ruler, so he's going to banish a card here. One of the Spirit Blade Insoles, so Lorraine Spirit Ruler is going to probably recycle back Drawn Blade. I think this is the most common use for it, so draw an extra card. go to level 3. Now the Drawn Blade actually has 3 extra endurance counter or durability counters. I do think that Nuon has enough to actually activate an Insole here, should he choose to. Really just comes down to him deciding on whether or not he wants to. This is a huge round 6, game 2 in round number 6. Both these players are fighting to stay alive in top 8. Even if they win here, they're not guaranteed. I do believe they're on the bubble where they're sitting, but a loss here definitely means they're out. A win puts them on the bubble, and they have a shot. So they are both really hoping to get this win here. And Nuon is on the ropes, basically, having lost game 1. So we're going to see a Crux Sight from Nuon. Does pay the extra 2 to banish it and then get his Ascension, and now he's going to be able to start his cycle of, maybe Sword of Avarice, draw a bunch of cards.
Epic bacon? Alright.
Peanut butter?
So looking at Nuon's material deck, looks like doesn't have a whole lot in there to go for. He does have the Lorraine Crux Knight that he can't get to because he already has Spirit Ruler on the field, so that's kind of a dead card in his material deck for this game. And he's actually going to go to a prismatic edge here. The first one we've seen on stream all day, and this one is pretty interesting. So he's going to reveal a fire card and a water card. And the fire card is going to deal 3 points of damage to Nick's face, and then the water card being revealed on Nick's side actually lets him draw another card. And then Ghost of Pendragon going to come down, put the Prismatic Edge back in the deck, and draw 2 cards off the Ghost of Pendragon. So here we see the Banner Knight come down, and really Nuon has to spend this turn playing a whole lot of catch-up. He does swing with the Ghost of Pendragon, swings with the Banner Knight for another 1.
So the gap has significantly...
Oh, it's close, and to your point, just like before, like you said, really, Nick just didn't have any of his draws, so he was running out of gas here, but now we actually see he's starting a Sword of Avarice kind of cycling. Mm-hmm. So he's actually able to draw a whole bunch of cards here. Both these players really trying to stay alive. Try to make it into that top cut.
No.
I don't know why I thought it was my bad.
No, sir.
A little close.
So I think Nick's really trying to make sure that he doesn't die next turn. I mean, now he is kind of in a danger zone area.
I didn't see what card that was.
So that's I can't tell what card it is. but I know it's from supporter pack. It's like
okay,
it's like
so
a new art.
okay.
So it is freezing hail. It's like I just happen to have one. So deal 2 damage to target unit. That unit does not wake up during its controller's next wake up phase.
Hello, Daniel.
It doesn't wake up.
Welcome.
Daniel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to round number 6 of a winning bubble. Like they're trying to get on the bubble basically. This is table 5, hoping to make it into the top cut of the tournament. It's been a long day here at the Haven Games in Orlando, Florida. Both these players have been here for, I mean, we've been streaming for 10.5 hours, so these players have been here for a little over that. So it's been a long day, really trying to make top cut, get this close. They really want it. So here comes the Crux Sight, gonna get back the Ascension.
No, Water the Rain. I think this is the only Water the Rain in the event. It's pretty typical I mean, 99 out of 100 times it's going to be fire or wind. More commonly fire, but no, we're really happy to see that. See Nick driving the deck. For the most part, top 8 is untimed. I mean, obviously it'll be 3 rounds. We do want to kind of close this up before midnight because it's we would like to have our voices by tomorrow. Also, it looks like there's only like 3 minutes left in this round, so Nick has to close it out, or else it's going to be a tie. I mean, if Nuwan wins this round and then they go to a part 3 for this, then it'll be a draw. So we're going to reveal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was that 8? I mean, it was a lot. Yeah, he just healed for 8. That was pretty insane. So a ton of the progress that he made just kind of got erased. And that's what water does. It was like 1 minute. And he just healed for 8. I'm going to tell him to watch that match.
Just want to thank you guys all for watching so far in this round number 6. Really still fighting. I think time is almost called here. We are getting close to time in round, which we do know Nick won round number 1. So I do believe the way it works is that Nick would take the series at that point if this game does not finish. So I do believe I just heard the timer go off for time and round. But do note that I'm sitting back here and we have judges up at the top, up in where the players are playing. So I do not know if time and round was just called, right?
So they're getting 2 more minutes because there was like a mishap when he was handling the cards and they had to fix that or something. Like they started the time. Remember at the beginning they were doing all that.
Oh, in
stuff.
between rounds?
Yeah. So they have 2 more minutes.
So 2 more minutes in regulation here. Again, if Nick can close it out, then we don't have to worry about tiebreaker rules. But I do believe if New Juan actually takes it here, then it just ends in a draw.
Yes.
Because we can't actually play the 3rd game, so... And after this match, do not go anywhere because we will have top 8. And then before that, I'm opening a supporter pack. I'm going to be opening my supporter pack.
Which ones are they? Region?
Judging it?
Or... It's a boy!
So I do believe that Nick is trying to find it here. Again, he just doesn't have the like the finishing touch. Just needs the
Nuke 'em!
So Paladin does have the buff counter on. We are gonna draw. We did draw off the Sword of Avarice. So I think he's just doing math here to try to figure it out. So looks like he's gonna play.
Is that the Aqueous?
I do believe that's the original Aqueous Enchanting. So he's going to get the fist bump there, which is enough to... Nick is going to take it 2-0, and he is on the bubble for top 8. Water Lorraine may make it to your top 8.
Water the rain, make it rain.
Good job, Nick.
Very cool.
Take us home. Take us home. Take me home. All right. Hold on. We have one more fun thing to do in between. So we have, I didn't have to mess with the camera either. It's just working.
Neat.
Hello! It says coming up round number 6, but that's not true. We just got through round number 6. Coming up is top 8. But before I fix that, we got another supporter pack
Come on,
to open.
CSR.
We're going a little crazy here. We're going to see what happens with this supporter pack. I was able to get a hold of 2 just for stream. Just want to give you guys a little taste of what you can get out of here. All these alternate art goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, turtle.
Ooh, I got a turtle. Look at him. Look at him. Bow down to your turtle overlord.
Right. So I want Chipotle instead of Taco Bell. So if we can pull a CSR, that'd be great.
That would be amazing.
That'd be great.
That would be great. All right, so
pack number 1.
Pack number 1. All right, not a pack opening channel, but
Rip it.
I'm trying. What if I heard it?
It's just a turtle.
All right, so first pack. Veteran Soldier, Blitz Mage, and
what?
ooh, Rending Flames. That's a really cool Rending Flames.
Oh, it looks very close to the other one, but
yeah,
that's so cool.
It's got flames.
Turtle is boring.
Turtle is boring. Get out of here, Kid Lime Pie. I don't like your name anymore. I'm just kidding. Your name's still cool. Sylvie doesn't want to play with him. Not until she does.
Come on.
She does.
Squirrel.
Squirrel.
What we got?
Ooh,
Steam Knight.
Steam Knight.
Yep.
And reclaim. Reclaim. So far, reclaim my money. All right, we got 6 packs to go.
All right.
6 packs to go.
Come on. Give us a juicer.
Don't think I saw anything in this one, but we'll see. You got Swift Recruit. Swift Recruit, like this little guy. A little good art. We do have another Veteran Soldier.
Veteran Soldier.
And then we have a Fishing Accident. I actually really like this.
Oh,
this
very
art.
nice.
Fishing Accident is actually a really good card, I think. Coming up in the next set. So cool card there.
But weren't people talking about doing Fishing Accident against the dragon?
Yeah,
that what
the
the whole
dragon
thing
that's
was?
like super untouchable. You can like still Fishing Accident it, which is pretty funny. Looks we got more squirrels. And
Blitz
Mage and a Fireball.
All right.
How many packs we got left? I feel like this is going by really fast.
Yeah.
4 packs. All it takes is 1. That's a gambling fallacy, right? All it takes is 1. I think I got a foil because it's kind of curled. So Stillwater Patrol.
All right.
Ooh, foil
Foil
squirrel.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And a Cemetery Sentry.
Yes.
Let's take another look at probably the best
foil
pool. It's going to be Foil
Boop, boop,
Squirrel.
boop, boop, boop.
So the one thing I will say about Grand Archive cards, if this could just focus a little, there we go. One thing I will say about Grand Archive cards is that they look great. Like especially the foils look really good. So apologize for the potato camera in the back room here. That's what we got.
Deal with it.
Good cameras out there. All right. Got this pack and 2 more to go.
Got a Steam Knight.
Got a Stillwater Patrol. And Snow Fairy. Snow Fairy is really cool.
Very nice.
Snow Fairy. 2 more packs. I need something. Bless the pools.
Let's go.
Swift Recruit. Oh, Blitz Mage. And
Is that,
Freezing Hail.
Yeah, the one
Card
who
we
was
saw.
playing. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't know what it was. All right, last pack.
Good luck.
You want to open it?
Nope.
Oh!
Good luck. Have fun.
Oh! Last pack.
If you do not pull a CSR, the turtle is not boring. Here we go.
I don't think I got to see this.
Dang it.
All right. Stillwater Patrol. This thing, a Steam Knight, and Barrier Servant.
All right.
We had our fun.
All right. Well.
All right, we have our
that
standings.
Pack opening.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, let me see it.
Oh, he's the first seed.
Yeah, dude, balling.
Or Waller made it. Who? Waller Rain. That was Super Song 2.
Oh, that's freaking awesome, Justin. So I'm gonna bring out. Did you want to mute them or whatever you have to do?
Yep, we will be right back. We actually just had Top Cut. We're gonna go read it out to them, and then we'll probably be back with our top 8 matches. So don't go anywhere. Stick around.
So I am going to hand out the regional cards and the playmats,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have them announce the thing.
Welcome to Top 8 here at the Haven Games Regionals in Orlando, Florida. We have Caben and Jesse already in their quarterfinals match. The players here have elected to play, so we get to bring you a Top 8 more Grand Archive. It's Grand Archive time. Bringing that back. So Caben on his Win Lorraine deck, Jesse on this Fire Merlin deck. Super exciting. Actually, we haven't seen the Merlin at all. I know a lot of players are, hey, what happened? Is it just 8 Lorraine players or what's going on here? So I will try to give you the best breakdown that I have. So I have Andrew Mendoza on Fire Lorraine. What's happening? Andrew Mendoza on Fire Lorraine. I have Caben on Win Lorraine. I have Andrew Doring. I'll have to go get that one. Jonathan Kalong on also Wind Lorraine. Nick Tinko on Water Lorraine. Jimmy Lee on Wind Lorraine. Jesse M on Fire Merlin. And finally, Nick McKinley.
It's on water, right?
No, that was Nick Tinko.
Oh, okay.
So I'm missing 2. So I'm missing Andrew Doring and Nick McKinley. Can you find those out for me?
Andrew Doring. Wait.
Oh. I guess we could just go through those.
All good.
Limelight saying, let's go, Caben. Water Lorraine made it for Top Cut. Yes, he did. And so did this Fire Merlin. Oh, it looks like this is a Fire Lorraine.
And the other one was Andrew, or Nick
This is Nick McKinley. And then the other one we're missing is Andrew Doring.
Okay.
Where did my pen go? Oh, you got it. Oh, it's not looking good.
What? Oh my goodness. Merlin's gonna win.
That'd be wild. Already looks like Caben actually has a pretty good... Looks like the fire was different. Is that Spirit of Fire card altered? Very could be. Might also be that those shiny sleeves might have also made it a little different as well, kind of highlighting the foiling. Not sure. Still love that name, Gwen Heaven Scream. It's pretty cool.
Andrew Doring is playing Jimmy Lee.
So Hasty Messenger coming down on Jesse's side. I mean, who's excited for this quarterfinals? I mean, if you've been with us, we're on hour number 11. Pray for me. Hour number 11, coming to you live with quarterfinals action. No, this is just really cool to see. I mean, I think this Merlin is kind of in a sea of Lorraine. I think we have the breakdown, and we're just missing one deck list, and then we'll be able to give you the full breakdown of what made top 8 here. Looks like we just go to level 1, get our Ornamental Greatsword, gonna put the extra damage counter. Not excited. You can't not excited. This is great. This is great stuff. Until water's on screen. Well, unfortunately we didn't put it on round number 1, so we gotta hope that hope they make it past this one. At this point, they are playing for a very coveted champion playmat of the first regionals here in Orlando, Florida. They want to be that champion, get that extra prizing on top, those gold packs that I think Haven's throwing some cash on top, all that good stuff. And just to have the bragging rights of regionals champion. He came in here, there were 50 players. And then it's whittled down to 8, and then eventually 1. So it looks like we're going to get the Banner Knight out. It's going to kill that Hasty Messenger. Looks like we're going to swing with the Phalanx Captain.
Fire Lorraine.
Oh, sweet. All right, so your top 8 meta breakdown is as follows. Let me just tally this up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5. 3 Fire Lorraine. 1, 2, 3 Wind Lorraine. All right.
Oh, was that it? 7
All right, so your top 8 is as follows: 3 Fire Lorraine, 3 Wind Lorraine, 1 Water Lorraine, and 1 Fire Merlin. So 7 Lorraine in the top cut, and 1 Merlin that you see on stream right about now.
That's Jesse.
That's Jesse Cotton. It's actually a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I'm going just a little bit crazy. About hour number 11, working on 12.
Got my checkbook.
So Jesse's actually able to make his way into Merlin now. Caven played in the TTS tourney last night that went to 2 a.m. Actually crazy. Yeah, and this actually started. I mean, it started at 10 technically. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, it started at 10 technically, so actually really kind of crazy that he showed up. But here we see Jesse's already at 12 damage. Caven's only at 3. Again, but he's on this Wind Lorraine deck that doesn't really go past level 1 too often. Really kind of sits at level 1. Just getting a bunch of value out of his allies. It would be really cool to see this deck kind of make it far. Really want to see it go up against that Water Lorraine. Maybe give it a run for its money, but... Jimmy Lee also sneaking into top cut here. Skurai says, "Cool stream, guys. Hey, I appreciate you. If you can,
Thank you.
if you can, please like and subscribe and share this around for top 8 cut." So Jesse able to get a Flame Rune Swordsman 2-stick on the board, come in for 2 damage on that Phalanx Captain, able to just get that off the board. Jesse kind of playing a lot of damage control here, making sure that board doesn't get too full of allies that he can't deal with. Merlin's kind of an interesting card in the sense that, you know, she does get to eat a card out of your graveyard, which you might want, right? So you might want some floating memory in there, and of course if she banishes a card with floating memory, she herself gets a level counter. Right now, just 12-3 in favor of Caben, but Caben gonna just go into the Nullifying Lantern right away, which is gonna turn off all the fire shenanigans that we know of. So all the erupting rhapsodies and ember songs and all that good stuff. So that is now turned off thanks to this Nullifying Lantern. Jesse's gonna have to find a Spurn to Ash to kind of counter it. I think we know that Jesse's deck actually really relies on fire.
Yeah, and I'm sure word has gotten around that there's a crazy Merlin running around, and yeah, they don't want that popping up.
One of the hard things about playing one of those rogue decks. Are you actually using the pen? It's one of those crazy Fire Merlin. Sure is. Is that a custom Merlin mat never seen before? I think that's actually an official Merlin mat, is it not?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, never mind.
It's very close. I think it's very close to one of them, but it's not official.
So it is custom. Limelight. Sure is. Also, Limelight, thanks for joining us. Welcome to Top 8. I know you were here earlier. I have no idea what time it is where you are, but I do appreciate you.
It's Grand Archive time.
It's Grand Archive time.
Yes, Frozen Nova. Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Not Hell Scream. Heaven Scream.
No, I've almost said Hellstream a couple times,
Yeah.
but I actually like Heaven Scream better. It's really cool.
Okay. Yep. What? Specifics. I don't care what it is. You gotta tell me.
You want to get it?
What?
You want to get it?
Whatever.
Okay.
Clock. Slept through 5 rounds. No, well, at least one of us got some sleep.
I've been here since 8:30.
Yeah. It's.
And he's still in the bracket.
No, my
No.
friend. They're hibernating.
No, unfortunately, our breakdown, without breaking down the color, so fire, wind, or water, or anything like that, the breakdown was 7 Lorraine and 1 Merlin. So, kind of what we expected. Don't know what we're seeing around the world.
Do you want this?
Yeah, that was what it was about, right?
No, bye.
Don't know what we're seeing, in Canada or in New Zealand, where the 2 regionals that were going on today. Don't know what we're seeing there. But here we saw pretty much what we expected. We saw a lot of Rise. I think a lot of Rise bubbled. But the ending top cut was 7 Lorraine and 1 Merlin. I keep wanting to say 1 Sylvie, but that's just me on copium. Hopium. So now is the Merlin the dark horse of the tournament? Is everyone like, yes, let's go Merlin?
I think so. Down with Lorraine.
Take down the Phantom Menace that is Lorraine.
Yes.
New Zealand had a Rye in first and second. Not here. We had a couple of Ryes really get close. I mean, we saw some really cool Rye decks, but... not unfortunately. Just the way the cookie crumbled here in Orlando, Florida was Lorraine taking the day. And it looks like... we're already scooping up game number 1. Looks like Caben was in a commanding lead there, was able to get the game, get number 1, get ever so closer to semifinals. Merlin going to be hanging on by an edge here, hanging on by a thread. Let's see if they're able to sideboard in some answers to that deck that really just kind of took over. Never really let up the gas. So if we're Merlin here, what do we side in, knowing that they're going to put out an early nullifying lantern, right? So if they put out an early nullifying... Hashtag let's go Merlin. Let's get it trending in the chat.
Dance.
Hashtag
Johnny
let's go
dance.
Merlin. They got to go 2-0. 2-0 to move on.
Spurn to Ash? Doesn't that blow up Lantern?
Yes. We need some Spurn to Ashes.
Spurn to Ash.
Spurn to Ash.
Sure. Now, I don't know if you want to put too many in, but...
I think you put all... If you got 4, I think you put in 4, because I think that card truly shuts down your entire world.
Agreed.
Got another Let's Go Merlin in the chat. Hashtag Let's Go Merlin. Even though I really don't take sides. We're an impartial thing here. Impartial casting crew. Just like seeing exciting games. Merlin going to lose to the Ambassador Banner Knight, unfortunately.
No! They're playing for the Banner Knight, so if he loses, he's got to cough it up.
Caben was playing his Banner Knight. It is in his deck. The fancy one is absolutely in his deck. Hit the field earlier, won the game with it. So yeah, it's there. For sure.
For sure.
And it's very pretty. Get the non-believer. Shout out to the Haven Tabletop Games. If you guys haven't already, make sure you check out their website. I'm going to plug it one more time in the chat, but make sure you get it. Check it out. They do ship worldwide, pretty much.
Yes.
Do ship worldwide, so great prices on singles, boxes, and oh my god, chat just caught up on the stream, and it was a whole lot of chat. So it looks like Jesse's already ready. Looks like Cabin took game number 1, so really he's just one game away from semifinals. Jesse is hanging on by a thread. He's got to win 2 in a row. Yeah, he's got to buy some more supporter packs, you know, get that Gildus from the supporter pack. You know, he is playing for that Gildus playmat right now, that championship playmat. Will the stream be available for watching? This is on YouTube, so it should actually save the stream. The only thing I'm a little worried about, we may have to restart the stream at 12 hours because, believe it or not, I think YouTube has a stream cap of 12 hours. Well, the stream won't stop. Like, you won't stop seeing it. I don't think the VOD goes past 12 hours. So we may have to, like, drop the stream and come back after this round to get the rest of top 8 to save. Something I'm thinking about. I think that happened to a Flesh and Blood stream I was watching that went really long. I think that's what happens. I think YouTube has a hard cap of 12 hours unless you're like a partner. It does look a little different. It could be, you know, custom. I don't think we're too worried about, you know, Fire Spirit. Does look cool though, especially on that sleeve.
Oh no, the Fire Spirit is definitely different.
Big different.
You gotta be Hellscream to get the special fire one. Up.
So yeah, we've actually, shout out to James, shout out to me. We're up to 11 hours and 20 minutes, and I just want to say thank you to all of you out there who are watching this epic quarterfinals match and that have been hanging out with us on stream. We're approaching the 12-hour mark of me just talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Shout out to you guys for listening to me talk and ramble. And sometimes not talk when I accidentally muted the stream. That's really fun. Shout out to you guys who called me out. We did not play Skirai. I've been commentating since round 1. And so has James. And so we see Cabin actually over here flooding the board quite a bit. He's got the Gildus out. Got the Squirrels and a Swift Recruit just putting on the hurt. And then we see Jesse already at 10 damage. He really needs to find something here to kind of stem the bleedings, you know, just make it stop.
A Band-Aid.
Well, he needs to clear the board is what needs to happen. He's gonna lose to a crystal.
Oh, nuke him.
He's only got 15 health. Yes, Raravan. Lots of foils on one side of the field for sure. I think Cabin's deck is like quite built out.
Yeah, he's the guy that bought my collection.
Was he really?
Yeah. Between rounds 1 and 2, we went out back and got all my binders. And I'm much obliged.
This stream looks amazing, actually. I really appreciate
Thank you,
that.
thank
you
you.
so much. Oh, sorry.
AJ just punched me
I couldn't deal with it anymore.
after spending $17 on your Chipotle bowl.
But yeah, I think Caven has really a mastery of this deck. He's really not afraid of this Merlin deck at all. He's just really putting in the pain here. And he's been able to balance that Gildas every time he's played it, which I think is a really big testament to his skill. A lot of times, again, I kind of mentioned it earlier that I think I could just be bad. But for me, balancing Gildas and still keeping my board state in a way that I want it has been really difficult. And he's been able to do that. I mean, I think a big part of it is sitting at a crystal when I didn't even know that was possible. Like, I know it's like in my head, I know that's possible, but just staying at a crystal just feels so dangerous to me in every other situation. But he's just like not even worried about it. Just gonna stay at crystal. Just get a bunch of card advantage. Cards that don't really need, they're not worried about class bonus or anything like that, so. Caven still 1-0 in the match. Just needs to take this game and he will move on to the semifinals.
Can you open this? Yeah. There is nothing. Never mind. Oh, it's here.
Oh yeah, he pulled it out earlier.
Got my checkbook.
Anything with Guardian Gildas is awesome. I play something similar. No, I agree. I think the card is really good. So Jesse really trying to come back in this game. He needs to clear this board. I mean, he's only got, I think, like 1 life left. I'm not sure what level 1 Rye is. I think maybe 19, so maybe he's got 2 life left, 1 or 2. Definitely not in a place he wants to be. Definitely really needs to figure out a way, I guess, to win this turn. If he had an Erupting Rhapsody at this point, Erupting Rhapsody play, I don't know if it's enough, but because Caben was able to put on so much pressure so early on, and I think a lot of decks are not really tailored to beat a wide board. They're not able to beat and clear these really wide deck lists. And so yeah, I think just a lot of these decks have just not been really created in a way that deal with a lot of allies on the board, because so many decks don't do that. So many decks just play like big attacks from Lorraine, things like that, Insole, just so, and because I think most decks are afraid of that level 2 sweep where you just draw so many cards, you feed a Lorraine player. And Caven came in with this deck that's very ally focused, that's just allowing him to take these decks by storm that just don't have a way to deal with it.
What is Merlin's max health? Is like 22, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's
yeah.
something like that, and so I think Jesse needs to find the kill here. I think he doesn't have the luxury of going to another turn. I think even if he clears the board here, he's still in a really bad spot. Still have the Let's Go Merlins in the chat. Still some believers. This is our first top 8 match. Definitely will bring you the rest of the top 8 after this. Looks like Jesse's lining up the turn to see if he has the cards that can do it. He's got to get to 15 damage on this turn. Jesse, this is his last turn. This is basically the last turn of the game, right? So either he kills him or Cabin will kill him, basically, next turn. I don't think there's a world where you just clear this board or anything like that. I think you do have to actually find the kill here. So effectively, I think this is the last turn of this current game. I share the love for Squirrel with Cabin. I also play the combos with the Bouncy Guardian in all my win decks. Yeah, I definitely have seen it. He's shown it a lot in this tournament, where you play the free Squirrel, you bounce it with the Ace and Protector, you get a free swing in for 1. It's really kind of sweet.
Yeah, and you're drawing a... Oh, no, you don't draw a card off that one, but it's like you're paying nothing because it's a 0, so...
And you don't have to bounce
handy.
anything, yeah. So Jesse's going to choose to start clearing off some creatures here. He's going to get the level off of Merlin. So Merlin is going to gain an extra level here. So now Merlin is level 3 thanks to its ability to steal that kind of floating memory, the Swift Recruit. Looks like we do have the Ember Song, or the Rhapsody. Which is going to wipe the board up. And then Jesse's just going to go to his turn. Jesse's just going to pass his turn. Cabin's going to draw, get the Sword of Adversity, which is a lot of damage. I think really just any creature or any ally on the board at this point pretty much wins the game. So swinging for 3 here, or 2. Cabin is hanging on by a thread. Pretty much Merlin needs your spirit energy at this point to have any shot at coming back in this game. Cabin taking this very methodically, going to play the Phalanx Captain, just paying for it, swinging in, 1 damage and passing, and giving Merlin a window. A window to do 20 damage. Looks like we're just going to get the Wind Resonance Bauble, draw for turn, and now we need the combo. We need the complete combo here. And I do not see it. Is put into Chalice range. I don't see the Chalice coming down. No, yep. Just taking him to 20, not punished. Hasty Messenger coming down. Swinging for 1, that first point of damage gonna get rid of 1 card. Gonna get rid of another card. Gonna, get rid of another ally. Unfortunately for Jesse, I mean, he's held on this long, which has been pretty good, but he's going to get, Caven's going to get a drawn blade to get an extra card here. Looks like the reclaim is going to hit the banish zone. Going to draw for turn. Draw off drawn blade, drawn for turn. We have another Phalanx Captain. We have 2 Veiling Breeze in hand. So Caven really not in any danger of dying here. But he's going to actually slam every card down, slam it. And it's not enough. I think that's it. I think that's going to be game number 2. I think Caven has taken game number 2 and the match. So Caven was up 1-0. I do believe that he took game number 2 here. So he will win this series 2-0. Moving on to the semifinals. He is 2 matches away from being the Orlando Regionals champion. Jesse, that was a great tournament from you, making top 8 with a Merlin deck. You were the only Merlin in our top 8. Great deck. Way to go. Way to make it this far. But unfortunately, the tournament is going to end there for Merlin, and the rest of the field is just going to be Lorraine from here on out. She has proven to be the powerhouse of the format. Both Wind and Fire Lorraine's doing extremely well here. So that's going to do it for our quarterfinals coverage. We are going to, maybe we're actually going to end the stream and bring up a new one. So check out for that. We have to do that because YouTube has a hard cut on live streams at 12 hours, which we have all of 25 minutes left before we hit that cap. So please, if you can, once you see the stream end, look for the new one. It should go up very shortly. It's going to be called basically the same thing. Just hang out on our channel, and it'll be up. I'll post about it in the Grand Archive chat as well, that we had to end the broadcast and bring up a new one. So that being said, we will be right back. Look for that new